cause someone to come and check on them. 2, this person's they're just throwing DNA all over the place, left and right.
Oh, but it's the 20s. He doesn't care about that.
Yeah, damn, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I think this entire case, as fascinating as it is, I really do like this one. I like them all, but this one's really intriguing. This is a case study for how not to handle a crime or suspicious activity or what have you. This is what I was messaging Christian before we started this, the producer for Red Web here, and I'm like, man, this is exactly why there are unsolved mysteries all over the place, because like things like this happen everywhere. So yeah, there's gonna be some frustrations throughout, but exciting and interesting nonetheless.
Ready to dive into it.
Yeah, let's dive into it. Let's talk about the who and the where, because there's a lot of people to get to know here on the homestead. But we have the family, who consisted of Andreas Gruber, his wife Cecilia, their widowed daughter Victoria Gabrielle, as well as Victoria's children, Cecilia as well. There's another Cecilia in play.
Okay.
But Cecilia and Joseph. So
Big
Andreas, his wife, and then Victoria is their kid, and Victoria has 2 kids of her own. They also had a live-in maid at the time. We'll name her later because there are 2 maids in play. I don't want to offer confusion here. And then I also want to talk about Victoria's husband, Carl Gabriel, who passed away in December of 1914. He served in World War I and unfortunately passed away during his services. So that's why Victoria is a widowed daughter with 2 children of her own living at home here. Now, their Bavarian farmstead was known as Hinterkaifeck, and that is in what is known today as Weidhofen, which is just north of Munich, Germany.
Okay.
Now, before these murders went down, there were a bunch, and I'm talking about a bunch of strange occurrences at their farm. So let's talk about some of those, and maybe a word to the wise at home. Take some notes. We're gonna lay down some life pro tips if you ever stumble across some of these, strange occurrences.
I'm just gonna throw out the blanket rule. Just get the hell out of there.
Boom! There's your life pro tip. That's just it. That's just
Get
it.
the hell out of there. It ain't worth it. Secondly, the other question I have is, now that I'm finding out, or I guess just the question I'm hoping to get answered is, now that I'm finding out that there's a bajillion people in this house, how did this person happen to like take everybody?
It's interesting. I mean, that'll definitely come out. I'm going to talk about some of these strange occurrences because I want to lay the scene. But when we talk about the crime itself, there is one major factor that's going to leap right out to you. I mean, it's one of the core elements to this crime that you're going to say, like, interesting. How did that go about or whatever? Because you're right. There's definitely, like, you got a house full of people here. How did they carry this out? How did this go down?
Yep.
But that's going to be a good question to kind of revisit as we go through all the details of this case, because I would love to hear your gut check on that as we kind of unveil some more information. So let's go back 6 months prior to everything went down. The family's maid quit her job and left due to her belief that the house was haunted. Now, she reported hearing strange noises and footsteps coming from the attic, often around midnight. Now, this gives me a lot of flashback memories to those creepypasta and spooky subreddits where people post videos that are living in their attics overnight. You know, have you ever seen any of those?
Oh, no.
Okay, well, don't go digging. It's weird.
Sounds weird and man, like why?
Some are fake, right? But like, there's like security
for
footage
sure.
of people slinking out of the cabinets, eating food, making cereal, and heading back up. It's wild.
That's terrifying.
It's terrifying. For sure, dude. Oh my God, that gives me the heebie-jeebies. I hate that. Whew. Sorry for anybody who's alone at home in the dark right now. Now, again, the maid was like, okay, this house is haunted. I need to move on from this job. She left. She also said that she heard voices, and she asked the father, the man of the family, I should say here, Andreas, to check the attic. He went up there. He looks around. He doesn't find anything, despite the occurrences of footsteps happening.
Right. I mean, they never do at first. There's always a buildup. I don't know why. You know.
Right. Like a good movie.
There's a lot of good horror movies out there. But yes.
Get your popcorn ready. Yeah, I mean, they never find anything the first go around, but this is going to be a trend, my friend. After the maid's departure, the Gruber family took up the work that she left behind, and they all began to notice the same things that she was noticing. So I don't know if this is a Harry Potter Defense Against the Dark Arts cursed role that's happening in the home, or if now that she's gone and she made it aware that like, hey, these things are happening, now they're finally hearing these footsteps and whatnot. I don't know. But the whole family's in on this now. They all hear these footsteps.
See, that's the part in any story or any movie, TV show is when everyone's on board. Because when it's happening to one person, it's just like, ugh, people could just believe this person. But then there's always that, oh man, there's so much satisfaction when you have everyone else just going, I don't know. And then there's that turning point where, you know,
We
it
all
happens
know.
and everyone knows. And then it's like, okay, now we're on the same page. Now y'all believe me.
That's when you grab the day bag and you get the heck out of there. You go to the Motel 8, you get the free breakfast buffet, and you have the police raid your place.
Or if it's like the Conjuring universe, though, it follows you.
That's true.
It latches onto you.
Oh, why'd you say it? Oh, you are absolutely correct,
Yeah.
because that's exactly what they did. They went to a motel, and it followed. Oh, that's nuts. And then, like, they moved to a different house. I think maybe that's a different ghost story. No, sometimes they follow. That's a good point. But some more strange occurrences here. March of 1922, Andreas found a Munich newspaper on the grounds that did not belong to anyone in the family. So they're going, okay, this is strange. Let's go to my neighbors. Maybe they subscribed and this showed up randomly. None of the neighbors subscribed to this particular newspaper, and the mail carrier themselves said that they did not drop it where they found it. So this was not a mistaken delivery. This was not owned by anybody. It shouldn't have been there. So we have some more evidence trickling on the scene. And just days before the murder, Andreas found... Now, here's where your gut check's gonna scream into the ether. Andreas found footprints in the snow coming from the nearby forest and onto the farm, into the farm's machinery room, also referred to on this case as the tool shed. Those two locations are gonna be interchangeable here.
Oh, hell. Even if it wasn't some kind of a ghost or creature or whatever, if it's just another human, first and foremost, shouldn't be in your property. Secondly, you're going into the tool shed. Lots of weapons, lots of things that can be used as weapons.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to go in blind. So
You don't want to go in at all.
I don't know, man. Call the police just to be safe.
Dude, there's something about human footprints. I know. Listen, you think about cryptids and the paranormal and all of those things. No set of footprints in a mysterious circumstance is going to be okay.
Yeah.
But there's something more upsetting about seeing human footprints. Because you know what a human is capable of, and you know humans are real.
Do they go in because they think it's one of the family members in there?
Well, here's why they go in. Because when they followed the footsteps over to the machinery room, again, aka the tool shed, just in case any of you are more familiar with this case. But when they got there, Andreas is looking at the lock, and it's been broken. And he looks at the footsteps a little closer. He notices there's not a set of returning footsteps. This is a one-way path. Someone came to the door, broke the lock, went inside, and so he's going, boom, someone's in here. He searches the premises, couldn't find anyone.
Was there anything missing?
There was no footprints leaving in the snow.
Hell, man.
Yep, no sign of anything missing, no sign of a person.
They checked it from top to bottom, nothing?
Listen, that's what I have to ask myself. Are they checking this place top to bottom? Because this is another piece of the puzzle that's going to continue, and I hate it. There's a lot of searching happening, not a lot of finding. They searched the attic for these footsteps, nothing. They searched this barn for clearly something went in there, someone, whatever, nothing. So what's going on? Are they just terrible at hide and seek, or are there secret rooms in this house that we don't know about? I don't know.
Oh, what?
It's spooky to say the least. Because how do you sleep on this information, man?
You don't.
Someone's in your shed.
It's
Get
that simple.
out.
You don't. Because then what happens is you go and you sleep, and then you have
And then you don't wake up.
and then you have a moment like in the movie Signs where one of the kids comes to the room and says that there's a monster outside their room, and then you go, nope, there's nothing, and then you walk in there and you're tucking them in, and then you look and there's this shadowy figure on the rooftop. I would freak the hell out, man. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah, this whole lead up, we're not even at the murder yet. This whole lead up gives me nothing but the heebie-jeebies. I would have been deep in the populated city. And hey, I'm here. Look at me. Just keep your eyes on me. Something's going on. I don't want to go disappearing. Yeah, I just get out of the farmlands. But March 29th, is something else happens, and this is 2 days before the murder takes place. Andreas mentioned these incidents to his neighbors and said that one of their cows had actually been let loose in the middle of the night. That's another strange occurrence that happened. So he went outside at the night to retie the cow, and he believed that someone did this on purpose. So now he's beginning to talk to his neighbors about these circumstances. Hey, have you seen anyone? Do you know anything? Yada, yada. He's not really getting anything back, but he's at least talking about this. And this is how we know about this to this day, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
March 30th, the day prior to the murders, a key to the house went missing. Later on this very same day, again March 30th, the whole family heard footsteps once more in the attic, and again, no one could be found. So we're really setting this up to be paranormal in nature. This is exactly why the maid left 6 months before all this went down. The maid was very in tune with what was going on, didn't like it, and left. Now this family is, I guess, doubling down on what's going on. They're saying, I'm not finding anybody, but if you hear footsteps and you're all saying, yeah, I hear it, I just can't stay. I just can't stay.
God, is this one of these situations where this person's like living in the walls of their house or something? Or just some weird, creepy, oh man.
It's like The Boy.
Yeah, like The Boy.
Ooh. But according to a school friend of Cecilia Gabrielle, Victoria ran into the woods that same night after there was a violent argument with Andreas. So just to break things down, granddaughter Cecilia is saying to her friend, yeah, my mom ran into the woods because her dad was initiating some sort of violent argument. And that's just some circumstantial evidence here. Just something to talk about. I'll put that on the table and let it air out for a second. But
so it could possibly have been it could have been Cecilia that ran and the tracked the footprints?
That's an interesting theory, but it sounds more Victoria's the one that ran to the woods. But But the footprints came days prior.
Oh,
and it doesn't seem like any of the family members were the ones that did it. You know, it would be very interesting to, I do want to entertain that idea that something happened within the family. That could be either a suspect or that someone was doing something odd and sneaking around. There's definitely a lot of different directions that this case could go from here, and I want to keep them all on the table.
Yeah, but then again, you probably just outright say it. They're like, oh, that was me. Like, why keep it, you know?
Maybe. I don't know. Why keep it? There's some motive for that later on that we're going to discuss. Now, I mean, this is just me revisiting this case in my mind. I'm already, as we talk about these things, I start to connect dots and theorize on my own. But yeah, there's some interesting tidbits that I want to circle back around to answer that question, or attempt to. But to wrap up these odd situations, all of these ultimately scared the family, as you can imagine. But here's the crux of the issue, and really probably the inciting decision that created this unsolved mystery in the end. Andreas's refusal to go to the police, his refusal to accept help, and his refusal to do anything that was outside of grabbing his gun and guarding his home. I mean, he was a man's man, a man of his time. He said all he needed was a gun and his family, and that's all he needed. He didn't want help. And I think that was the fatal error.
Don't play games.
Don't play games.
You need help, you need help.
I mean, lives are on the line. I mean, you just don't know what you're up against here, and you don't know what could happen. So,
yeah, I mean, damn, you know, that is unfortunate. I get that, you know, that sense of pride. That's exactly what I was gonna ask. Like mid-sentence, I was just like, is it because of pride? This person didn't want to call the police and seek help.
Right.
I'm still baffled by it because there's so many people in this house. To be able to take the whole house, it seems like a big task. But
right.
Yeah, I'm eager to learn more.
Yeah, I mean, that's 6 people, right? We have the mother and father. We have Victoria themselves, the daughter, and then her children. That makes 5. And then we have the live-in maid, who we'll talk about here in a moment. Actually, right now, because we're going to jump into the murder, what happened that night on March 31st, and then the investigation that followed. But on March 31st of 1922, that was the day that the new maid moved onto the farm, and her name was Maria Baumgartner. To help her move, her sister was there, and she stayed for the afternoon. Once things started to settle, just hung out, and then eventually departed. Now, Maria's sister is very likely the last person to have seen them alive, at least outside of perhaps the suspects. But at some point during the night, here on the 31st going into April 1st, Andreas Cecilia, Victoria, and Cecilia Gabrielle either went to or were taken to the barn before being killed. The barn, again, is where the tool shed / machine room was
Right,
located.
yep.
After this, the killer then went back to the house where they killed Maria and Josef in their beds. The next day, April 1st, a pair of door-to-door salesmen came to the home, Hans and Edward Shurovsky, and they stopped by Hinterkaifeck to sell coffee, but nobody answered the door. They walked around the grounds for quite some time looking for somebody because they got their nice beans to sell.
Yeah.
And as they left, they noticed the machinery room door was open. They just noticed this. This is something that came out in the investigation, but they didn't look in there. They didn't do anything. They kind of went on. Later that day, 2 hunters visited Hinterkaifeck to buy goods from them. They couldn't find anyone, and a fact to note here is that these 2 hunters did not see any smoke coming from the chimney at this time. That'll come back around here in just a hot second.
Yeah, I assume so.
One more piece of this puzzle here is that the family was noticeably absent during the church session on Sunday, and the school also noticed young Cecilia's absence from the school. Now, in reference to the chimney smoke, I know that was a bit odd, but later on, neighbors did eventually claim to see smoke coming out of the chimney during the absence of this. So they're saying, hey, we're not seeing you at church, we're not seeing you in school.
Yeah, but you're alive because we're seeing the chimney go.
Exactly, during that very same time. So now we have another person who's heading to the location, to the Hinterkaifeck, to continue about doing their job, but this is April 4th. He's not there for the smoke, he's not there for the absence. It's Albert Hoffner, a repairman who went to Hinterkaifeck to repair the food chopper. Nobody answered when he went to the door, and he reported that he could only hear the sounds of the animals. It was otherwise very quiet. After waiting for about an hour, this is a dedicated repairman, Hoffner decided to make the repairs anyway, and those repairs did take about 4 hours. Hoffner, he's not gonna let his job go undone.
Yeah, but whoa, my goodness.
Yeah, he went in, did the job, moved on. Hoffner then went to the closest neighbor, Lorenz Schlittenbauer, and he let them know that he had completed the job was done. He couldn't find the family, but hey, let them know whenever they come back home that their job is done, A-okay. That same day, a lot of concurrent day activity happening, but April 4th, that same day, Schlittenbauer sent his sons to check on the family since no one had heard from them in days.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, so he's connecting the dots. He's basically saying, okay, this repairman was just there for hours, worked on the house or whatever, didn't see the family. And at this point, this is his tipping point. He's like, sons, go over there and see what's going on. When they could not contact the family, Schlittenbauer and the 2 other neighbors, Michael Pohl and Jacob Siegel, decided to head to the property themselves. So now this is Papa Schlittenbauer, not the sons. So they're going there, and upon arrival, they noticed that the machinery room was unlocked, just as days prior had been noticed. I don't know if it was open, Christian. Maybe we can clarify that. Was it unlocked and open, or was it actually closed and unlocked? Because that would mean that this door is moving over the course of these days.
I believe that it was closed but unlocked.
Interesting. Okay, so 3 days later, this door is still unlocked, but now it's actually closed. So there's definitely activity happening. They go to the machinery room. They find the bodies of Andreas, Cecilia, Victoria, and Cecilia Gabrielle stacked on top of each other in the locked barn, hidden under some hay. They then discovered Maria and Josef inside the house, still in bed. The Munich Police Department, led by George Reingruber, had trouble investigating the murders as so many people had interacted with the crime scene in the 4 days that it took to discover the bodies. So this incident is very reminiscent of the complications that we discussed back in the Springfield 3 case, right, where the house was eventually, it caught on fire, eventually was bulldozed and covered over.
But yeah, everyone moving in and out, getting their hands on everything.
Yep. And that is the 1-2 punch of how to create an unsolved crime is just the mishandling of a crime scene, whether on purpose or not, and the fact that one refuses to get help and doesn't really pay attention to any warning signs that might be in there. Now, I understand where he comes from. I understand his decision, but it doesn't change the ultimate end of the story here.
Yeah.
So even though it had been 4 days, we've got livestock, okay, happening. You know, this is a farm, and these livestock were still fed. It was clear. The cows were all milked, and the meals had been cooked in the kitchen. It seems like life was continuing on as normal, that someone was living in this home after these murders went down. I don't know what the motivation is here, but this is so deeply fascinating.
Yeah. Oh man. Just the disrespect,
Right?
right? Like living in their house, eating their food, living their life essentially for a couple days.
Milking their cows.
Yeah. Milking
Weird.
cows. I'd be terrified. Like,
Right?
I can't believe you essentially, took out a whole family and then just decided to chill.
Yeah. And I would hate to be investigating this site. I would have the heebie-jeebies thinking about going back there. I'd be like, I was just trying to sell coffee over there on April 1st. My
Yeah.
goodness, somebody was there. Someone was watching
Someone
me.
was there watching, and that's what I was talking about. Or right, the person who came to like fix the stuff for like 4 hours. I can't even imagine. Just
Oh, no.
hanging out at a crime scene. Not only that, with like the suspect or the murderer, with the murderer there.
I hate this. This is like
Hours. Dude.
This is like my phobia. I don't know if it's got a name for it, but think of this. You're alone in a big dark building, and you put a chair at the end of a long dark hallway. You turn your chair away from the hallway. You sit down in the chair, and you have to just chill, knowing your back is to this very long, dark, exposed. Like your back is just exposed to this hallway. I hate that feeling. And now I'm thinking about being in this house or being outside this house, or I'm even thinking of these cows are milked, this food was made, this livestock was fed. Imagine the realization. I'm thinking of it like a film. The realization creeps over your face, and you're like alone in the house investigating this. Maybe your partner's outside, and you go, "Oh my God, they could still be here right now."
Ooh.
Like
Get
as
the
you are,
weapons
like
out.
I'm poking the fire. There's a little smoke coming out. Like this is happening in the
realization,
recent past.
yeah.
I hate that. I hate that.
I'd be on high alert instantly.
I would probably scream a little, and then just hightail it out of there and be like, I'm not going in until we get some backup. But when looking around the crime scene, they could not find the weapon used to murder the family at all. They looked at the place top to bottom, couldn't be found. And the police first believed that the motive of this whole crime was a robbery, as the Grubers who lived there were quite well off. But in their search for the weapon and just doing their normal investigation, they found a large amount of money in the home. So they dismissed the theory that this was a robbery. And somewhat jokingly, I have to say, was this money hidden in the tool shed or in the attic? Because it seems like people can't find stuff in this house.
Yeah.
Maybe it still was a robbery. They just couldn't find the money. I don't know.
But then why hang out? Oh, I
Why
guess
hang
because
out? Maybe because they're trying to find the money.
Because you're looking, but still for days.
Yeah, maybe you gotta
Sleep over there.
You gotta
like,
live a mile in their shoes, and by a mile I mean 4 days in their shoes,
insane.
eating their food, milking their cows,
Insane.
and maybe you'll find their money. I don't know, man. This is wild.
It's so over the top to just like live and chill at the crime scene that you created.
Yep. And when looking over all of the crime scene, looking at whatever evidence that they could find, which there wasn't much of, ultimately they weren't able to figure out a motive for whatever this crime was, however it went down. Regardless, the investigators determined that the four were eventually lured to the barn somehow. They just didn't know how. And it was theorized that perhaps the family would have gone to the barn to investigate the restless animals. Maybe that's why they went there. But it was later found that screams could not be heard from the barn to the house. And they proved this during the investigation by having somebody go to the house and record with audio, and having somebody go to the barn. They synced up their watches, did the whole cool, Ocean's 11 thing.
Yeah.
And then screamed, and they couldn't hear it from the house. Yeah. So it's unlikely that there was a more benign reason for going to the barn. So something, at least surrounding the criminal or whoever perpetuated this crime, they were at the center of why they went out there.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
Oh man. I do appreciate that they did some tests, here and there to see to better understand the situation. It's just what can you really do at this point, right? What could you really go off of? especially during these times.
I mean, I know where this is going. I would love to hear if you were a police on site and these were the pieces of, I guess, of fact that you had. This is all you have. What are you even doing? Like, what do you think? What is your next move?
You don't have the technology to check like cameras or to do DNA testing or anything like that. I mean, you could look for footprints. Oh God, it's probably not fingerprints during this time, is there?
I think you could do fingerprints. I think that was the key forensic evidence at the time. Footsteps, weapons on scene or taken from the scene, things moved about, and then fingerprints as well.
Fingerprints, footprints, see if there are any vehicles. I don't know if there's like tires you can check or stuff like that during this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need like the real, like, actual physical evidence as opposed to like a digital piece of evidence.
Right. I'm just thinking about all the pieces, and I think, and this is not a spoiler, but is a spoiler, whatever. The one thing that I think I wish they would have done is, based on some of the evidence presented, some of the stories from the neighbors or whatever, those footsteps coming from the woods, I wish somebody would have investigated the woods and at least said nothing's happened there. There's nothing going on over there. But I don't have any information on this case regarding any investigation in the woods. Was there food out there? Was somebody camping? Did they walk from somewhere else? Is there anything walkable outside of the neighbors? Because you mentioned a car, but this person seems to be traveling on foot. And so you almost have to start thinking very closely, is this a neighbor's thing? Or was this an inside job or something? Somebody in the family?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, that's always the place to look, right? Where it's just like, okay, look at the family members, the husbands, the wives, neighbors. It's, we discussed this before, but it's usually someone pretty close to the situation.
For sure, especially because of the motive. But we're going to talk about the suspects here in not too long from now. But I'll tell you, it's not as mundane as we are theorizing. It actually gets very interesting in the suspects section. So I'm excited for that. But jumping back to the investigation at hand, they knew that the murder must have occurred on March 31st because the mail carrier, who's been very helpful throughout this whole thing thus far, noticed that the mail started to pile up over the following days. So, if there's no fresh mail on the step on April 1st, you can say, okay, someone pulled it in on March 31st, whatever.
You got a whole pile. It's like,
exactly.
Where are they at? They on a trip? They on vacation?
Yeah. And it's weird that, whoever was living there was like, I don't care about smoke coming out of the chimney, but I'm not going to touch the mail. Don't want to let the mail guy know that someone's here. Strange. But in the autopsy, the court physician Johann Baptist determined that they had all died from blows to the head. So let's talk about some of the situations that led to their ends.
Yeah.
So they all had various precise cuts on their faces and on their bodies. Cecilia Gruber and Victoria had been strangled in addition to their head wounds. It starts to get a little bit more gruesome here. Cecilia Gabrielle, the younger Cecilia, the daughter here, her throat was cut, however, and Baptist had determined at that point in time that she had been alive for hours following her wounds. And he figured this out because she had clumps of hair in her hands. There were other signs to indicate that there was an ongoing struggle after the wounds were given or made. But finally, Andreas was found only in his underpants. And it's hard to say whether that's how he was sleeping, that's how he was in his normal state when going to the barn, or if this was after
forced to dress down.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how the bodies were found. And since Andreas Gruber had many arguments with a lot of people in the community, there were ultimately a lot of people to investigate with the police. So there were 100 people or more, give or take, that were being interviewed. Some of them were interesting enough to interview multiple times. They interviewed anybody from known criminals to vagrants who were passing through the area. What's interesting here is that some of the victims' skulls were actually sent off to clairvoyants to see, hey, is there anything you can do to help us out? Use your skills to offer us any clues. Ultimately, all of the clairvoyants came up fruitless.
Yeah.
Were not able to offer any help whatsoever. And in the process of that investigation, let's just say it, all of the heads of the victims were lost.
Oh. What? What do you mean lost?
The intern's getting fired.
What do you
someone
mean
goofed here.
lost?
Yeah, well, I don't know why you're sending off heads to clairvoyants when clairvoyants are living people who can travel. Bring them up.
Do what? Like, how do you lose a head?
Well, I don't know why they're shipping heads in the first place, but yeah, I don't know, like, what did the clairvoyants decide that this is a nice prop for my clairvoyant shop? I don't know, Borkin and Burks or something,
What
set that on the shelf.
Hell, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, that's super unfortunate.
Very
That's
strange.
just-
And this is just like,
Damn.
it's just a comedy of errors at this point. I think the investigation has been thorough in some aspects, given the limited nature, but there
Yeah.
are a lot of things, such as this, the mishandling of the cadavers, I don't know how thorough the search was. They weren't able to find the weapon. We'll come back around to that soon. There's some other mishandlings of the case that we'll touch on here shortly, but yeah, it's this is your next main ingredient
Right.
for an unsolved mystery is just
So,
the mishandling of a.
Going back, you said there were cuts. Were they all cut in the same area, or the person was just randomly cutting them?
It seems like, and Christian, feel free to elucidate us further, but it sounds like there are just some seemingly precise cuts across some of their faces and bodies.
From what we were reading, the cuts themselves were precise, yes, but the locations were not consistent across the bodies, and the bodies had different details in regards to what had been done to them, and we left some of those out just because it was gruesome. But no, I think it was every body had different types of wounds while still being precise, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So precise, but seemingly random at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the precision will definitely come into play when we talk about some of the suspects, but yeah, I don't know. It's almost like, and especially when you consider poor Cecilia Jr., I suppose, Gabrielle down here, who had probably the most violent acts done to her, right, with her throat being cut, and the fact that she was alive for some time after her wounds. It seems like whoever this person was might have been a bit sadistic, and maybe these cuts were just them enjoying what they were doing or causing pain, and that could maybe give us some inclination as to what the motive was here. Perhaps, and I'm just reading between the lines, perhaps whoever did this had a personal grudge against these individuals. Perhaps that's why these cuts are here. Was they wanted people to know it was them and know what they did or something?
Well, they did say that, right? That there was a lot of animosity between the dad and so many people, apparently.
Now, it sounds like he had a lot of arguments amongst the community. So, yeah. So maybe some tension in the air. Yeah.
That just kind of like leaves it for so many suspects.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the investigation continued on for quite some time. Commissioner Conrad Mueller actually led the investigation out of his own personal interest up until 1955, at which point he retired, the case was closed, and by this point in time, many people had been interviewed, several people had been arrested, but it really wasn't solved. And that's what kind of obviously is why we're discussing it, but it just sucks because of the nature of this crime. But the commissioner was ultimately nicknamed because of his interest in this and the fact that he was on this for so long. He was nicknamed the Hinterkaifeck Commissioner. Now, before we go into the suspects, I want to talk about some of the thoughts in the air at the time. Some people wondered the Gabrielles killed the family to inherit their farm. Maybe that's what the motive was here. In fact, Andreas's brother, Bernhard Gruber, was the one who inherited the home, but he then sold it to the Gabriel family under the conditions that they would tear the house down.
I guess, the profit there would be the plot of land,
Yeah. Or maybe, Bernhard just wanted his hands off of it. This was too much of a reminder of his brother and their unfortunate demise. And just, I'm just going to sell it to the tangential family here that we were close to, wash my hands of it and say, for the love of God, tear that house down. I don't want any remaining structure of where my family has been slaughtered, But it wasn't until this point, interestingly enough, that a weapon was discovered. And this was a year later, after the house had been torn down. Yes. In 1923, at the Hinterkaifeck farm, the weapon was finally discovered. Andreas's homemade mattock was found covered in blood, and it was likely to have been hidden in the attic. And that's why I have to say, man, did they really search this place top to bottom, or is that attic the worst, most Lazarus-y, labyrinthian is probably the word I was going for. Labyrinthian room on this entire plane. I don't know.
Yeah, what the
All
heck
I'm trying
is
to
up
say
there
is,
in the attic? Even then,
how
it's
is
like
everything hiding in the attic?
Everything.
Right.
Take all the time that it could ever possibly take to search this house. Also, like, I get there's some big houses out there, but how big can it really be?
Right.
Get the people, get the manpower out there.
You got people stomping around in the attic, not being found on multiple occasions. You've got money. I don't know if the money was hidden in the attic, but the money was in the house somewhere. Kinda. And I don't know if, again, I'm kind of keeping it on the table. I don't know if robbery was the main intent yet, or, unsolved. But if it was, that wasn't found. The mattock, which, by the way, is kind of like a pickaxe that instead of coming to a point, it comes to like a flattened edge, but still a point, just a different tool. Now, that is what was the murder weapon, and that was up in the attic, and it was covered in blood still, and that wasn't found. So this labyrinthian attic is probably better off demolished at this point. But now, when it comes to the mattock, if this was used to make these precise cuts that we were talking about on the cheeks and on the body, etc., it would require quite a bit of experience, because it's an unwieldy thing. It's quite big and heavy. You have to have some experience with it. But there's also something I want to say here too, which I don't know if you can hear me smiling, but I'm frustrated with the lack of searching here. A penknife was found in the hay of the barn. Now, Christian, help me out here. I don't know if the pen tool or the penknife was found after the demolish or during the investigation and just wasn't connected to the crime scene.
From what I understand, the penknife was also found after the farm was demolished.
Oh, come on.
Okay. They were doing some good investigation, but it's things like this that make me go,
or what?
Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Gap in the Mystery, where I talk directly to you. There's a couple of points of business that I want to talk about. One exciting piece of development. As of today, we have a YouTube channel. That's right. If you ever wanted to subscribe to us, watch us on YouTube, have a visual, we have the images of the mystery that play within it. That's right. We're moving up in the world. You can watch us on YouTube by going to youtube.com/redwebpod or just searching us. And as of today, like I said, June 28th, 2021, you can go to that YouTube channel and we'll have our first upload there. So please go subscribe, support us there. And like I mentioned, if you want the visuals without going to the social page, they will be edited into the video for you. And it's gonna update over time. We're gonna change how the visual style looks of these videos. Right now, it's just starting with a visual version of the podcast, and also gets us open to the YouTube audience. But yeah, like I said, they will evolve over time. Another piece of business, we have a convention coming up called RTX. It is part of our bigger company. If you don't know, that we are a part of Rooster Teeth, and that is our online convention this year. It's going to run for 10 days. And if you want to be a part of that, if you want to see all the various panels that Alfredo and I will be a part of, including a Red Web panel that includes Christian, Nick, our editor, and Jillian, our producers and researchers, and everybody, and how this whole show comes together, how we do what we do, we will have a panel around that where you can ask us those questions. So go to rtxevent.com to figure out how to get tickets for it and be a part of it. We're looking forward to it, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun, and it's happening essentially right now. If you're listening to this as the moment that this comes out, it's happening the next week, very soon. So get out there, come see us. Well, I guess get in here. It's a website. It's with a .com, but usually it's out in the real world at the convention center here in Austin. But anyway, with all that out of the way, thank you all for bearing with me. I want to talk about some of our sponsors. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show. You're clearly a fan of high-quality, fascinating podcasts hosted by interesting people. Wink, wink. Since you like Red Web, you should definitely check out The Jordan Harbinger Show right now. It's a podcast that covers a wide range of fascinating topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. For instance, Jordan's recently interviewed CoffeeZilla, a YouTuber who exposes guru scammers as well as Rene DiResta, who studies what turns ordinary people into conspiracy theorists. But there's an episode for everybody, no matter what you are into. The show covers stories like how a professional art forger made millions of dollars while being chased by the feds and the mafia. Wonder how they got away with that. But we really enjoy this show, and we think you will as well. There's just so much here. Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations, or search The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Upstart. Are you carrying a credit card balance every month? You're not the only one. High interest rates can make it harder to pay off debt, and that's where Upstart can help. Upstart is a fast and easy way to pay off debt with a personal loan all online. Unlike other lenders, Upstart looks at more than just your credit score, like your income and employment history. That means they can offer smarter rates from trusted partners. With a 5-minute online rate check, you can see your rate up front for loans between $1,000 and $50,000. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/redweb. That's upstart.com/redweb. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know that we sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other personal information that you provide in your loan application. So go to upstart.com/redweb. Debt can be serious, so be sure you do your research before applying to any services. I wanted to say that here at the end because it's your money and it matters. So be mindful and do your research. And with that said, let's get right back into the mystery. Well, let's flash forward, because that's the investigation. They don't have a lot to go off of. They clearly missed some, okay, in hindsight, some obvious things. I can imagine farm home with a lot of hay, you know.
A lot of hay, lots
I
of
can
things
imagine,
are happening.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to search through. But in 2007, the case was reopened, much like many other cases we've discussed it here. In the early 2000s, a lot of them are being reopened because of the advancements in forensics. So hooray science! You know, as well as the fact that investigators seemingly over the years had come to a conclusion upon a theory. And they all seem to agree upon a theory, but they are not releasing that information because at this point, the suspect that they're theorizing about is still yet a theory, one. And two, they want to protect the privacy of the family members because whoever it was went about their life, probably had a family, and the family isn't guilty. Yeah. And if they did this in the 20s, they're probably not alive to this day unless they're vastly over 100 years old.
Really, really old.
And so, you know, they want to keep that private because it's not worth causing grievance and undue stress to the family because they, you know, they're just the potential, the theoretical offspring to an otherwise not so great person.
Yes, and that could be pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, if the person isn't even alive, but then they have offspring, at that point, it's like, do you even let them know?
Right, that is a huge ethical and moral question, right? I feel like that's a question to cover in a philosophy class, but I would wager no. And that seems to be what they're doing here, is they're keeping it quiet. I think investigators have, like I said, agreed upon a theory.
Yeah.
And they're going to let it be.
Going back real quick, they must have been pretty lucky that didn't get destroyed in the demolishing of the house.
Right.
Or just get swept away with all the trash and stuff. Like,
that's a great point.
Wow.
Who's to say like that weapon should have been grabbed and seen, right? Like, I don't know if in all the rubble I would look at any particular tool and say that one's covered in blood.
Yeah.
You know, unless they're doing some sort of like auctioning off of stuff.
Or I'm sure they're just scooping it up and right, and then just dumping it in a truck and taking it away. Yeah.
But at the time, the reason the case was deemed unsolvable is because of all that lack of physical evidence. Now, another last gripe I have with the investigation, and this is probably one of the biggest ones, is that fingerprints and sketches on site are standard practice for that time period.
Okay.
No fingerprints were taken, no sketches were taken of the site, and obviously a year after it went down in 1923, it was all demolished, and so it's really hard for modern day forensic scientists to attempt to open this case again. And so that's why it will forever remain in the realm of theory, because there just is no way to dig any deeper.
Yeah, we have the tech, but you can't, time. Time just kills a lot of that. People are getting older, and they're how
Exactly.
they remember things, and then evidence is just eroding away.
Yep. The only Hail Mary would be if they happen to have that Matic and they happen to be able to pull off various samples of DNA, and they happen to, test the family that they're keeping on the DL, and they test, I just don't know.
I feel like there's so much caution and red tape around that.
Oh yeah.
You need to get so much consent, and I don't know.
It's a wild one, but without further ado, I would love to dive into the suspects. There's some very interesting information that comes out in some of these that I'd love to get your gut check
It's gonna be like
feelings
half
on.
the town.
Half the town. That's it ended up being Orient Express. I'm just spoiling movies all day today.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about the first set of suspects right here. The previous maid, of the two maids, this was the one that left 6 months prior. She suspected the Taller brothers, not the brother brothers. They were known criminals in the area, primarily for burglary. And while she was still employed at Hinterkaifeck, Josef Taller appeared at her bedroom window in the middle of the night. A normal sight, I suppose.
What? Come
Yeah,
on.
no,
Here
he
we
was-
go again with suspicious people
Yeah.
with a history
Yeah.
doing things that they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, he was sitting out there outside the window, knocking away multiple times, by the way. She spent the night trying to ignore him. And when she finally asked what was going on, like, why are you at my window? Get the heck out of here. Taller questioned the maid about the Gruber family. And maybe they caught wind about the wealth that this family had accumulated. Hey, are they wealthy? How many kids do they have? What's the backdoor key combination? Even though it's in the past. All those sort of weird things. And she realized
Yeah.
that Taller wasn't alone. In the night, back behind him, she sees someone silhouetted. She doesn't know who it is, but she's assuming it's his brother, also named Andreas. And this is where things are going to start getting really confusing, because we already have Cecilia, the mother in this
Yep.
situation, or the grandmother, I should clarify, and then Cecilia Gabrielle, who is the granddaughter to Cecilia. So we already have two doubled-it names, and then we have
Yep.
because then we have Josef Taller, and then we have Josef the grandson. So if you get confused at any point, pause me, because it doesn't stop. There's more double names coming.
It's like this town had like a hat with 10 names for the males and the females that were born.
Ain't it just so, though? How many Johns do we have in the early American histories? It's just
true.
one of those things. Popular names, but yeah. So feel free to stop me. I can clarify at any point. But yeah. Anyway, so she is assuming behind the brother is his brother, the other Taller brother here in the night. She wasn't sure, but that's what she's wagering. When they finally left, she saw that the Taller brothers had stopped to look at the machinery room. They didn't just walk off, they stopped. They looked at it, they did whatever they did, and then off they went into the night. The same building, obviously, I just want to be nail on the head. This is the same building that was broken into a few months later after she had left. Now, what causes people pause when it comes to these suspects is their motive. Because if it's most likely that they wanted to burglarize the farm, and it's found that nothing was stolen, it calls into question, was it them? Now, obviously, motives can change, and situations can change. I was wagering perhaps they couldn't find the money, one. Maybe it was in that attic. Or two, maybe the situation got deeply out of hand, and they just didn't want to be tied to it in any way. And so...
But then, I don't know. I feel like
But then
these are
why live there?
criminals, then why live there?
Yeah.
And also, at the same time, it's like you're too scared to go looking for the money. It's like you committed the crime, too scared to go looking for the money, but not scared enough to just, to bolt away from the place.
To milk the cows? Yeah, that's a good point. Dang. I don't know. Interesting, but let's pause it for a second because we have another suspect. And this is where things start to get a little bit more interesting. I had no idea about this particular suspect, by the way, so I'm deeply fascinated. Some theorize that Victoria's deceased husband, Carl Gabriel, did not actually die in combat during World War I because his body was never found. There lies the base case for this entire theory here. It gets wild. So, Victoria had Josef in 1920. This was years after Karl's absence. Obviously, he supposedly died in 1914, so it was many years. And ultimately, it is unknown who the father of Josef is. Now, following World War II, prisoners of war that were held in the Soviet Union were claiming that there was a German man that said he was the Hinterkaifeck killer. Such an oddly specific thing to be hearing in the Soviet Union, no less, as a prisoner of war. So the German soldiers are saying, okay, there's a German out there claiming to be the killer. They also claim to have seen Karl in a Soviet uniform. So I don't know if this man has defected to the other side, and this is part of his running away, but Karl apparently has some nebulous history going on here and has been MIA, but alive for like 8 years.
Why be MIA? And
That's
also,
a good question.
again, more people just confessing this stuff.
Yeah, just like, or just trying to take credit.
Yeah.
I don't know
That's
why you're
true,
trying to
yeah.
take these credits, man, but I mean, okay.
Sure.
I mean, maybe they're in war and they're just swapping stories and saying like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know. But shortly, let's go back in time again here. So this is April of 1914, and shortly after Victoria and Karl's marriage in 1914, Karl actually moved back in with his parents. And it is believed that Karl left Victoria over her relationship with her father, Andreas. This is another flabbergasting, shocking piece of information here. But in 1915, the two were found guilty and jailed for a year after community reports came in of their incestuous relationship. So Andreas and his daughter, Victoria, apparently, you know, there's at least rumors in the community that were saying that they were having relationship. I don't know if this was consensual in any way. I don't know any other further information, but it is this fact that people are pointing to say this is why Karl left, and this is also the beginning of his motivation for coming back to the family and blah, right? The neighbors also claim, and this is why I say I don't know about the consent happening, because the neighbors who were reporting on this incestuous relationship were also claiming that Andreas was abusive towards his family in general. And so, again, I don't want to read into it or put my opinions where they don't belong, but that's why, you know, you call that relationship into question. Now, the theory goes that Karl returned and killed the family out of revenge. And that's kind of the main theory, but it's very unlikely in the end. It's also worth noting that other soldiers did in fact claim to see Karl's dead body. So there are a few wrinkles in this theory, as poetic as it might sound for a man to disappear during the war, come back after World War II, and then bring retribution on the family that hurt his ex-wife or whatever. But it's very fantastic.
What a wild tale.
Very wild. And it's all based on the sayings of
so many people.
Some POWs, right? People that are coming out of war. There's a lot of, and I don't know if the fact that Karl being in a Soviet uniform or Karl being seen dead, or people claiming in a POW camp that they were the killer, like they're all interesting, but I don't think you could just like connect all of those and say that, yep, that's the story.
There's so many things that would have to like line up for that.
Yeah.
Not to say that it couldn't, but my goodness.
Right. And to your question, you had a very good one, which is why go MIA after a few years? What's the motivation there? You know, sure, I understand the motivation between Karl and Victoria splitting up and maybe him being angry. I can understand that piece, but him kind of disappearing and only popping up during the next war makes it challenging to really, I don't know, to really believe in. I don't know.
I know. It's just, why the long con? I don't know.
Right. I mean, I don't know. You know, people can be hermits. People can live solitary lives, and perhaps this was upsetting enough to make him do just that. I don't want to say it's impossible, because I don't know. But that's just my own opinion here. It just makes it a bit challenging. But there we have it. There's Karl Gabriel as our second suspect. Now, our last suspect is definitely, this is where I admit things might get a little hairy. So feel free to pause me at any time, ask those questions, we can clear things up. But enter Lorenz Schlittenbauer. You might recognize that name. Schlittenbauer is Hinterkaifeck's closest neighbor. they're also considered a suspect. Now, while investigating the family's disappearance, the trio had to break the doors to the barn as they were locked. However, what's interesting there is that Schlittenbauer later unlocked the front door to the house and went in by himself. So it's interesting that while investigating, they had to bust into the barn, but he was able to individually allow himself into the home.
Yeah, does he have that missing key?
That's a good question, because he has a key. That's a fact. It is unknown how he got that key. Perhaps the family gave it to him. Perhaps it was a copy. Perhaps because he's the closest neighbor, he house sits on the vacation days. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Perhaps he's the one that stole it, though, right? Because there was that missing key that happened the day before the murder. So
It'd be weird, weird though to just go back. I mean,
right.
go back with the key and like, here you go.
Yup. And what's interesting too, I mean, you got to think about this. Somebody came out of the woods, busted their way into the tool shed. Someone was kicking around in the attic before and after that. And so they're already in the house. How'd they get there? Who is it? And actually, I do want to say before I go too far into the Lauren Schlittenbauer thing, is that a piece of my brain wants to say, perhaps, when it comes to Carl Gabriel, perhaps he had come back and perhaps he was alive and was trying to make amends with Victoria, and then he found out that the son was actually I don't want to, again, I'm not going to dive into too many details,
That's a rabbit hole.
but let's just say he came back and he was being hidden away by Victoria in the attic for whatever purpose. I don't know. And she was helping protect him or something.
But then if people went up there to see, well, then again, I mean, oh god.
Because this person's in the house. Someone's in the house, and they're in the house months before the key goes missing. So you have to. So that's where I'm pulling that out. Otherwise, I'm like, how'd they get in? Who is it? Is it one of the family members?
But man, the whole, I don't know. Man, that's just so risky, right? Because then people are just like, I heard something. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go up and check too. Like, how do you control that situation?
Oh, you don't. Yeah. God. Okay. My brain is rattling off the inside of my skull, but a lot of this is why I love hearing from you all who listen to the podcast. When you tweet us about your personal theories, there's a lot of like little threads here that I would love to see how you guys tug on them. But yeah, let us know at RedWebPod or roosterteeth.com or the Rooster Teeth app. We also upload there, and there's a comments section. But anyway, let's dive back to Lorenz Schlittenbauer. So yes, he has this key. He lets himself in. Perhaps he's the one that stole it the day before the murders. It's hard to say. Was he the one kicking around the attic? I don't know. I think people would notice he was gone from his house. Also, would he have been kicking around the house days after the murder when he was supposed to live a house away? You know, did people align his absence with theirs? You know,
Or maybe he stayed there because he knew the neighborhood well enough. I don't. Right?
Yeah,
Because
maybe.
He felt comfortable. Like, oh, I live in this neighborhood.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. Well, he went into the house alone, and this is where things start to get hairy. So Schlittenbauer claimed at the time that he went alone into the home. He did confirm that he disturbed the crime scene. You know, he admitted this. You know, it's possible that he was just being honest so as to cover his own tracks. Or perhaps there was no malintent. This was an accident. He's one of a dozen people that have trounced all around this place. But he's looking for his son is the main point. Now, the reason why that is a key piece of evidence here, or a key note, is because it was believed that Schlittenbauer started seeing Victoria, the widowed wife, right? After Schlittenbauer's wife died in 1918. So now we have a little bit of a reveal. Perhaps there was a relationship between the neighbor and Victoria.
Oh god, so possibly messy.
It's gonna get even messier because Victoria, right? She had Josef and Cecilia.
Right.
Victoria believes that Josef was also Schlittenbauer's child. That this child came from them seeing each other after 1918. And that this is why he allowed himself into the home, because he said he was looking for his son. Now, I want to put ourselves into the situation. Ignore the confusing thing I'm saying right now. Schlittenbauer is on site after his two sons had come on site. They went home. He went out with two other neighbors. He's investigating the location. He says, I'm looking for my son. He goes into the house. Now, the two other neighbors are like, oh yeah, you're looking for your two sons that were literally just here. But this is where it really, really gets confusing, because when recounting this back with the police, he said, no. I'm specifically looking for Josef, and I'm going to quote him here. He said, quote, "There I found my son lying in the stroller with his head shattered," end quote.
What?
So this is why it gets so complicated, because he already has a son named Yosef.
Yeah.
And so it's very unclear when we talk about the anecdote of what's happening here, who he's really referring to. It seems like when you take the police's perspective that he is admitting that young boy Yosef was his son that he had had with Victoria, and that the other Yosef Schlittenbauer, was a different Yosef. He's back home right now. He's mostly a grown man, or older.
Okay.
That's why this is confusing. Do you follow?
Barely. So, yeah, possible, fair. They kind of come to this agreement that that person is, the son.
Yeah.
And then he bolts in. There's another Yosef, but that Yosef already was there, then wasn't there. That's why everyone thought that, he was looking for that Yosef, but instead looking for the possible fair son, Yosef.
Yes.
Oh, oof.
Yes. Take Yosef
Okay.
Schlittenbauer and ignore him for now. That's what's causing the confusion. That's probably on me. So here's the thing. When it comes to Lorenz Schlittenbauer and developing a case for him as a suspect, they started to look at this potential relationship between Victoria and Lorenz. He's saying to the police, I found my son lying in the stroller with his head shattered. So that is implying that young Yosef here, is his son. And that seems to confirm that there was a relationship between these two. And so not only is he a suspect because he's a close neighbor, but because there might be something a little bit more intimate happening. Now, apparently, and building on this potential thread a little bit more, apparently Victoria wanted to marry him, but Schlittenbauer was uncertain ultimately if the child was his or not. So there's a lot of waffling on facts happening here.
Yeah.
Eventually, Schlittenbauer did eventually remarry, having another wife and other children. Victoria also wanted him to pay child support for Yosef, because she's saying, no, he's definitely your kid. And he made a complaint to the police about Victoria and Andreas's incestuous relationship, but then he later withdrew that complaint. And so there's a lot of juggling, a lot of drama, a lot of back and forth, playing with the facts. So let me know if you have any questions.
No, I mean, it just seemed like such a, a big family, and they might have some, they have a little bit of wealth and this lovely farm, and then all of a sudden it's just so much messy drama and possibly some incest and dead husbands that come back.
Yeah. What's interesting here is that it's entirely possible as a nearby neighbor that in grieving or otherwise, right after his wife's death, that Victoria and he meet up and that they get to know each other. That's totally fine and normal and whatnot, but that's what a lot of people are trying to build this portion of the case on. And what really challenges that is the mix-up of, well, is he referring to that Yosef or that Yosef? Was he saying that there was an incestuous relationship, or was he not because he withdrew it? Was there conflict that he wanted to stifle, originating from the fact that she is demanding or basically asking for child support from him?
Right.
Is that part of the motivation here? And to further build out the case, now, again, stop me if there's any more confusion, because Schlittenbauer is all over the place, putting out stuff, taking it back, whatever. He also seemed to have some questionable inside knowledge on the murders, based on a couple of comments that he made when he was visiting the site after it was demolished in 1925. He was saying when he was there, a few years after it all went down, that it was difficult to bury the bodies on that day because the ground was frozen the day of the crime. It's interesting, he is a close neighbor, and so he might have had frozen ground as well, but I would challenge a lot of people to remember a very specific day and what they were doing.
Yeah, but why say stuff like that?
Why say that? I mean, I get it. This can be totally benign. He could be like, yeah, I happened to be digging that day, and that's how I remember, because a day of impact like that is burned into your mind. So maybe he was like, I just happen to know because I am nearby and I was digging. But it's a very odd thing to say. Someone was really challenged to bury the bodies because it was...
Yeah.
And so this could have then been them waxing poetic about what went down, him with some friends or whatever, just talking about the case and why they were stacked on top of each other, buried in the hay. I think that's a very odd thing to talk about, and so maybe this is him just going, I don't know, maybe it's because the ground was just too hard. So it's not, it's not anything to paint his hands red, but it is an interesting comment. I just wouldn't make it.
What, right? Exactly. Like, why are you making that comment?
Yeah.
Dude, at this point, it could be anyone, anything. There's just so many possibilities. The fact that, like, the household was so messy 50 different ways.
Yep. Well, to complicate matters on this guy's case, he's not doing himself any favors. Other witnesses were saying that when he was on site, he was acting a little too nonchalant about the murders. But also, in his police interviews, it came forward that he was explaining how one could get around the house without a key. Now, I know he had a key, but remember, I was asking, how did whoever get in the attic be in the attic without a key? How were they getting around the house without a key? This guy seems to know how you would do that. And so maybe, and this is where I have to kind of pull back on my own little theory here, is like, was there an affair going on? And so he was like, oh, snap, your father's coming. And he darts up to the attic, hence the footsteps, hence the,
right.
I was peeping through the window, I thought this was her room, but now instead I'm just gonna play it off. Like, I don't know. I'm extrapolating a lot of ideas, but
Yeah.
wild case. But as always, I want to end this particular theory on this suspect with a few wrinkles that challenge that theory. An interesting piece to note here is that the murderer ran the farm for several days following the crime. It would be very difficult for anyone to do this and not be noticed. Being a neighbor, you might be able to get away with it, but if the whole town is noticing that this family's gone, and you are staying there milking cows and cooking dinner for yourself, I feel like someone else is going to notice that you're gone. You have your family, you have your job, you have your life. People would notice. So, and if they were coming in and out of the place, they would very likely run into somebody. So, all that is to say is it would be tough for a neighbor.
Not if you're taking the long wood route, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on if there was snow on the ground and if they could tippy-tap-toeing out. But,
yeah.
I mean, that next day, April 1st, to have 4 people almost randomly come by selling coffee beans or trying to buy something, like, I don't know. It just seems risky enough that...
Also super risky to just come and go.
Right. You just wouldn't want to be coming and going. You would want to be locked down until you knew that you could get away without some normal passersby. And then let's go back to the concrete evidence. The police were very challenged to find any evidence against Schlittenbauer. And, ultimately the police did believe his story about him going inside to find his son, and that he only provided his opinions on the crime that assisted with solving it, not necessarily providing inside knowledge to the crime.
This house and this family is just like a revolving door. There's like so many... There's so many like reasons why people are going in and out, so many reasons why people could possibly hate them, and there's so many possible like affairs and stuff like that, or just like drama.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's messy, dude.
Very messy. The way the crime kind of unfolded is already just wild to begin with, right? The footsteps in the attic and the footsteps leading to the barn, the way the bodies were found, the way the whole crime went down, your question about one person overpowering a whole household of individuals, like all of that. And the fact that the guy had a gun too, and I'm sure he was like keeping it close given that he knew the situation.
Yeah, he was already freaking out.
Yeah, that alone was already what makes this case so compelling. Makes me want to dive in, pull it apart, figure out what went wrong, and I think we've identified a few of those pieces. But truly, the suspects and the ebb and flow of various theories, I always find it very fascinating. I love the craft of theory.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a little bit more of an art and less so of a, this is what happened factually.
Right.
So, but I think that these theories are just as compelling as the way the crime scene was left.
Oh, most definitely.
To begin with, and then they stayed in the house. Like, it's just so many question marks all over this thing. And then...
So just nothing came up on fingerprints?
Nothing came up. Well, they didn't take any, remember.
Oh,
they didn't take any fingerprints. They didn't take any sketches. But also, like, I don't know, like, if the sketches would be of the location, sure. But if the sketches were intended to be eyewitness accounts of people on site, then I don't know if we even would have had that anyway.
Yeah.
But let's talk about some other theories before we close out that, we like to pepper in a couple of these theories that are still out there, kind of in the conversation. We'd be remiss if we didn't say them. Some wonder if this could have been some sort of paranormal entity. And I find that really interesting. Perhaps a cryptid of some sort, or a poltergeist or a demon. It depends on suspend disbelief or the level with which you believe in these things. Because there's a lot of groundwork that kind of point to this direction, right? The maid leaving, the footsteps, and then not being able to find anybody, the multiple times that, exactly, the noises, the everything leading to, I should have found somebody here. All evidence points to someone or something being here and then not finding it. And then the lack of evidence, somebody kicking around and living there, but then kind of disappearing. It's interesting, but, I don't know if I subscribe to this one.
Honestly, with how messy the family was, I don't think I could.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like, I would definitely be like, ooh, maybe, but it was a damn mess in that house.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, part of me wants to be like, I don't know though. Here's the thing: is this is such an extraordinary circumstance.
Yeah.
It would be the only sort of situation of its caliber. Like, this is a wildly complex and vivid crime for the paranormal to be a part of. Normally, when you hear the paranormal being part of one of the mainstream or one of the more popular theories, it doesn't tend to be this hot. It doesn't tend to be that a whole family is stacked on top of each other with gruesome wounds and
like one person.
Right.
Yeah, this seems less like an entity, right, would do it, and more so like this is a human that with emotions.
Oh yeah. Especially with like the basically like the torture that they underwent and the brutality of the wounds. But others do believe too that it's within possibility, like the realms of possibility, that this was done by one of the family members. Maybe one of them in the family committed the crime. And this is where you could then combine the theories and say that maybe the father was possessed. You get some sort of Amityville horror sense.
That's what I was
here.
When you were talking about the dad whipping out the shotgun and not wanting help, I was thinking maybe Amityville type stuff.
Yeah.
But I never really led down that route. Here's the thing too though, but like it seems like it's a pretty solid fact that the house was lived in and the animals were tended to. So the ghost just killed and then just chilled.
Killed and chilled. Oh man.
Like what?
The afterlife version of Netflix. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Yeah, that's really interesting. Maybe they're like, maybe I'll keep up the charade and make it look like someone's here. And then on day 4, they're like, I don't have the energy to continue materializing,
I don't get that.
Right. Well, I think we can gently put the family member piece to bed. I think I want to keep that page open a little bit to maintain that metaphor, but the fact that, you look at these wounds, you would be hard pressed to say that any of these wounds were self-inflicted, right? If they were all victims in the end, one of them would have to have inflicted the pain on themselves, and it would probably have to be the maid or Yosef by the nature with which the bodies were stacked outside and then buried with the hay. So I don't think it was the young boys. Maybe the maid. Here's the thing. Oh, okay. I wanted to say this earlier. I know we're at the end here. What about the maid's sister? I think there's nothing that really says that she has an alibi away from the place. And if she helped the maid moved in that day and then kicked around the apartment or the place, the house for the day, the afternoon, who's to say she doesn't stay into the night, poppity pop, do the crime, do the deed, live there for a minute, figure out your next move, and then hightail it out of there. Never to be known about because you were the sister to the maid that moved in that day. That's just wild conjecture. I have nothing else to go off of other than the possibility, the means with which to do it.
It'd be easy. If you're looking at it from that POV, then you slip in, slip out.
Man, your own sister and some kids. Or just anybody, man. That's just evil.
Could have been. Also, they were apparently wealthy or well off.
But nothing was taken. The money wasn't taken.
You think you'd at least take something?
You stole
for
4
your troubles.
days meals, and that's it.
Yeah,
Wild,
I don't know.
You know, I don't know, man. I could wildly fire off random theories that are connected to nothing, but the possibility of maybe. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
I can't hone in on anything because everything's all over the place.
Yep. Well, to this day, all that remains of Hinterkaifeck is a memorial that reads, quote, "On March 31st, 1922, the Gabriel Gruber family fell victim to the ungodly hand of the murderer." And that memorial is left there on site for anybody that ends up going by or visiting. I don't know if it's a visitable place, but it is a memorial there. And pretty, like they said, a pretty ungodly murder went down. But, from a forensics perspective, an investigative perspective, deeply fascinating. And it's like a perfect case, like I was saying at the top about Christian. Like, this is the perfect case to tell you exactly how to create an unsolved mystery because of some of the oversight, some of the loose ends, the way things were handled. These are like consistent things we see anymore. And maybe that's why we have so many unsolved mysteries in the mid-1900s.
Now there's all these protocols and stuff like that, and with technology and everything, it makes things harder. Also, kind of easier. They go hand in hand. Harder to commit crimes, easier to commit crimes. But man, they get you for anything. Strand of your hair is there, you're boom, they'll lock you in at being there at the crime scene. Probably for like the amount of time, a certain amount of time too.
Like, I found 3 hairs, and that would mean that they shed on an average of how many hairs per day that one would shed.
Yes.
And the fact that we would find them with X percentage, they were here for 28 minutes.
I don't know. Forensics is wild and awesome. I think, even bloodhounds are an incredibly valuable tool because they've been able to find people that were kidnapped and gone down the highway for many miles by a bloodhound who was sniffing out skin cells of the people that were kidnapped. There's some wild ways to go about attempting to solve some things like this.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's another compelling unsolved case I wanted to talk about, and
a whole family and someone got away with it.
Just walked on out. And what frustrates me so much is, and I get it, but the lack of willingness to ask for help when there were so many warning signs up top. Like,
weird, creepy
no
stuff.
one's gonna no one's gonna think less of you. Just like, even if they did, at least you might be alive if you got some help, right? But man, I'm just thinking through the frame of a film, right? You think of like stereotypes and tropes and whatnot. Like, you see footprints leading one way up to a broken lock and an open door. I'm like, you just don't go in.
You don't.
Just don't. You toss a lantern onto it and you drive. You drive until you run out of fuel.
See, that's why my horror film would be
A short
the
story.
most lowest reviewed horror film ever. You know what I mean? I go into a
where's the
house, there'd be
horror?
a figure in the window, and I go, nah, and then I would move out of the country. And that's it. There you go. End of story.
If we ever do Red Web TikToks, that's it. It's you walking up to a bunch of scenarios and going, nah, nope.
Not today.
Oh, well, to end on that slightly more positive note, that is the Hinterkaifeck murders. Would love to hear any of your theories out there. If you want to hit us up, you can leave us a review on iTunes. You can share us with your friends, anybody who you think would love unsolved mysteries. Otherwise, you can tweet us at RedWebPod. We're on the Rooster Teeth app and website at roosterteeth.com, where you can leave comments on the upload for this podcast. But yeah, love engaging with you guys in that way. And we will see you all next Monday for another mystery.
Bye, everybody.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships. and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1947, Los Angeles, the mutilated body of Elizabeth Short was found in a vacant lot. Investigators immediately began attempting to solve the grim murder, but all leads came up empty, and her killer remains at large to this day. Today, we're going to discuss one of the most famous murder victims in U.S. history, the Black Dahlia. This is Red Web. Ooh, we're coming back, Fredo, with a classic true crime mystery here. I'm one of your hosts, Trevor Collins, your local mystery enthusiast. With me, as always, as I pull him through the webs we weave, Alfredo Diaz.
And I am the co-host who just ain't having it. All these mysteries and these conspiracies.
I'm tickling your brain a little bit. You know, I'm getting in there.
So every now and then, Trevor, you go, okay, you might have heard of this one.
Sure.
And then while we record, I go, I haven't heard of it. I've actually heard of this. I don't know anything about it. I just remember this the title of this conspiracy mentioned. I think there might even be in a film, or there might be a film or something.
This one was very popular. There's a lot of preconceived notions. I'm sure everybody listening, when they think of the Black Dahlia murder, they think of a lot of different things. And we will kind of address some of those later on as we get into the investigation and everything like that. But yeah, I remember this one. I remember hearing about it. Certainly has a lot to do with film due to the proximity to Hollywood where it took place. But yeah, it's definitely in pop culture beyond just the news, for sure. So let's dive in. Let's break down the crime scene, and we'll go into the investigation and finalize with some of the top suspects of this unsolved crime. So Elizabeth Short grew up in Medford, Massachusetts, which is a suburb of Boston. Savings in the 1929 stock market crash, and in 1930, Cleo's car was found abandoned on the Charleston Bridge. Short and her 4 sisters then moved into a small apartment with her mom, Phoebe, who worked as a bookkeeper, and Short had a lot of respiratory illnesses growing up and ultimately dropped out of high school in her sophomore year. Now, a few years later, in 1942, her father had sent a letter to Short's mom revealing that he had actually faked his suicide in order to leave and start a new life, and Short decided to move in with him at that point in Vallejo, California. So she's going from the East Coast all the way over to the West.
Oh, so fake a death in order to avoid, I guess, the collection agencies.
Or something. Just get out.
Something like that, and just get rid of that debt.
Couldn't man up and talk to his family. This guy's just got a bolt.
Damn.
It's the mid 1900s, and I don't know if I've watched too much TV or whatnot, but I feel like that's a trope. That must have been a thing, you know, people just up and leaving, just disappearing.
Wait, sorry. When was this again?
This is at the very beginning of 1947.
Oh, 1947. Yeah, I mean, tech isn't like it is what it is today, or even close, right? So I'm assuming you can kind of disappear if you want to.
Yeah.
Move to a different town, change names, and you could evade people, I guess.
Right. There's no internet database that is accessible from everyone. It's a lot of paper files in localized police departments that are accessible via communication by phone. So it's super analog.
Yeah.
So I guess it's possible.
Just get away.
Yeah. So she moved out to her father in Vallejo, California. This is years prior to the incident. And soon after moving there, unfortunately, her father actually kicked her out. And then Short lived in various places at that time, staying with friends in various homes. And throughout this time, she worked as a cashier and a waitress. Flash forward to January 9th of 1947. Short returned to Los Angeles after staying with her friend Robert Red Manley in San Diego, actually. Manley dropped Short off at the Biltmore Hotel at 6:30 p.m. She was going to meet her sister, who was visiting from Boston, and Short was seen using the telephone in the hotel lobby. The reason I bring this up is because this is the last confirmed sighting of Short while she was still alive. Although she was supposedly seen at the Crown Grill Cocktail Lounge about half a mile or so away. Now, flash forward about a week, January 15th, 1947, around 10 a.m., in a vacant lot on South Norton Avenue in what is now known as the Crenshaw neighborhood, Betty Bersinger was running an errand with her 3-year-old daughter. Now, I'm just going to pause for a second, and I just have to acknowledge how many unfortunate circumstances where people are stumbling upon crime scenes with their little ones.
Yeah.
Hate to see it.
It's just, that's got to be traumatizing.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't even know what I would do. I don't know. Like, I would like to think I had a pretty solid head on my shoulders growing up, but I mean, actually finding a body, yeah, I don't know. That could be a little rough. That could shake you to your core.
That must be beyond conceivable, right?
Yep.
You can't even fathom that. But yeah, so they're driving along and they see, well, what they thought was parts of a thrown out mannequin at the time, but then when they drove closer, they looked a little closer and they realized that this is actually a human body, and this human body had been cut in half. And so, yeah, it's pretty gruesome. She ran to the closest house to call the police and then continued to run on her errand. I don't know if she didn't want to get wrapped up in this. I don't know what her errand was, but she's like, listen, police, please come quick. I'm out.
I mean, that must be some important errand to just be like, I need to continue going about my day. I mean, to each their own. I say that a lot, but I mean, like,
Take that 3-year-old and get out.
yeah, you know, maybe she had an obligation that she couldn't get away from, or that was a distraction for her, right? I just saw something gruesome, terrible.
Yeah.
So did my child, and we're gonna have to deal with it. But for right now, in the moment, I need a distraction.
Right. And I don't blame her for not wanting to be roped up into it.
Yeah.
You're going to be questioned nonstop, and all you really know is that you drove up and saw this. I mean, but authorities arrived on the scene and confirmed that the victim was, in fact, Elizabeth Short. Now, I'm going to describe the scene, omitting a couple of details that aren't necessary to describing it. There's some pretty gruesome details about what's going on here, but ultimately, and I'll keep it light, but just in case, listener be warned, the body was face up and it was sort of posed in a way. And remember, this body was about a foot apart, the two halves. She was, in fact, cut in half. So the killer had posed the arms above her head in a way, and the lower half was, like I said, about a foot away. Her eyes were open, which is very spooky, and there was no blood around the body in any way. There were marks on her wrists and ankles, indicating that she was most likely bound in some way. And there were other potential signs of torture, though it's not really confirmed if she was or was not tortured. There was a bruising spot on her head, possibly a sign of a concussion or something of that nature, and portions of her flesh had been cut off the body. Lacerations were made over her body, and the final, perhaps even signature detail to this unfortunate scene is the 3-inch slits on either side of her mouth that extend her mouth upwards to her ears.
Oh God.
Kind of like a Glasgow smile, if you've ever heard of that. It's very gruesome.
So this person that did this to her was really sick.
Sadistic. Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, because we've covered murders and conspiracies and whatnot, and it's more just like this person went missing or this person was shot or maybe stabbed. But this is like this person was just sick.
There's a lot of intent here. There's a lot of anger coming out of this. And what's interesting here, to step away from the specific details and more into what the police and officials were learning from the situation here, from the scene. It appeared that the body was cut using a technique that was actually developed in the 1930s, which was about a decade and a half or so earlier, which was called the hemicorporectomy. So what that is, it's essentially a very rare surgery that's only done as a last resort for patients, which is to, amputate from the waist down, basically leaving the person, like I said, as a last resort with only their vital organs in their upper half. And so that says a lot in a way, because it involves the spine, it involves certain cuts in the location of it all, and so it does say a lot about who this person was, whether they were a surgeon, a doctor, or someone who was at least
in the medical field. Yeah,
exactly, like informed on that. All the cuts were clean and precise, and there were no bruising where the cuts were, which indicates that the surgical procedure likely happened after death due to that lack of bruising, right? Due to the lack of blood flow.
Yeah.
And what's more is that the body had been drained of blood, which of course visually made it extremely pale, but clearly shows another piece before I get to it. The body was also drenched in gasoline to hide fingerprints. So there's a lot of intent here. There's a lot of if she was passed away by the time she was cut in half, someone's like, she's laying there and they're going at this procedure.
Yeah.
Like,
so this person was pretty sadistic, but on top of that, I mean, like, they were knowledgeable.
they were hiding stuff. Yeah.
Right? Like, there are signs to show that this person possibly was in the medical field. But then, even on top of that, like, the whole gasoline aspect to hide fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So this is a somewhat intellectual person.
Yeah.
Right? Because even if we're like, okay, it's a doctor. Doctors don't just know how to do that.
No.
Just
Yeah,
like-
no. Like I said, it's a rare surgery. I don't know if you just
Yeah.
whip that one out.
Yeah, I don't think there's a semester while you're trying to get your medical degree about hiding fingerprints.
Right. But near the body, okay, they're starting to look around the body. They're trying to find other clues as to what happened here and what went down. Near the body, there was a footprint from a high-heeled shoe, some tire tracks, and a cement sack with what appeared to be watery blood marked on it. Whether it was the victim or the murderer themselves is left to be determined. The autopsy reported she was 5'5", weighed about 118 pounds. She had blue eyes, dark brown hair, and decayed bottom teeth. Basically, once again, just reconfirming that this is the identity of Elizabeth Short.
Yeah.
They determined that she had been dead for around 10 hours, indicating that she must have died the night of the 14th, which was 5 days after her last confirmed sighting. Taking her fingerprints, the LAPD sent them to the FBI using a sound photo, which was essentially a precursor to a fax machine, which is essentially a precursor to a phone call, which is essentially a precursor.
I was like, hold on, Jesus. I was
I just
like,
realized we
whoa.
say it's a precursor to a fax machine, but let's be real, which is a precursor to an email.
I was like,
Let's
the
really
level of
modernize this
research
fax.
that was done for that part right there. I was like, what the? Step in the game up.
But yeah, so they sent that out. The FBI was able to identify Short because she had once been arrested for underage drinking and she had previously applied to work on a military base. So yes, her fingerprints were in the database. We've thrice now confirmed visually with her anatomically and by her fingerprints that this is her.
Yeah, so without a doubt.
Yeah. With all that was done, the cause of death was probably a little bit difficult to determine, but it was assumed that it would have been the cranial hemorrhaging caused by the blows to her head and the cuts around her face. Very quickly, Short's death was blown up in the newspapers. It was incredibly sensationalized. And before Short's family was actually notified of her death, the Examiner called her mother Phoebe. Now, this is where it gets like weird, if not immoral. Now, they told Phoebe that Elizabeth had won a beauty contest and asked for personal information, asked questions that were just too personal. And after that questioning, after answering some questions, they informed Phoebe at that point that her daughter had been murdered. And they gave her the name in this article, the Black Dahlia, supposedly for her hair color and the dark clothes, and in reference to the movie Blue Dahlia. Someone's got to question that newspaper on their journalistic integrity.
Yeah, like, my goodness. I get, like, I mean, they saw an opportunity. They were like, this was, a murder, which creates headlines, but, they got some information about how this person was murdered, and it's a rarer case of a crime scene, and yeah, they were looking to capitalize on that. That's scummy.
I'm just gonna say it here. There's a lot of dim, dark, and just nasty stuff throughout this whole thing. There's no bright side to any true crime mystery, but
Yeah, brace yourselves. This one's,
I'm just gonna say this one has a lot of just like yuck. There's a lot of yuck feelings in this one, but it's just truly fascinating because it's just another one of those cases where you think you've got so much, and we all colloquially know about this mystery, at least by name, and so we're all like, yeah, I mean that mystery. It's titillizingly close, but on paper it's nowhere to be solved, and it's just frustrating.
It's one of those.
Wrenching, gut wrenching. But days later, January 21st, a man called the editor of the Examiner, who was James Richardson, and that man claimed to be Short's killer. He congratulated Richardson on the coverage of the case, claiming he would eventually turn himself in, after letting the police pursue him around.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, this isn't the first thing that kind of tips me in that direction. So, he also told Richardson in that phone call to expect some souvenirs of Beth Short in the mail, to quote him directly. January 24th, about 3 days later, In 9 days after the body was found, the Examiner received an envelope, as promised. It contained a letter written with movie magazine clippings that read, quote, Los Angeles Examiner and other Los Angeles papers. Here is Dahlia's belongings, letter to follow, end quote. And like I said, this was made with letter clippings out of various magazines, very much like your typical movie note, murder note.
This is, oh man, this is a good one. I see why it's popular. There's just so many pieces to it.
It feels like sickeningly familiar, if that makes sense. Like, it's almost like a lot of the tropes in pop culture that surround true crime in a way, like the fictional stuff.
It's all there.
Lift from some of what actually happened here, which makes it like, so growing up and you see these films and you see these things, you're like, oh, that's what a movie person does or whatever. This was real, and that it grounds that stuff so much for me. It's just like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition to that letter, in the envelope, it had several personal things, such as her social security card, her birth certificate, photographs, an address book with pages torn out of it, and the name Mark Hansen embossed on the cover, which we'll come back to, and names written on several pieces of paper, actually, but it's uncertain what these names were or what they meant. Now, as you can expect, the envelope had been wiped with gasoline, similar to the body, which would hide any fingerprints thereon. Weird. That's something I didn't know about, but now we got kind of like a calling sign of this gasoline again.
Yeah. Oh, man.
And now this is where it really starts to feel a little bit more like the Zodiac case, which we covered not too long ago. 13 similar letters total were received by various local newspapers, taunting LAPD and investigators. Now, they're unsure on if they were all sent or all received or whatever at the same time, or if they were trickled in, but ultimately 13 letters of taunting, probing nastiness were sent out, right?
Yeah.
One was sent to the Herald Express, which read, quote, I will give up in Dahlia killing if I get 10 years. Don't try to find me. End quote. Essentially saying, listen,
give me some time to kind of just...
I think they're saying give me 10 years in prison and I'll turn myself in. Don't give me the death penalty, don't give me life in prison, or you're just never gonna find me. I think that's what they're kind of implying.
But how do you think that's gonna play out? Because once they have you, right? Unless there's some weird, legal document that you can sign and they have to be held to it, right? That's it.
Absolutely. Astute observation. On that note, and maybe not just exactly on that note, but pin that for 5 seconds.
Okay.
A handwritten letter came to the Examiner saying, quote, here it is, turning in Wednesday, January 29th, 10 a.m., had my fun at police, end quote. And it was signed the Black Dahlia Avenger with a location to meet, essentially saying, hey, I've had my fun, I'm turning myself in. So the police went to the location and they waited, and the killer never showed up. Because, as you can expect, he's probably gonna get put in jail. They're not gonna be like, yeah, sure, here's 10 years, pal.
Yeah, they're like, okay, come on in. Now just come in here. Yeah, you got your 10.
Once the lock is locked, it ain't coming unlocked.
Then it's over, yeah.
At 1 p.m., the Examiner received another letter written again with magazine clippings that read, quote, have changed my mind. You would not give me a square deal. Dahlia killing was justified. End quote.
God, this person has issues.
Absolutely.
A bit of a temper tantrum. Mm-hmm. You didn't give me what I wanted.
Bit of an ego, self-centered. Clearly not of the right mind, but ultimately these letters did nothing to help the investigation and ultimately only fueled the sensational nature of this to the newspapers. This is what these articles were fueled by. And of course, while talking and taunting the police, they were messaging newspapers.
Of course, they wanted the attention.
Exactly. And that only makes this more sickening. So let's dive into the investigation and a little bit of what was found, and so we can try to swing into maybe who might have done this or why. Now, With little of evidence to go off of, police ultimately were indeed struggling to find any leads on a killer. With 750 investigators working on this case and with very few leads, it's a lot.
Wow.
750 investigators.
And I wonder, like, I mean, obviously, I don't expect to get an answer to this, but I feel like it's one of those things, like, how many did you start off with, right? Mm-hmm. And then from there, the pressure of, like, this being so, you know, blown up in the media, and the constant, like, strings being, you know, like little treats, little breadcrumbs being left by the killer, to just keep in the public's eye. How many more people did they tack on, right, to this whole case and be like, this needs to get solved. This, we gotta crack this.
Because you don't want to look like, listen, you're the LAPD.
Yup.
You cover and protect a lot of people. And if you can't solve this, what does that mean for the regular citizens of your town, of your city?
Not a good look.
Not a good look. So the pressure, like you're saying, is very high. 750 investigators investigating this. The LAPD offered a reward for any information. And as you can expect, God, around 60 people called in confessing to say that they had killed the Black Dahlia. I don't know what their motives are. I don't know if it's just other unwell people looking for attention, but 60 people are calling out saying that they did it.
Yeah, I can't believe that's a thing. That's still so weird to me. I hope there's like a documentary or something like that about just the mind of that, right? Or just like, I did it. Like, I want to take all the punishment for that. I guess for the fame, right? Like, at that point, just someone probably isn't happy with their life. So they're like, I have a shit life anyways, and might as well be famous and, you know, be in jail. Like, I don't know. I can't even begin to think.
They're thinking maybe, you know, just end it, or maybe, you know, life in jail looks a little cozier than what I got going on. Like, you just don't know. You don't know where people come from or what they have to deal with.
Right,
And
different walks of life, but just
exactly.
It's so fascinating to be like, that many people were like, yo, it's me.
Well, I'm sure they investigated all 60 of those people, and even more people came forward believing that perhaps their relatives might be the killer. But in total, the LAPD investigated more than 200 suspects. Police interviewed many men from that address book that the Examiner had received, including Hansen, who was the one who had his name embossed on it. He was the owner of that phone book. And a lot of men interviewed had supposedly briefly dated Elizabeth Short. So they're kind of trying to hone in here and try to find people that knew her and were close to her.
Yeah.
But because of the skill required to cut the body in half, LAPD did background checks on USC medical school students to see if any of them had any relations with her, or if they knew her or were in the area. Ultimately, Manley was the last person to see Short alive and was initially considered as a suspect. However, Manley said it wasn't him and voluntarily took 2 polygraph tests confirming that he was telling the truth. Years later, he had been hospitalized for mental illness. He was given truth serum while in the hospital, which is sodium pentothal, essentially like a euphoria drug.
Yeah, make you more susceptible to just answering questions. And
And ultimately, this was confirmed again that he was telling the truth. So Manley, again, on paper, this is the last person to see her, top suspect, cleared. Polygraph tests, you know, they have their statistics. They're not super reliable, but confession under a truth serum, you know, you might question the ethics of it. I also don't know if you're always going to tell the truth, but it's a lot to go through. And so the police wrote Manley off.
Yeah, it's a gray area. You know, it gets muddy either which way it goes. If he's like, I did it, then there's just like, well, you know, they're kind of under the influence of something. Like, can you really trust that statement?
It's a good point.
Even if they say, no, I didn't, then again, it's just like, well, can you really trust that? It's just, either way you go, it's muddy. It's really muddy.
Right. Especially when you have 200 other suspects, 60 of which or so saying, yes, vehemently did this. You know, the waters are very muddy. So now, on the same day that the Examiner had received the belongings that we went over before, the the police found a handbag and suede shoes on top of a trash can around 2 miles from where Short's body was discovered. Now, the reason why they think this is part of the case is because these were also drenched in gasoline. In fact, Manley, the one we were just discussing, was able to identify this very bag and shoes as Elizabeth Short's. Now, at the end of all of this, despite the numerous suspects and the various leads that the investigators pursued, no one was ever ultimately charged with Short's murder. And as I mentioned before, they are still at large if they are still alive. But yeah, that's pretty much where the investigation falls off.
Damn. I mean, I can't imagine trying to figure out who committed crimes back in the day, right? The lack of technology and whatnot. It's just hard to track people, right? It's all tangible, like trails of like paper and whatnot that you could just get off the grid easily if you wanted to.
Right.
Compared to nowadays.
You also got to think like the other side, like if you're wrapped up in this, an unfortunate circumstance. I mean, we've played Among Us together. We know if you're just in the area and all you have to go off of is he said, she said, or all you have to go off of is maybe a police officer reading your body language. Like, imagine that environment.
Right, exactly. How is it? I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of techniques and whatnot, but just like, man, like, can you imagine a police officer grilling you?
Right.
And you didn't do it, but you don't know what the signs are because, just a civilian and you're sitting there and you're sweating, you're nervous. And
you're already nervous.
Right, you're giving out certain signs like, I'm sure they're trained, right? I'm sure, but like to have to figure out what is like this person just being nervous about the situation versus like this person did it type thing.
Right. And how much like error is introduced by any particular investigator through that process.
Right.
I mean, like DNA is like 99.999%, right? There's twins, there's other like degradation of DNA and stuff, but the DNA are like, that's like solid. That's like maybe like the most yes and no piece of evidence you can get. Whereas how someone's sweating, I don't know. Like, on one hand, I would hate to be wrapped up in this. On the other hand, I would not want to be a police officer needing to investigate something like this. I can't imagine how frustrating it would have been trying to chase down someone taunting you like this.
Spoiler alert for the little things, because this movie just came out. Give you a second to
skip like 30 seconds.
Shut your eyes.
Shut your eyes. With it.
So they had a victim that got away. And essentially they were just like, okay, they're trying to get that victim to ID that person. But, the detective was like, hey, don't let her out of your sight, to another detective. She went to the bathroom. It said detective, right, to movie, lets her out of her sight for a second. She comes out, the victim, sees the guy walking out, right? The suspected killer walking out with handcuffs and stuff like that. And then it's all tarnished at that point. Right? Because her vision, right, even though blurry, it's now swayed towards like, it's probably that guy, right? You've seen him even in handcuffs. So it's just like, you can't really do a lineup at that point, right? They're just like, we can't do a lineup, it's washed. Like, she's already seen him.
Right.
And seen him in cuffs. Like, it's all botched.
Yeah, like, cognitive biases, man.
Okay, now open your eyes.
Okay. Before we get into, the main suspects, I do want to address several of the rumors that I had mentioned at the top of the show. Things, preconceived notions, etc., that are all looped into this case that, again, just don't help. They just go to muddy the waters, for better or worse, right? The newspapers are elevating this case, and they're talking about it, and they're, in a way that can help, that can bring awareness to the case. People can be more on the lookout, etc. But it can also destroy a case when they really latch onto or make up facts or details. It can really change the game. Here we are again in the gap in the mystery, where I get to tell you a little bit about some housekeeping notes of Red Web, as well as our lovely sponsors. As always, we've got store.roosterteeth.com if you want to support the show directly and get that merch. Otherwise, thank you all, as always, for your ongoing sharing of the show. Word of mouth is the best way to spread a podcast. So if you got friends who love mysteries, send them our way. And it's also a joy to hear how you guys are always listening to this show with your significant other or your best friends, and you're theorizing yourself. I just love how into it you guys get. That's how into it I am. And so when you guys hit us up with your own theories, it's always a fantastic time. So let us know what you think of this one today. But in the meantime, I got some fantastic sponsors for you, such as Candid, Thanks to Candid for sponsoring this podcast. Unhappy with your smile? You don't have to be. Thousands of people have used Candid, the clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners to help straighten your teeth, and now they love their smile. Just like Justin M. from Atlanta, Georgia, who said, "You can't stop me from smiling now," after his experience with Candid. Your treatment is prescribed and closely monitored remotely by a licensed orthodontist who's an expert in tooth movement. You'll have the same quality of care you'd get from an in-office orthodontist from the comfort and convenience of your very own home. Personally, I'm super impressed with how easy Candid is to use, and the fact that you can use this at the comfort of your own home is a super plus. Because I hate going out to the doctors, waiting in the office. Sometimes they're late, sometimes you're early. It's a big hassle. But they have a quiz on their website that you can check out to see if this is something that you qualify for, if this is something that you're interested in, and it just shows how easy this entire process is. So become your best you. If you're interested, start straightening your teeth today, because right now you can save $75 on Candid's starter kit. Go to candidco.com/redweb and use code redweb. That's candidco.com/redweb. The code redweb. Take advantage of this limited time offer to save $75 on your starter kit. candidco.com/redweb and use that code redweb. Let them know we sent you and straighten your teeth. Get on it, pal. This episode is also brought to you by Raycon. I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm always looking at a screen, now more than ever. And whether you're an avid news watcher or in serious need of a distraction, unplugging yourself is easier said than done. One of my favorite ways to rest my eyes and still get the content I'm itching for is by putting on my Raycon wireless earbuds and listening to something great. Raycons are built to perform anywhere, anytime, with water and sweat-resistant construction and Bluetooth that pairs quickly and seamlessly. And with enough battery life to last 6 hours of playtime, you can unplug for a while. Personally, I use Raycons whether I'm in the gym or out on a run. They stay in nice and snug, and they're super low profile, unlike a couple of other brands of wireless headphones that kind of stick out or look a little weird or might get bumped and fall out. They fit in nice and snug into your ear. They're low profile but look cool at the same time. And yeah, they won't fall out while you're running. They won't get lost between the seats in the airplanes. When you start traveling again, trust me, I've lost some things in between those seats and you'll never get it back. Right now, Raycon is offering 15% off all of their products for our listeners, for those of you listening to RedWeb. And here's what you gotta do, okay? If you wanna buy it, go to buyraycon.com/redweb, and that's it. You'll get 15% off your entire Raycon order, so feel free to grab a pair and perhaps a spare. You wanna go running with your significant other? I suggest you do it with the Raycons. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/redweb. buyraycon.com/redweb. Thank you, sponsors. And with that said, why don't we head ourselves right back into the mystery? So the first one was a rumor that became common knowledge, or so to speak, was that she was like an aspiring movie star. She had the good looks. She lived close to Hollywood. You know, this started to lead to the rumors that she was an aspiring actress, and that's why that she was living in Los Angeles. Not really because of her father, but again because of this aspiration she had. Now, while friends of Short said she was very interested in movies, it is still unknown if this was a career goal of hers. She has no acting credits. And because of this, ultimately, the concept of a beautiful future movie star being murdered is what brought a lot of attention to the case. But it isn't necessarily important to the case itself. It is what blew it up. It doesn't necessarily muddy the waters, but this is kind of one of the rumors that really kicked it up. The second major rumor was her cause of death. So Short's whereabouts between the time that she was dropped off at the Biltmore and the time that she was found are completely unknown. Like I said, we don't really have any witnesses between those, in that 5 days or so that she was missing, and newspapers just started to fill in the gaps with stories that she was tortured, covered in cigarette burns, and forced to do awful things. Now, there's already very limited evidence that she might have been tortured. It isn't limited in the sense that it's not there, it's just they weren't certain if she was actually tortured or not. They think some of these lacerations indicate that maybe, but she certainly didn't have any cigarette burns, and there's certainly no evidence of her being forced to do awful things, so now they're already creating a narrative, and really, like, sickly trying to make a detailed story about someone's unfortunate demise. And because of this, I don't know if it actually caused people to think of these things or if she actually was seen, but many people claim to have seen her in various places. All of those ultimately ended up being false when looked at by detectives. But again, now you're starting to kind of add fog to the air. You can't get a clear line of sight.
Muddy waters, man. Yeah, it's one of those things where like getting the public involved got to be worse, right? In a way, I don't know.
I'm sure it does more damage than good. But one last note on the cause of death. You know, the LAPD obviously could have stepped in and said, hold on, everybody, no. And they didn't. They allowed these stories to circulate because they didn't want the actual cause of death, which was her cerebral hemorrhaging, to be known by the public. Now that sounds odd, but also why would the public need to know that specific? See, what I think is the real reason why they're doing this is because if someone comes forward and they have information that implies this unknown fact, then they actually have a lead in a world where they have very limited leads, right? Yeah. And so they're looking for, in the noise, they're looking for someone who says something close enough to what actually happened so they can dive in on that.
Right. It's like the little like nooks and crannies, right? Where it's just like, okay, most of this thing is public information, but I'm sure they even use that for a lot of the people that are coming forward trying to claim that they were the killer.
Right.
There's certain details that they just don't know because it's not public. So then at that point, it's just like, well, this person obviously didn't do it because they don't have those little details that the killer would know.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like, there's, you know, I don't want to get too into other cases, but it's interesting when you think of like the documentary of Making a Murderer, and you watch that investigation, you watch that interrogation. However your opinion falls on this matter, obviously documentaries can be edited or whatever, but there's a difference between how these two cases were handled. One was handled in a way that went to court because they were saying the police basically pressured this person to come forward with the information. They lightly implied the information so that way this individual would spit it back to them and they would have a confession. Here, it seems to be totally different, where they're scooping through a bunch of different people, actually trying to find the person that did it rather than the first person to come forward, because they're not just trying to button it up and call it in, like, over. We got it.
I mean, that's the thing too, right? Where it's like, you have to be sure, because you pin someone and then all of a sudden, you know, another murder comes up again and it's this, you know, it's like, hey, this is the same person. Then you're, you know, the police department is really screwed.
Well, that happened in that doc. Anyway, that might be another thing that we dive into or not. I don't know. There's a lot on that case.
And man, because the thing too is like that ruined someone's life, right? Like, like everyone's gonna
Waterfall effect of people's lives, you know?
Yeah, no, completely. People sitting there just like, oh, I mean, you know, they said it wasn't you, but in the back of my head, was it?
Right.
Was it really? Like, oh my goodness, could you imagine?
No, God no. Oh man. Well, the last rumor that kind of came out, and this one feels like the newspaper is just doing their thing, right? Making things sensationalized, trying to provide a vivid story when really there was no need. But this regards her sexual history. So in the first stories on Elizabeth Short, writers spread rumors about her sexual history. One newspaper described the fitted black suit that she was wearing at the Biltmore as, quote, a tight skirt and a sheer blouse, calling her an adventuress. So we're already starting to see the sexism of the times rear its ugly head, almost low-key implying that she's at fault or something. Like, why is she the bad guy now?
Right, exactly. This person is no longer with us and it died a gruesome death. Like, what are you? Oh God, just grimy.
Yeah. And LA Times started focusing on this as like a sex-focused murder, calling it a sex fiend slaying. Many people started claiming that she was a sex worker, but there was no evidence of any of this. It was even rumored that Short was pregnant, but that was confirmed that inaccurate, right? By the autopsy, it showed that she had never been pregnant. So these strange rumors ultimately hindered the investigation as authorities pursued them all. You know, we have 750 people being paid to find this person's killer. Many of them are getting caught up in these unnecessary rumors, almost libel at some points, where it's just like, why are we diving down this path?
Yep.
You know, I get needing to know a little bit about the woman, to know maybe, you know, the machinations of what she's up to, maybe where she's going, but like building up a story like this, just all it did was just add clouds to the scene, and it's just
so unnecessary.
Yeah,
and it's just everyone's trying to get, you know, they're trying to sell papers.
Of potentially solving a crime, which, come on, people, like, I don't know. I think these rumors here have done way more damage than help. I think what you were saying about it being so public probably ultimately did way more harm than good, and probably played a large hand in kind of obscuring whoever it was that was the culprit of this act.
It's just a mess. It's
A mess?
a complete mess.
But with that said, let's dive into the three major suspects, how they're related, what the evidence is against them and everything. And there's some compelling information here regarding each of them, but let's start with suspect number 1. Leslie Dillon was a bellhop living in Florida when he became a suspect on October of 1948. He was also an aspiring writer and trained as a mortician's assistant. Yeah, right? He wrote to the LAPD psychologist, Dr. J. Paul DeRiver, because he was interested in studying and writing on sadistic behavior and sexual violence. He then told DeRiver that he had heard about the case from a true crime show and asked for theories. Interesting that true crime was a show all the way back then even.
Yeah.
Some things never change. While writing back and forth, Dillon said he believed his friend, Jeff Connors, was the killer because he claimed Short threatened to reveal an affair that was not considered proper by the average person. So apparently this Jeff friend of his was in some sort of affair and that Short was threatening to reveal it. And that was his MO. That was his motive.
Sound like good friends.
Sounds like close friends to be saying that kind of thing. DeRiver started to believe that this Jeff Connors person was only a figment of Dillon's imagination and that the killer might actually be Dillon himself.
What?
DeRiver suggested that they meet in person and proceeded to interrogate Dillon. And Dillon knew about blood being drained from the body, which was also information that wasn't publicly available at the time.
But here's the thing: is that like information that he knows because of his line of work?
Well, that's true. He accurately described the process, which is knowledge that he would have because he was a mortician in training, but how would he have known that the blood was drained from the body? Because that was information that the police withheld.
True. Like, how would he have known that happened in this particular murder? Because that's not something that's not common.
Unless he's assuming because maybe he's thinking like, the mortician did it after the fact and it just happened to coincide with actually the murderer did it prior to the autopsy. I'm not sure. But months later, on January 10th of 1949, the next time that the two met actually, Dillon was held against his will and the LAPD tried to get him to confess to the crime. The next day, police found out that Jeff Connors was actually a real person, but his name wasn't Jeff Connors. It was Artie Lane. Lane had lived in Los Angeles and worked at Columbia Studios, where Elizabeth Short often visited. Detectives also found that Dillon had likely been in the area when Short was missing, but they couldn't be certain. So now we have this fake person, this friend of his that actually is real but has a different name and who was working somewhere in close proximity to where she would visit often. They were in the area when she went missing. I don't know. But ultimately, Dillon sued the LAPD for the treatment that he had received. And ultimately, that suit was dropped when it was later found that he was wanted for robbery in Santa Monica.
What the?
What?
This person's a mess.
It's all over the place.
A damn mess.
Yeah. An LA Times reporter claimed that Dillon was probably compensated under the table for that suit, yada yada. But this led to a grand jury investigation into the LAPD and how they handled the Black Dahlia case. So for better or worse, I guess this at least shined a light on the LAPD and ensuring that their investigations were thorough and proper.
Procedures and everything. This is just, it feels like, I don't know. I don't know.
It makes my head spin, this one.
I don't know how to describe it, but this is just scattered all over the place. Every
Right.
which way, right? Like, no one's doing anything right, it seems.
There's no evidence on this one, and that's what makes it so frustrating. Yeah, okay, you were in LA, but you live in Florida, but your friend is here, but he's fake, but he's real, but his name is different, and he was also working here. I'm like, come on.
Exactly.
Anybody been to LA is now a suspect. I don't know how to read this one. And to really button it up with one more confusing piece of theory. Some people theorize that Dillon was able to avoid arrest because he was actually related to the governor of Oklahoma. So let that one spin your head for a little bit.
Oh, now we're... Oh.
But you do need to center on some of the facts here, or at least some of the anecdotes, at least, right? What really makes this titillizing in a way is he came forward, he was almost morbidly curious with this topic. He seemed to know a little bit more than he should have, and whether that was due to his job or coincidence or whatever. He had a friend that he gave reason to somebody else to believe that that friend wasn't real, and then it turns up that friend is real with a fake name, working at a place that Elizabeth Short commonly visited. So, on the word, it is certainly interesting.
So sketchy. So sketchy.
Still very sketchy, but there's just nothing concrete.
Yeah, like nothing to like. You can't pin him on, right? Like,
Right.
you can't go. All right, that's it. Get him in the. I don't know. I was gonna say paddy wagon, but it's not. We're not that far back.
Strap him to the horse. Ride him into town.
Yeah, that won't stick, unfortunately.
No. Well, that leads us to suspect or suspects number 2, Mark Hansen and Dr. O'Reilly.
Oh.
So Mark Hansen was the owner of the address book that we had mentioned earlier, the same book that had his name embossed on it that was sent to the Examiner along with various other belongings. He owned nightclubs and theaters, and he knew Short while he was living in Los Angeles, actually allowing her to live in his home on multiple occasions between May and October of 1946. Ann Toth, Hansen's girlfriend at the time, shared a room with Short in a house close to the club that Hansen owned. LAPD records show that he tried to date Short, but ultimately she turned him down. So now, you know, we're getting closer. We feel like we're sinking our teeth into something here.
Might be a little bit of motive there.
It's gonna get confusing, don't worry.
Oh, God.
January 8th of 1947. Short called Hansen from San Diego, making him one of the last people that she spoke to. When LAPD questioned him about the call, Hansen made multiple contradictory statements. Now, this is exactly where the conversation goes, what we were talking about earlier. Maybe this guy's nervous because he did it and he's contradicting himself. Maybe he's nervous and he's just trying to give the story, but he's so nervous that he's fumbling over himself. It's just, I don't know, I wasn't there.
Yeah, how do you? Oh, God, that's
Contradictory statements, man.
a tough job. I'm not jealous of whoever had to do that at all.
Nope, still not. Never. But Hansen claims he gave Short the address book to use and keep for herself, and that is how she came into possession of that there's nothing nefarious behind it. Ultimately, Hansen had connections to 3 other suspects, okay? Remember, there were a lot of suspects. Now, these 3 suspects in particular were Doctors M.M. Schwartz, Dr. Arthur McGinnis Fott, and Dr. Patrick O'Reilly. Now, let me know if you have any questions because it's a little bit of a web, but Dr. Fott was Elizabeth Short's gynecologist. Dr. Schwartz had one of the same nurses as Dr. Fott, and Hansen had driven Short to see Dr. Schwartz. Dr. O'Reilly went to Hansen's nightclubs frequently and knew Short through Hansen. He was a medical doctor, which kind of goes to the crime scene, right? Her body being cut in half surgically. He was once married to an LAPD officer's daughter, and he had a history of violent sexual crimes and almost killed his secretary.
What? All right. I mean, the whole like first theory, that's out the window for me. Like,
Really?
there's just so many things here.
There's little nuggets in each of these that it's like, I can't throw them all out, but obviously it can't be like a team of these people, probably.
I'm just like waiting for the other foot to drop to just be like, well, he had an alibi. He was somewhere else.
Right. Well, it's theorized. Now, I know that was a bit of a social networking nightmare, but those are the facts that we have. Those are at least the pieces of the theory that we have. Now, it's theorized that Dr. O'Reilly and Hansen may have committed the crime together, and there are rumors of Hansen being involved with organized crime, though he had no criminal record. Ultimately, when researching this, Jillian and Christian couldn't find any real information other than these theories, so that's ultimately all we have to go on for these 2 suspects. Again, nothing tangible, but something oddly eerie, right? Something that feels...
Oh, it's so fishy. It's so sketch. There's history of like things that would line up. Oh, I want to nail these 2.
Yeah. Well, that enters suspect number 3 that we're going to talk about today, and that's George Hodel. George Hodel was a well-connected bachelor and doctor. So now we have another doctor on the table. He owned a venereal disease clinic and was not a surgeon, but he had studied to become one. So, you know, maybe there's some information in his brain kicking around on how to do a hemicorporectomy. Now, this particular suspect, I'm playing my hand right now. This is the foot that's gonna drop for me. Short and Hodel, in addition to that information, supposedly dated, and they were seen together at the Biltmore. So you've got the history of potential surgeon, doctor. They were seen together where she was last seen alive. They supposedly dated, so there's proximity, right?
Yeah.
The people that you most suspect are the ones that are closest.
Right.
And on December of 1949, George's daughter, 14-year-old daughter, Tamar, accused him of sexual abuse. So now we have another kind of flag.
History, bad history.
Exactly. 3 witnesses said they had seen this, but he was acquitted. Not sure how that happened, but this led LAPD to consider him as a suspect in the Black Dahlia murder. I mean, rightfully so, in my opinion, from what I'm at least hearing here.
Oh, yeah.
Now, in 1950, LAPD placed listening devices in his home and recorded a few pieces of, very questionable information. The first of which, I'm just gonna push this right to the top. They recorded a woman screaming. Again, these are hidden listening devices in his home.
What?
They heard a woman screaming. Now, this woman, her voice, was no one that had been heard in any recordings up until this point. So it isn't like his daughter, a familiar face, a friend, a wife, anything like that. This is someone else who hadn't been in this home up until this point.
I mean, like, what kind of screams are we talking about? You know what I mean? Maybe someone's practicing for a play. Maybe it's a TV or something, like the radio.
I'll give you the next couple recordings, and I'll let you tell me if you think it's for a play.
Oh.
So the second kind of recording piece, and I don't know, I'm going to read this verbatim because it's kind of a quote, and I don't know if this is a quote that kind of acknowledges that there was some muffling in there, because some of the sentences feel like they jump around, but I'm just going to read it as it's been reported. So quote, now this is him saying this, realized there was nothing I could do. Put a pillow over her head and cover her with a blanket. Get a taxi. Expired 12:59. They thought there was something fishy. Anyway, now they may have figured it out. Killed her. End quote. So like I said, I don't know if there's like language in there, the decipherable words.
I'll be honest with you. That's a weird play.
I don't know what kind of play that is.
Maybe bow out of that one.
The play analogy's got to go out the window after this one. Okay, third recording. Quote, supposing I did kill the Black Dahlia. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead. They thought there was something fishy. Anyway, now they may have figured it out, killed her. Maybe I did kill my secretary. So obviously there's some overlap with the second recording, but like, I'm just grabbing my temple right now. I don't know.
Bust this man's door down. Oh my god.
Bust in there. In 1940s, this is your smoking gun. This is the evidence you need. Get this man.
Why didn't they get this man?
Well, we'll get in there.
Oh god.
So George Hodel was a suspect in the murder of his secretary, Ruth Spaulding. Now this is a different murder, different case. It's a little bit of an aside for right now, happened a few years prior, after she died from an overdose in 1945. George was the last person to see his secretary alive and burnt some of her papers before police arrived to investigate. I'll let you go ahead and let that click in your mind for just a second. But that case was dropped due to the lack of evidence. But it was later discovered that Spaulding was going to come forward with information on him misdiagnosing patients and having them do treatments that they didn't need. Okay? So there is motive here. They threw out the case because there was no information, but they found out later that this secretary was going to out this man as diagnosing people with patients with things and treatments that they didn't need. So there's like huge motive for this man to do some dirtiness.
Lock this person up regardless. Lock
I don't
him up.
care what the last case said. There's no evidence. This came out after the case. Put this man away. Oh man.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Yeah, to get this man out. It's theorized also that that Short might have been one of these patients. One of these patients that was being diagnosed with something that was not actually there. Now, George was friends with and very inspired by artist Man Ray. And it is theorized that the way her body was posed and cut was influenced by Ray's art. Now, this is just getting sickly. January 9th, 1947, 50-pound concrete bags were delivered to George's home 6 days before the body was found. Now, if you remember the crime scene, similar bags were found near the body with, remember, it was described as watery blood on the bag. This is the man, right?
I want to say this is the man, but I've been saying that about the other. Oh.
All right, well, let's keep diving in. There's a little bit more on this gentleman here, if you want to call him that. In 1950, George moved to the Philippines where another woman named Lucila Lalu was found cut in half in 1967.
Oh, come on.
Almost 20 years later, okay, so, the Philippines, it's a bigger country. I don't know if they were in the same area or what, but come on.
Like, come on.
Oh, yeah. Well, as you know, with some of the suspects of the Zodiac case, because there's a lot of similarities here, after his death in 1999, his son, Steve Hodel, found photos of the Black Dahlia while going through his stuff. So regardless of what we conclude here or what ends up coming out in the future, if he is convicted in some way, post-mortem, he is now dead and gone. There is no punishment beyond, no mortal punishment for this sin.
Was able to live his life.
Yeah, he lived his life. But yeah, his son found photos of Black Dahlia while going through his stuff. And Steve was actually a former LAPD homicide detective. So there's a lot of serendipity in this story. But Steve then did his own investigation after retiring that led him to believe that his father was indeed the killer for Elizabeth Short. Steve claims that George lived very close to the crime scene, and in 2013, Hodel had the soil at his childhood home, that very home, tested for human remains. That test, I don't know what that test is or if it's a real one or not, I don't know, but that test came back positive. But it's unknown from who or from when, so it's just positive for human remains, that's it.
Right.
Now, it is worth saying, and this might kind of flow the conversation back the other way, many were skeptical of Steve's story because of a few things. It could have been a personal vendetta, having been an LA police officer, and I don't know. There's no confirmed evidence. Even the test here of the human remains is just kind of, could be anything from any time.
Right.
He also believed his father might have been the Zodiac, and he had said as such. So that kind of offers a little bit of okay, well, what are you trying to claim here? You can't cry wolf several times on one guy.
Yep.
And Stephen Kay, the head deputy DA at the time of Steve's story, took Steve's words as fact and proclaimed the case closed. Detective Brian Carr, the LAPD officer in charge of the Black Dahlia case, decried Steve's theory and claimed that he would be laughed out of the office if he presented this case or a case as weak as his to a prosecutor. And so now you have two different, the guy who was in charge back in the day saying this is a laughing stock. And then you have the head deputy DA at the time of Steve's story saying, yep, all right, case closed, that's it.
Right, done and done. It's conflicting.
Yeah, well, ultimately, the LAPD eliminated George as a suspect, but it is theorized this was due to his connections, his money, and the LAPD being corrupt at this time. Ultimately, all physical evidence, whether it existed or not, is missing from this suspect. And that's all we got.
This is so sloppy. It's so sloppy from all angles.
It's slop central.
Everybody, even the police department that's doing the investigation, all of it is a mess.
Mm-hmm.
It is a complete mess. We do a lot of, episodes where we don't, it's just and that's kind of all we got. But with this, it's just I expected it. Yeah, no, 100%. Of course, this is all we got. Of course, we didn't catch the person. Everything was just, it was a spectacle. It was out there. It was his big show, and I don't know, man. Even in front of the cameras and behind the cameras, it was just sloppy.
Right, and one has to think too, when the stories died down in the newspaper, does that kind of low-key make people start to not care and not whatever, I've heard that enough, on to the next scandal or on to the next headline? Does that demotivate people? And what does that do to the case? What does that do to the victim and the victim's family and the killer at large that could go on to do other things, perhaps like Steve Hodel might have done here in the Philippines? I don't know. It's dark, and what I really hate about this case is that it reminds me so much of, again, the Zodiac in the worst ways. So many similarities.
Right, yeah.
So many anecdotal pieces of evidence that come together to tell a story that is, to me, as a human hearing from another human, as someone who has trust in others, that I go, that's it, man. This is the guy. There's too much that clicks with this guy's background, with his story, with the things that surround his life. This is the guy, man. I mean, that's just not enough. And I get it. You know, you don't want to arrest or punish the wrong person, but that's what makes this so just, because he's right there.
I just feel like you just needed just a little bit more, right? Like, we knew the direction that we were going.
I wish this man had a giant, just open barrel of gasoline at that house, or just something
Right?
stupid.
Just something like, that's it, go get him, bust
Right.
that door down, throw on the cuffs, throw away the key.
Oh, man. Well, that concludes the Black Dahlia case. Like I said, a very classic true crime case. It's a little bit different than, obviously some of our more cryptid or supernatural or internet-based ones, but a fascinating case nonetheless. We would love to hear your guys' thoughts on the matter. Did you guys have any preconceived notions on the case going in? How do you feel coming out of this one? Yeah, let us know by leaving reviews either on Apple, iTunes there, or on social media at RedWebPod, where we tweet and we post out some photos and other kind of pieces of information about the case to kind of complement the podcast. Or on roosterteeth.com, where we also upload and have a comments section and we read through that. But Fredo, in closing, I know this one's a little bit more difficult, but how are you feeling on some of these suspects?
I don't.
On a 1 to 10 scale, if you can even try it. It's tough. You might not be able to.
Dude, I really can't. It's so frustrating because the second suspect, I really felt like, we were really there. It was frustrating. And then it just got even worse with the two suspects.
Right. And you just can't tell. That last fact is all I needed to hear to shake up everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there dirty money? Is there he knows, they know, she knows? Kind of like people that...
I felt like I had my mind made up and we had enough. And then, I don't know, man. It's just so many sketchy people.
Listen, this guy's the imposter. I'm throwing him out.
You know what? Just throw him out. The bad
This
people
guy's
in
out.
general.
This guy's out. Human race, he's voted out.
Yeah,
He's not in anymore.
get
This
him
guy's
outta
done.
here.
He's done enough. I don't care. He's out.
I don't care if we didn't see him venting. He was near the vent, okay? Let's just...
Well, I mean, even looking at this guy's story, he's got factual crap. Okay. I'm going to go hard on this guy if I don't stop. But anyway, that concludes another mystery here on Red Web. We'll see you guys next Monday for another intrigue. See you then.
Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Over the years and across countless websites, someone has written strange, rambling comments reviewing a key lime pie from a restaurant that's been closed for over a decade. No one knows the purpose behind these comments, and the identity of the poster remains unknown. Today we take a look at the bizarre mystery that is Captain Coochie's key lime pies. This is Red Web. It's another Mystery Monday. I'm your host, Diaz. We got just a goofy one today.
What? Joke, right?
We're talking about some key lime pies. No, this isn't no joke.
What do you... All right, so the place that closed... Okay, so this person wrote reviews for this key lime pie. The place closed down, and the person is continuing to write reviews for the pie.
Yeah.
This is our episode?
Bingo bango.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we're heading back into the internet, and this is one that's been around for a few years now, and it's nothing nefarious, nothing sinister here, maybe, but it is still a mystery to be solved, and it gets kind of cryptic in there, and we'll try to stitch it all together in the theories as always, but it's definitely a strange one and a little bit of a departure from our normal MO, our normal kind of mystery framework.
Okay. It's it just sounds so weird to me.
People haven't heard the false starts that I've given you before, and this very much sounds like a hook that I just made up on the spot.
Yeah, it does. I fully expect it to be.
But this is it.
Okay.
It's definitely strange.
All right.
There's a lot of details here, so I'll try to get lost in the weeds or whatever. Because otherwise, it's a pretty straightforward one that I just thought would be interesting to discuss.
Hey, I mean, if you're bringing it up, I'm sure there's something interesting about it. So I'm very curious to find out what is happening here.
Yeah.
What is beyond the review?
Yeah, 100%. So we'll dive into, now typically we go into the timeline and everything, and we break things down in the investigation. This is definitely an internet-centric one. We're going to talk about the meat and potatoes coming out of these comments, what's going on there, and then we'll talk about how the Redditors, typically Redditors, but internet users abroad, have tried to dissect this. It just gets weirder as you go, so I'll be excited to hear your reaction. But the comments, all of these comments, tend to revolve around the poster's love for Captain Coochie's world-famous key lime pie from a restaurant that doesn't really seem to obviously exist at the time of being first found. Now, the commenter is typically referred to as the KLP poster, or simply KLP, obviously an acronym for key lime pie, but we'll keep it simple. It's whoever it is, whatever group they are, whatever individual it is, that's how we're going to refer to them as. Now, the poster would also mention within these otherwise key lime pie focused comments, they would talk about these, quote, goody goody cheeseburgers, the original cheeseburgers in paradise.
Bro, I swear.
Did I write this?
I swear if this was in April, like, I swear this would be a bait and switch. But it's June.
Okay, let me make it more serious then. Another common comment or term used in these was piegasms.
Oh, come on.
Is it serious for you yet?
I mean, I'm sure this is like... All right. I mean, I'm 90% sure this is real and you're not messing with me. So my gut instinct is just like, all right, I'm along for the ride and this is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's a goofy one. But it's just, I guess it's intriguing. They don't all have to be about, how people are dying or disappearing or ending up on the roof of a Wendy's with their slacks in the tree 3 blocks down the road. But
most definitely. But I have a feeling that this would probably be like one of the goofiest ones that we ever do in our entire run of the show.
Oh, probably, for sure.
What was the name of the burgers again?
Goody goody cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
The original cheeseburgers in paradise. I think they're just calling them good. Like, these are good, but they're goody goody.
Goody goody. All right. Continue, please.
Yeah, let's see if we can almost take their comments to create some sort of police sketch identity of whoever this person is. But the comments tend to be very long, very verbose, rambling about pies and their origin and what have you. But the most commonly accepted restaurant in reference to where these pies come from is Captain Coochie's Key West Bar and Grill, also referred to as Captain Coochie's Key West Cafe. I'll kind of use those interchangeably, but they refer essentially to the same mysterious place. Though it is theorized that this location could have gone through several name changes, it really starts to get hard to dissect, especially when you start to see how these comments evolve and get weirder. And then they start talking about Coochie's Cafe and Coocharitaville. It gets strange.
Oh, man. All right, we're in the deep end now.
Oh, we've barely scratched the surface. Now, what's weird is that these comments tend to be found on blog posts, recipe websites, movie reviews, news articles, a wide array of destinations that you can find on the internet, sometimes even on obituaries. They just don't belong in a lot of places, but whoever is behind this KLP poster kind of pseudonym or what have you they have accounts for all sorts of websites. They're very prolific, including, okay, so let's see. They've got Google+, Facebook, Fanfiction, IMDb, a lot of other websites. They even have an account for Disqus. If you're not familiar with that, Disqus, it's essentially a service that allows you to have comments on your blog and have one account, whatever. There's a Disqus account that was supposedly attached to this mystery that has since been deleted, and it had 1,400 messages under that account's tenure. So clearly there's a lot of comments being left in the weirdest places around the internet talking about this pie.
Yeah, this person's a person.
Right.
Or some elaborate prank.
Right.
A lot of effort put into it.
Yep. It's definitely a consistent person because there's a lot of recognizable speech patterns, styles, manner of speaking, etc. I mean, you know, clearly you could fake this sort of thing, or a lot of people can imitate, but
yeah,
there's something behind this, or it's like an early, one of my theories is, before we even get way into it, is that this is maybe an early version of like a bot that can write articles. Like nowadays, if you search on Google or wherever, and you look at the news tab, a lot of these articles are written by bots. They're just Mad Lib style, fill in the word.
Ooh.
The rest of the article is just cut and paste kind of thing. And they're just based on like, I don't know. I see a lot in finance where it'll just grab random statistics, shove it all into a pre-baked article, and then it posts it. And then you're like, okay,
yeah,
there's an article. This could be like an early iteration of that for some reason. I don't know. Now, with regards to this recognizable speech pattern and style of speaking, a lot of people compare this to spam because it has very much... I don't know, like the grammar isn't super tight, and it's also very random. So it does feel a bit like it's word vomit jumbled up, created by a bot. Some comments go from very coherent, others go to a little less coherent, and there's everything in between. Some are even like total nonsense. So even if you read the comments that make sense, you're just like, why are you talking about pies on this movie review? Meanwhile, somewhere else, you know, you're reading your grandpa's obituary and someone's commenting about Cucharitaville and tales from the Pylands. I don't know.
Is this person trying to get someone down a rabbit hole? I don't know. Like, is it like a dark web type thing?
Ooh.
Why jump over to different topics that has nothing to do
Right.
with this place or the pie and start talking about it if you weren't a troll?
Right. Maybe they're casting a wide net to say like, you know, look a little deeper.
Yeah.
And then come to my dark website and
Right.
Order a pie.
Oh, hey, free thinker, come down this rabbit hole.
Right. That or some sort of very strange guerrilla marketing tactic for, once again, a restaurant that doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
But yeah, another thing of note is that the KLP poster often references older pop culture icons and political figures, claiming that they also loved the pies. Some names that they claim loved these key lime pies were Jimmy Carson, Steve Martin, George Bush, and Christy Brinkley. These names are also often misspelled for whatever reason, but it is a common trend. And whoever is leaving these comments seems to have an inside knowledge regarding the restaurant's history and the staff and whatnot. And all of this combined tells me that whoever this is probably older in age, because as you'll come to find out here soon, this restaurant did exist. If we have identified the correct restaurant, it is since closed, and their vivid knowledge, like I said, of this restaurant's history would definitely portray somebody who was a bit older at the time of going there, and so this person's probably a little bit older in age, also hence their pop culture references and whatnot. But they often mention the owner of the restaurant, Captain Oswald Pelaez, and his gorgeous wife, Anita. I say gorgeous with emphasis because he tends to leave a lot of comments regarding how beautiful Anita is. They've named, I say he, whoever they are.
Right.
They even named their 3 children. So clearly there's an intimate knowledge of this restaurant and the owner and the family. They also even described the kind of music that was played at the restaurant, the type of patrons who would regularly visit. And the KLP poster has claimed that this restaurant, whatever it was, wherever it was 5 minutes from the Biltmore House in Asheville, North Carolina. So boom, instantly we have a location. We have a proximity from another location, so we can try to figure out where this restaurant was. And the poster was saying that this restaurant had a 35-year history. So we can really start to try to fact check all this.
Right. Okay, so I like that. It's, you know, with these shows, I talk about this a lot, but with this show that we do, there's a lot of times where we just kind of have to go, that's just what was said, and we have to take it at that.
Right.
So this place most likely exists. I mean, like 30 years, there's gotta be records on paper trails and virtual trails. Like, you know, there's like building permits and business permits and all that kind of stuff. I mean, so this place exists.
Right.
Okay.
And that's, you know, it definitely does exist. We'll dive into the details because right now we're covering kind of the DNA of the comments that they leave and how they've changed over time. But yeah, we'll dive into the details, pulling this all apart and diving into the facts in just a moment in our quote unquote investigation section. Not a typical investigation per se, but definitely some interesting stuff to dive into there.
Right. I think one of the things that kind of like sparks a thought in my mind is it could have very easily have been, oh, this is a person that just randomly took this restaurant that closed down a while ago and used that as their alias. Which still could be the case here. But I mean, the place actually exists,
Right.
And there's a lot of discussion about. There's a lot of intimate details that I'm getting.
Right.
I don't know if there's some kind of weird book about it or whatnot. But like my mind's going now, and I'm intrigued.
Yeah. And again, we'll dive into some more details on timelines and whatnot. But what's interesting at this juncture is not necessarily just what they're saying and the knowledge that they have, but how long they've been saying it and how long these comments have kind of gone on. It starts to do that thing where you're like, okay, this started out as what feels like obviously a prank or a jest or whatever, right? You mentioned someone who might have just grown up near this place and knew it and knew what it was called. And so that's my handle now. But why would they keep going on and on with these essay long length comments that kind of just go off the rails? But diving back to the comments, we'll circle back around here in a minute. These comments were left on were essentially non sequitur, not relative to what was being discussed in these comments, not these pies or whatever, not always anyway. But they would also sometimes return to the same websites and leave yet another unique comment, sometimes months or even years after the initial one. So to me, that then starts to say, okay, is there a database of websites? I'm thinking from the bot angle, like a coded language. Is there a table of websites that this bot just comments on and doesn't think about it? It's just strange that they're returning to certain blogs because a lot of these blogs are not necessarily huge blogs. They're just random people posting their recipes online, right?
Yeah.
So we can start to build a pattern here on their behaviors.
It's just a lot of dedication if it's a trolly thing.
At the end of their comments, they would typically sign off using a name that was sort of a reference to something. For example, there was Vinny Gambini, who was a reference to my cousin Vinny. And these names would also be typos or misspelled often. But a couple of the common names that they used, and this is how people were able to more easily verify who was leaving these comments. A couple common names were like Jake Carson, Willie Jordan, and Roger Ramjet. What's more interesting on top of that is that each of these names seem to have their own writing style. I won't dive into just like the exact phrasings that they used. I'll try to generalize. Under the name Jake Carson, they seem to use a more copy-paste style. The comments seem to mirror themselves a little bit more compared to the next Jake Carson comment. Willie Jordan, when that was signed on there, it would tend to include a little bit more sexual innuendos, and it would often reply to the context of the website that they were on. So if they were replying to a random movie or random recipe or what have you, it would include some of that language in the comment itself.
Okay.
So it was a little bit more self-aware. Again, it's a very odd thing that sexual innuendos keep getting placed in these comments, and they're increasing with frequency as time goes on.
This is weird.
Very.
This is weird. I would be like, this is just a weird person on the internet.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But oddly enough, when it comes to the signature Roger Ramjet, this seemed to be the most non sequitur. It tended to not relate to whatever the KLP poster usually commented on. And so this was the most out of the box sort of commenter. So this could indicate that there are a handful of different people within the confines of the KLP poster pseudonym. Their writing style was similar. It's that their subject matter and use of language or topics would subtly shift. But the writing style was all very similar.
It's like like back in the day when there would be like notes that are left or whatnot. You can analyze someone's handwriting. People have certain ways that they write their letters or how they portray what they're trying to say. Same thing goes for digital, right? I mean, obviously you can't see the way the E is curved, whatever, because it's typed. But people talk in different ways, even digitally. So
Yeah, that's true.
This leads me down that whole like dark web, maybe cultish type thing.
Yeah, I think the last time we really dove into writing style was actually way back when we did Lake City Quiet Pills, because these people were all super anonymous, posting behind the scenes of a website and had code names essentially.
Yeah,
and so the only way to pull anything out was to say, like, are they talking similarly to anyone else? Can we?
They had really expensive hotel parties.
Yeah. Barely Sociable is a YouTuber who does mysteries like this as well. So shout out to them. They have done a lot of research and whatnot, but I want to give them credit to this because they, in their research on this topic, referred to the fact that some people did actually try to combine this mystery with Lake City Quiet Pills. He didn't say much on the topic, but it was interesting that that's kind of out there. But this is also one of those mysteries that's just so open-ended and kind of so vague that a lot of people could really try to attribute a lot of relation to other mysteries.
Yeah, I would need something a lot more concrete to tie it to like Lake City Quiet Pills.
Oh, Hundo P.
But yeah, I could see the want there, and then just looking for any sign.
Well, as you can imagine, when it comes to these comments and Reddit finding out about this enigma, it seemed like a lot of copycats started to appear because it was very easy to copycat, right? It was the writing style's right there.
Yep.
A lot of people started to say, okay, well, to distinguish between an authentic post and a copycat, the rule of thumb was check whether or not the post had the aforementioned signature, right? But that's, again, it's text. You could just type in whatever name. And so really what people landed on was they said, okay, the last universally agreed upon legitimate last comment from KLP was somewhere in 2016, because that is kind of where the rise of popularity came in, the rise of obvious copycats came in, and so the internet kind of universally agreed upon one comment.
Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised at this point.
Right.
Everyone just wants to get involved. Everyone wants to be, I don't know, famous, even if it means they're saying that they did the crime and they didn't.
Yep. Or maybe they just want website traffic. I don't know. They're like, here's my GeoCities. Look, you got me. The KLP poster, guys. But this is where validity goes out the window. It becomes very difficult to figure out which is a real comment and which is a copycat. Just someone inspired by whatever's going on here. But with all that said, that's I wanted to lay the groundwork for what kind of the DNA of these comments looked like. Because now I want to dive into the facts, the dates, the names, everything like that, and internet users in particular who attempted to pull this apart to find some story, some narrative underneath.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a solid foundation. A lot of good details there.
Yeah. Well, the first person to kind of discover, I use air quotes here, but discover this phenomenon was Reddit user KeyLimeWTF. They were on the subreddit Unresolved Mysteries. Fantastic place if you're ever curious and just want to read some small mysteries. But they found the KLP poster in the comments section for their local college newspaper under the most read article. So a very strange place to see something so peculiar show up. The article is unfortunately no longer available, but it was sexual in nature, and let's just leave it at that. You're going to identify very quickly that there is a formula behind the articles and blogs and websites that have comments from the KLP poster. There tends to be a very strong relationship between the subject matter in the comments themselves and the subject matter of the titles of the websites themselves. And so I think that's why my brain keeps leaning towards maybe a bot or some sort of bot that crawls the websites like a search engine and then dumps a bunch of information on it for whatever purpose.
At this point, there's no, there was no, nothing to decipher to lead you to a separate site or anything. It's just these weird posts.
Just weird posts. This person found it. He's like, what the heck is this person talking about? Creates this throwaway account. And that brought it to the attention of other online sleuths who were able to track down using the language therein. They were like, okay, well, the collective internet saying, we found countless comments that are all stemming from what seems to be the same person, this KLP poster. And that's really where this mystery got traction, was someone saying, hey, this is a strange comment. Does anyone know about this? Why is this here? I would have just been like, this is goofy and moved on.
Yeah.
But they sparked something.
Weird. And then go about my day.
Yep, and so they found years worth of comments of a similar nature. Now, when the mystery was first discovered, as I kind of ambiguously referred to earlier when we talked about this, it was unknown if the restaurant was real or not. But Reddit user JStrange888 shared archived Google Maps images of the restaurant in the subreddit for Asheville. This is the subreddit for the city, Asheville, North Carolina, that we've referred to earlier, that was in some of the comments left by the KLP poster, and is likely the location for this restaurant, if it were to exist. And it turns out at one point in time, there was a restaurant in this city called Coochie's Key West Bar and Grill. It did, in fact, exist. It was owned and operated by someone named Captain Oswald Pelaez Jr. and his wife, Anita. What's noteworthy here is that Oswald's nickname is Coochie. Don't know exactly why, but it is. So bingo bango, we've got our guy. So we have real people now in a real restaurant identified.
Is it that simple though?
Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's awesome that we have a place.
Yeah.
But again, who, why, and what for are you leaving these comments? The restaurant was likely founded by Oswald's father, Oswald Sr., back in 1978. So this place has been around for quite some time. Oswald Sr. originally comes from Florida, and that's probably why it has a Key West theme to the restaurant. The restaurant was eventually bought out by an all-star sports bar and grill, and this was around either 2005 or 2006. But that restaurant was ultimately closed down in 2008. This is where the comments kind of kicked off. The first comment that mentions Captain Coochie's key lime pies is from October of 2009, long after the closing of the original restaurant and a year after the replacement restaurant even closed. So, questionable amount of time there.
Yeah.
Very odd, but I guess that fits the MO here. This comment was left on a fast food review blog called So Good Blog, and it was from a user called Jimmy Buffett. So again, that fits the established MO for these comments. I want to read this for you. I know it's weird. All right, here we go. The comment simply reads, quote, "These cheeseburgers are better than sex. Where I tell you, Coochie's Key West Bar and Grill, Asheville, North Carolina." And that's it.
Oh, that was short.
Bingo bango. Very short.
And sex.
Again, oddly sexual. But outside this comment, the first comment that featured that signature KLP poster style was from a comment on a restaurant review site called Foodio54. This comment was created 2 months later in December of 2009. So regardless of which one is the authentic original one, we can identify the end of 2009 as being the origin for many years worth of key lime pie commentary. Like thousands of comments over several years.
That's so many.
Oh yeah.
Like the longest, most meaningless prank ever. It's
Someone took
a lot of time.
the phrase "get a hobby" to a whole new level.
I mean, the one that you read was very short, so
Very short.
1,000 doesn't seem as.
I got some long ones.
Oh, okay.
We'll dive in. I don't know if I'm going to read. I have a link though, a Pastebin link that has just a bunch of the kind of copy paste sort of cookie cutter comments that they tended to start using.
Were majority like short, or I mean, like, you know, what was the median?
Maybe like a paragraph or two, I guess.
That's not bad.
What would you say, Christian, on the length of some of these? It's kind of hard to say. They're long for internet comments, certainly.
Yeah, I would say, I think what you said, a paragraph or two around there.
Yeah, they range. There's some the average, but you know, people were able to, now that we had factual, like, okay, this is when the comments started, this is the restaurant, this is whatever. Based on archived Asheville newspapers, people could start looking into this. And these newspapers came from the 80s and 90s. And they're looking at Coochie's Key West Cafe, and they noticed that the restaurant tended to focus on seafood. In fact, these goody burgers that were referenced in one of the early comments,
Is it like seafood burgers?
I don't know, because burgers and key lime pie are rarely mentioned when you look back at this actual restaurant. So now it's like even stranger.
Yeah, because the restaurant doesn't even sell these things.
Right. That's like, I love McDonald's key lime pie. and then talking about it a lot.
All right, I'll be.
Also, Donatello's. Get on it, man. I want some pocket key lime pies. Anyway.
I'll be honest. That was a twist I didn't expect to hear.
I mean, really though?
I mean, oddly enough,
It's Red Web, my friend. The yarn is everywhere.
I thought that was the only thing that would make sense. It's just like, okay, what they're talking about is from this restaurant that exists. Okay. Oh, what they're talking about isn't from the restaurant that exists.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, I just swallowed my tongue. The fact that he's talking about, or they are talking about a restaurant that did factually exist and for a long time with a lot of detail, you're like, okay, all right, we're getting somewhere. But this restaurant had nothing to do with the burgers and key lime pie that they are so obsessed over. Very strange. Now, based on a few things, it is theorized that whoever is behind this posting of comments is believed to have primarily visited this restaurant in the 90s and in the early 2000s, sometime obviously before it closed. This theory is based entirely off of the food served and the choice of pop culture references that they used in their comments. Something interesting too is that the poster tended to comment about a lizard. They mentioned a lizard multiple times in the restaurant and throughout many comments. And looking back at these old newspaper articles and ads, it does appear that there was in fact a lizard that was used as a mascot at some point in time. So again, the cherry picking of reality and falsities is confusing.
It bombs and weaves.
Yeah, it's bobbing and weaving.
So it's all right. I mean, granted, the internet. You could find so many things on the internet, but it just really seems like this is a person that grew up with this place, like we were discussing earlier. Just chose to pick, pluck a bunch of details.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could do that too. Like.
Right.
Just a place that you're familiar with as a kid. Just pull on a few strings and then make up one specific thing and obsess over the thing you made up. And then just hope. I mean, it's like fishing. I'm sure there's a billion lines out in the water right now. This just happened to snag a poor college student that was like, what is going on?
Yeah, what is happening?
And man, they are reeling us in. But back to Reddit. There was a Reddit user named MarkDungo333, and they made a post entitled "An In-Depth Look at Coochie's Key Lime Pies." This user actually tracked the frequency of comments made over time. They made a really nice graph so you could see almost like a heat map on a time scale of when they would typically post. They identified the statistic that they never left more than 10 comments in one day. And overall, they counted about 1,000 comments from many, like I said, blogs and recipes and review sites. This doesn't count the potential 1,400 comments left from that deleted Discus account. But again, I don't know if that's verified to be the same person or not. It's theorized.
Right, yeah. I would think that at some point people are like, okay, because then the internet's jumping on this whole mystery. So a lot of people are trying to decipher what's real, what's not real. And then the people that are writing the fake stuff are going, okay, what are people deciphering that's real and not real? What are like the key markers that make it real? I'm going to add that. And so it just kind of muddies the waters even more.
Right. Man, it's just... The biggest question throughout this whole thing is like, what is this for? What is the end goal? And I don't know, maybe the more we look at it, the more we might be able to identify something. For example, the topics that I was talking about before, the comments tend to focus on obviously key lime pies and burgers and whatnot, but there's other topics within that they tend to talk about. These are also topics that they tend to comment on. So if there's a review site or a blog that uses these topics, odds are the KLP poster might show up. I don't know if that's common now. I think that the official accounts seem to have ended in 2016. I don't know, but let's talk about some of those topics. We have Coochie, Cooch, and Coocheritaville, obviously. Florida Keys, Key West. We have the idea of goody, such as the cheeseburgers. Sharks, Biltmore House, Hemingway, reggae, urban legends, net worth, and market value. Size matters, the idea of better than sex, modeling, and politics. These are common phrases, but again, common topics that they comment on and reply to.
Just
Seems random.
I can't pinpoint this. It's so,
I can't either.
It's so slippery. I can't quite. Can't understand.
I've got my mental map going. We call the podcast Red Web because of all the red string that you would put up on the cork board as you're trying to figure out the crime or whatever. Mm-hmm. My Red Web is all over the place because I'm stitching topics together that don't belong together. it's just a mess and I can't
Yeah.
track it. Maybe that's by design.
Well, my board, there's a whole bunch of questions on the right, and then there's a big what on the left, and all the strings are pointing to that.
Yep. Now, I want to read one of the comments as I was kind of hinting at before, but this is a perfect example of the comments that were left in the early days, somewhere between 2009 and 2010. A lot of the comments simply were eccentric reviews for key lime pie, often found on relevant websites, food sites, usually key lime pie recipes, what have you. Now, this example is from 2009, and it was a comment on a review of Cub Foods Supermarket's key lime pie. So this person's putting up the fist, and they're saying, let's fight. My key lime pie is better than any key lime pie out there. And here's the comment. Apparently no one has ever tried the world's greatest key lime pie from Coochie's Key West. That's so sad. Coochie's KLP have been available for over 30 years now. We travel over 500 miles to get to them about 4 times a year. Coochie's is located just south of Asheville in North Carolina. We usually bring back about 100 of these fantastic pies. Most of our friends and neighbors have us pick up their pies while we are there. We phone Coochie's about 2 weeks in advance to be sure that the pies will be ready. It's that easy. There is no excuse for anyone not eating the best, and that is Coochie's famous key lime pie. Now you know. ... Christy Brinkley.
All right.
Yeah, I'm speechless. I mean, like that's just, that's where it starts. It all starts with some antagonistic comments on key lime pie recipes and other food websites.
Yep.
And then it just goes off the rails, going to IMDb movie reviews, and like I said,
it's just spilling into everything.
everywhere. So it's like a bot that is trying to advertise a certain place that no longer exists. And then the bot became self-aware and then got glitched out of its mind and just started spitting words up wherever it could. Now in 2012, this is where the KLP poster took a hiatus for a few months. Maybe they went on vacation. Maybe they went to go get some pies.
Couple months, all right.
But in 2013, the Great Return. Up until this point in 2013, all of KLP Posters' comments were unique, written every single time that they were posted. Not copy-pasted, not, majorly repetitive, what have you. But after this point, whenever they returned from their year-long vacation to this restaurant, it seems like most of the posts were primarily pre-written and simply copy-pasted, which is also referred to as copy pasta on the internet. And it seemed like there were dedicated accounts that would control this copy pasta and throw it out to wherever they could.
That's a lot of time if there's all these accounts too. Oh. And then you got to link that. Oh man. Then you got emails.
Right. What's interesting is that among all of these accounts, the only detail that was ever in common was the location. These accounts listed all of their locations as Spanish Fork, Utah. It's also worth mentioning that not all of the accounts had this listed as their location because not all websites required a location, but this is essentially a point for every account that needed a location. Picked Spanish Fork. My guess was because they're so into pie that they picked a place that had fork in the name. But there's a lot of forks in the United States. It's also interesting, like I went to Google Maps to see, okay, you say you drove over 500 miles to get this pie. Let's see if this place is about 500 miles, and it's 1,900 miles, or about a little over 3,000 kilometers away from Asheville, North Carolina. Technically over 500 miles,
Yeah.
but that's like saying my drive to work is over 30 seconds. Technically true and unhelpful.
Right. It's much further. There's like, I don't know. It's the most simplest of detail that doesn't really quite give it its true length on this one.
Right.
I was just oh look,
I'm just
I'll-
begging for some thread of consistency.
I'm having fun with this one. I'm very curious to see where this goes.
I'm curious to see once we kind of finalize these details where you think it's gonna go
Okay.
before we hit the theories. But yeah, I'm just clinging on for dear life, hoping to find some sort of, because if this ended up being 550 miles away, I mean, obviously I know it's Utah, but if it was a different place, I would have been like, whoa, there's something here. Now we can start kind of honing in on someone that lived here and now lives there and blah, blah, blah.
Locations and everything, but
Nothing. This is either a criminal mastermind or the most random person I've ever seen. So there is a Pastebin website that has 8 of the common copy pasta sort of posts that the KLP poster tended to use. I'm just going to fly into the first one. It says, "Hello, ladies. Please take a few minutes and enjoy my true stories about the wonderful world of key lime pies, as well as the magic of the most beautiful Miss Anita Palaez, wife extraordinaire and the beauty queen of the key lime pie world. Oh, what an honor that must be." I don't know if that's one whole comment or if that's it. This whole text document has a lot of text into it. But at one point, they're talking about 2 lovers snuggling, watching the show. I thought it said snow. That's sure what my love and I are contemplating as we eat our second slice of pie. Well, eat your heart out. Better luck next time. Some very goofy stuff in here.
It's gotta be a troll.
It's got to be a troll, but who's got the patience? Okay, they took a year off and they came right back to it, but this has been years. Until 2016, right? Distant comment making, 1,000 comments. Maybe someone's working on their writing skills.
Just the motive. Also, who?
Who indeed? And here's the thing, audience members, task force abroad. We love to scratch the surface on a lot of different mysteries, and they're all stories. This story, I have to admit, might not have a beautiful conclusion, might not even have some compelling theories. This is just, I thought this would just be a real fun one to dive into, because sometimes mysteries are spooky, scary, you know, they get the chills on the back of your neck, and sometimes they make you giggle, and every now and then, Fredo, I gotta make you giggle.
Yeah.
Because then the giggles make the scary ones more scary. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm giggling.
But back to the timeline. Okay, let's keep it serious here on this podcast.
All right, yeah.
In 2016, it seems to be that there was a notable decrease in the amount of comments after Reddit user Keylime WTF made that Reddit post. So it seems that whatever, maybe it's a cryptid, maybe Bigfoot's out there making these comments, is aware that they just became viral. And then they took a step back, and that's where the copycats came in. So that really calls into question: is this a troll? Because every time we try to pigeonhole this entity, this person, into a definition or some sort of box, they do something or say something that completely shakes that reality, that guess, that theory. And a troll would be eating this up. They would be misdirecting like crazy.
Most likely. That's usually why trolls do it, for attention.
Right. But as soon as there's a lick of attention, it seems like they kind of recoil a little bit.
Or are they backing off because now that they're aware,
The pressure's on. Performance anxiety.
now they're aware that the internet knows of them and they're becoming famous. Maybe it's some type of, I need to go back cover my tracks. I need to make sure to I can't be traced. It's time to start really refining what I'm doing. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally possible that, so far we've kind of identified that this might be an older person just based on the names and references and timelines. It could be that someone at this point in time, I don't know, I'm just guessing, someone in their 50s or 60s might be a little bit unfamiliar with the internet, but not so unfamiliar that they can't comment. And when they start getting attention on them, they might not know how far that these Redditors can go. Can they find out who I am? Can they track me down and get my information? And maybe that's why they're backing down a little bit.
Yep.
It was something where they were having a laugh, they were having a good time, talking about whatever.
Then it got real.
Right? Maybe this is some sort of public journaling, and because back in MySpace, you might comment on a stranger's page and you might say something silly. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, you just throw words out there and you're just impressed to see your own words reflected back at you on the internet.
Yeah.
But now it's a totally different internet.
Oh yeah. This information is just all public.
So yeah, okay, so we have an older person of sorts, perhaps. Someone who probably lived in the Asheville area, someone who might be goofing off, maybe with a little bit of honesty, a little bit of goof, and then maybe a little concern when they pick up some steam. But what's interesting too, there's a lot of copycats that started to appear in 2016. But not only that, I mean, yes, the air quote official comments did kind of seem to decrease, but they didn't seem to stop. Because it seems like a lot of these comments were still being made, but they were also referencing Reddit. They were saying things like, do you ever wonder if you're being watched? Or saying things like, Are you still finding it hard to believe that Kucheritaville really exists and that it's not just a figment of your imagination? So they're playful.
Yeah, they're very much at this point self-aware of what is happening, and I don't know, almost kind of like antagonizing the internet.
Right. So maybe this idea that this is someone recoiling is just completely off, because you're right, they seem to be poking back a little bit despite posting a lot less.
But why the year break? You know what I mean?
Why the year break? It's a good question. And I mean, if we could try to profile this person a little bit more, you could really use that year break to say like, hey, this person was deployed, or hey, this person went on a mission trip, or just went on a long extended sabbatical, or what have you. You could really start to try to identify the person, and then from there a motive. But that's where this person is really hard to pinpoint. Like I said, a lot of shake and bake happening. Hey everybody, Trevor Collins here. A few messages for your ear holes. I want to cut to the chase. RTX is upon us. That's right, Rooster Teeth's convention that happens every year. We are a part of it. We're doing stuff for it for Red Web. We have a happy hour that you guys already sold out, so thank you so much. I'm excited for that. But we have a panel as well that you can come attend and check out and ask us questions, hear from everybody that is on the Red Web crew, from the researchers to the editors to Fredo and I and everything in between. So yeah, really excited about it. It's happening this week, essentially, kicking off, if you're listening to this as the day it comes out, it's kicking off on July 8th, which is this Thursday. Go to rtxevent.com to check it out and figure out how you can get involved. There's a bunch of stuff going on, so look forward to hearing and seeing you guys there. A couple other notes I want to say before we jump into the sponsors is thank you as always. I feel like I can't go an ad break without saying thank you, because you guys buy up the pins and the shirts and everything, all of our merch at store.roosterteeth.com. Thank you so much for the continued support. We continue to have to bug the e-commerce team to refill everything to make sure they're there for everyone. So keep on it. I've given them a few ideas for some really cool merch to come down the line. Hint, hint, some pins. But also a lot of other really cool task force mystery themed stuff coming down the way. Some bespoke items, to put it in fancy terms. So keep an eye out on the store for new items, and obviously we'll let you know here. But also, hey, we have a YouTube channel. If you prefer to listen to us on YouTube, you can do that now. We provide the visuals there, as well as a small little animation to go along with the visuals. Not super crazy, but nice and subtle to set the ambiance for you. So if you prefer to listen on YouTube, you can do that now. And yeah, we'll see you over there, youtube.com/redwebpod. You can subscribe, make us YouTube famous. I want to get the little silver play button, nay, the gold play button, and hang it up in my room so I can show Mother. And, that sounded strange. Anyway, YouTube play buttons aside, let's talk about some of the sponsors we have for this week. Fantastic brands as always. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by HelloFresh. It's so easy to fall into a recipe rut making the same meals over and over again, but that's where HelloFresh can help break the boring cycle. HelloFresh sends fresh, pre-measured seasonal recipes straight to your door, so you can skip those trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. HelloFresh offers a variety with over 27 recipes every single week and a range of flavors, cuisines, and ingredients. You're always discovering new recipes, and it's never boring. I was able to make a bunch of recipes thanks to HelloFresh. They sent us, myself and my girlfriend, many different meal types. One of the more recent ones we had were these firecracker meatballs. They were very good. Honestly, it makes me feel like I'm an actual chef and I can impress the ladies. Or singular lady, just my girlfriend. But yeah, it always tastes really good. So if you hate those trips to the store like I do, I highly recommend some HelloFresh. So go to HelloFresh.com/RedWeb14, that's 14, and use code RedWeb14 for up to 14 free meals plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/RedWeb14, and then use code RedWeb14 for up to 14 free meals plus free shipping. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Is there something interfering with your happiness, or that is preventing you from achieving your goals? If so, BetterHelp can help you work on that. BetterHelp assesses your needs and matches you with your own licensed professional therapist, and you can start communicating with them in under 48 hours. You'll get timely and thoughtful responses, plus you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions. BetterHelp wants you to start living a happier life today, so visit betterhelp.com/redweb. That's better, H-E-L-P, and join the over 1 million people who have taken charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional. If this sounds interesting to you, we have a special offer for you just for RedWeb listeners. You get 10% off your first month. Again, that's betterhelp.com/redweb. And with that said, let's jump right back into the mystery. So basically, to recap, 2016 onward seems to be where the copycats came out, the dedicated accounts making Coochie Key Lime Pie comments really decreased and ultimately stopped posting. At least the ones we could verify as being the authentic ones. A lot of people at this point are starting to say, hey, is this some sort of ARG? Is this perhaps just a creepypasta? Just a really well-played one, a very avant-garde version of a creepypasta, which for those who are a little less internet literate, a creepypasta is just a copy-paste story that tends to be spooky, that tends to make its way around the internet. It also refers to people just writing short, scary stories.
Spooky pie.
Spooky pie. Yeah, man. If that is what they're doing, it's a long game, and I think the only thing that they're trying to do is really shake your notion of reality. The only thing that they could really be doing, I mean, the restaurant exists, but the pie is not necessarily, the burger's not necessarily, right? It's a seafood place. So maybe they're trying to set up a sort of Mandela effect situation, right? We have those glitch in the Matrix stories where people are like, this seemed real, but like the details are just slightly off. And so maybe whoever this is was really trying to lay the groundwork for like an alternate reality sort of situation or a sister reality parallel universe sort of thing, and it just never got that far. I don't know.
It's just Neo trolling in his spare time.
He's the one. The one with the best pies, those goody pies.
This so far, I mean, we haven't gotten to the theories yet. It's not as dark as I thought it would be.
No.
It's very lighthearted, and I'm okay with that.
Sometimes we need a little departure. But here's where the internet steps in. Now, you could take this with a grain of salt because it is the internet and it is a claim. But if it is true, I appreciate the effort done as long as, private information and personal space was respected. But Reddit user named A Cult by Definition claimed to have contacted Coochie's son in 2017, who confirmed the existence of the restaurant and that, quote, he's just as confused about it as we are, end quote. So we finally have someone who supposedly reached out to the family. The family's like, I got no idea what's going on.
Right.
And then in 2018, there was a Reddit user that was claiming to be Coochie Palaez's daughter. And they said her father and grandfather were not in good health, so it was very unlikely that they were the ones leaving the comments. Now, there's no proof of this. Again, these are claims made on the internet. Someone can claim to be so-and-so's daughter all day long. But if you take these at face value, it does seem to. But then again, if you don't want to believe these things and you do think it's the owners of this restaurant for whatever reason talking about their old restaurant,
yeah,
I guess they would have a motive to come forward and say, hey, I'm the daughter, it's not that.
I can't. It's just this is what the alleged internet said.
Yeah.
The internet said allegedly.
Right.
I can't. As much as I want to, I'm just, I want things to line up. I want things to make sense.
This might be one of the most non sequitur mysteries we're going to cover. There's a subreddit, one last piece, and then we'll dive into the theories. There's a subreddit dedicated to this entire mystery, and you're like, wow, awesome, a community to talk about how, like, what is this? Let's pull it all apart. It's been private for at least a year for unknown reasons. And when the subreddit initially went private, the message upon attempting to visit it said, Jake Carson Tribute. Jake Carson being one of the common names used as a signature for the end of a Key Lime Pie comment. But now if you try to go there, it only says that the subreddit is closed. There's no special message or anything like that. And that's where this whole trail goes cold.
Damn. Any posts after that?
It's hard to say. I think there have been comments. Christian, feel free to step in if you know more, but I feel like there have been comments on and off since 2016. It's just that since the events of 2016 kicked off, right, this becoming viral and obvious copycats starting to show up, it seems like the real comments stopped then or around that time, and that only fake ones continue.
Yeah, you nailed it. There may have been comments posted since then, but since the rise of the copycats, it's just become so much harder to tell which is a real comment and which isn't, since there's no way to concretely verify it.
Right.
And so it's possible that it's continued, but since no one's sure, they just claimed that 2016 was the unofficial end, I suppose.
Yeah, and I mean, even if an official comment was made, there's so much noise now and so much doubt that people would be like, "You're a fake, you're a phony. We want the real Pie Man."
But there doesn't seem like it's easy to even prove that you're the, just through text that you are said person. You're the one writing the comments and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, beyond like what you could type out as your signature, I feel like there are numeric signatures that are attached to an account or to an IP or to a computer, or even just having a specific email. I feel like you could use, but I don't know. Maybe this person just didn't want to be identified, and that's why they really started to wind down as things spun up, as people became more aware of this topic.
Yeah, and everyone wants a spotlight. But we talked about it earlier, and we've been talking about it during a handful of our episodes just because it's gotten so crazy out there with people trying to claim this and that.
Yeah.
But some people just don't want the spotlight. Some people don't want, just want to live a quieter life.
Right. Some people want to make ripples, but they don't want to be at the front of it.
Yeah.
So they want to make some ripples. They want to see people react to something they put out there. I think there's definitely something very human about that. Putting out something, whether it's something as simple as a video or a song or a comment or an idea, an opinion, and then watching people interact with that thing is a uniquely human process, right? And so there could just be people out there that wanted to cause ripples in a very niche realm, but again, it calls into question, like, what are they after? What is the end goal here?
God, it could be anything at this point.
Right. But without further ado, why don't we dive into some of the theories that attempt to pull this mess together? And maybe along the way, you and I can decipher what the motive would be behind each theory.
I'd be very interested to hear these theories because I don't.
Do you have any feelings, like theories yourself?
I thought it would be something dark, and it just doesn't seem that way. Nothing ever came up of like it led to a website.
Yeah, no phone numbers, no active reaching out.
Yeah.
It seems like like whatever this is was recoiling from the attention a little bit. Well, one of the main theories that attempt to address what's going on here is that this is some sort of bot. Now, this was my gut instinct, and that's the reason why I was kind of talking about it throughout this episode, is because this is kind of where my mind automatically goes. But let's talk through the theory as it stands. It's based on the fact that there are a large amount of comments on a variety of websites, and the posts are incredibly large and prolific. The language in many of the comments sounds that of like a bot, right? Very uncanny valley and random. And if you've ever talked with an AI or a bot online, they are very close, right? There's that Turing test level where can they pass as a human, or can you definitely sniff out
Close,
that they
but still
exactly.
feels just slightly hollow, even a little scripted.
Yeah. And so on top of all this information, people are like, well, okay, maybe there's a bot that's going out here. Maybe the family that owned the restaurant were trying to use this bot to either encourage people to come to their website, to come to their restaurant, to find out about them. This could be some sort of SEO or search engine optimization play to increase because
the more you type it, and then all of a sudden you start getting traction.
Yeah, right?
And so it'll pop up on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, this is in the early 2000s, so that's very much how SEO worked, and it kind of works that way now. It's a little bit more intelligent, but again, a search engine would crawl a bunch of websites, blogs being one of the main websites around that time, and it would scrub for certain words, it would scrub for links and what's linked out and what's linked towards that website, and from that it would build a web, and from that web it could identify how it should surface websites against search results and against other websites. And so this could have been a very sophisticated, at the time, way to have your website, or rather your restaurant, appear at the top when people search key lime pies. If you're trying to establish yourself as a world leader in key lime pies, which I'll be real with you, I don't know why this is coming to mind right now, and I'm sure you don't have a similar experience, but there was a point in time, like a year in elementary school, where everybody was obsessed with key lime pie. I don't know if it was just a hot commodity at the time, but Florida, when I grew up in Indiana, Florida was like the main destination for holidays, and everyone would come back talking about key lime pie, and I've never had it in my life. I don't think I've still had it, but it's interesting because the timeline here isn't all that far off, and so maybe they're just trying to capture a hot commodity and get attention off of it. I really don't know.
I just don't quite know what to make of it.
Right? I think it might be something as silly as just a little bit of an SEO play. Trying to navigate people to their restaurant, trying to make a name for themselves. How else is that done? If not organically, then by brute force. I guess there are a couple wrinkles, though, that are worth talking about, right? Not all of the comments had that bot-like language, and that could be answered by the owners themselves or a hired individual coming through and typing up the articles. But then again, why would they be so odd in nature? And especially if you're trying to promote a restaurant, why would you start getting sexual in certain ones?
Exactly. Why get sexual at some point? Wouldn't you want to talk about, I don't know, the restaurant, or maybe also put out there some other stuff of like some legit ads?
Right. Right. I mean, I don't know. And a couple other wrinkles that can more easily be challenged now would be that a lot of these websites that had comment sections had CAPTCHAs and had email verification built in, which would be a little bit more complicated for a bot to be able to figure out and leave a comment. So if they're scrubbing through automatically, that would make that challenging.
God, someone just typed this by hand? Oof.
Yeah, I mean, years of typing by hand. I mean, if that's your business, but also like the fact that this continued after the business closed, and
That too.
I guess really my mind was open to the idea maybe they did this while the restaurant was open and it wasn't identified until after, but people didn't really identify it until 2016. In searching, they went back to 2009 to find some of the kickoff comments. But were they lost to time, or did we just like jump in the middle of was there a bot that was active while the restaurant was alive, and then we're only seeing the 2009 plus comments? I just like, it makes me wonder why only after and not during, and why is there no archive of maybe comments made during? I don't know. Just, it calls into question a lot of the theory, right?
It does. There's a lot of holes in that. And also, I don't know, maybe it's just because I haven't come across it, but I just can't think of there being like a lot of like restaurants. One, if they were doing it themselves, having the time, because they're running their own business at restaurant. Like, to run a restaurant is a lot of
work.
hours and work and dedication. But then like to hire somebody else to do this type of play, like, I don't understand what the sales pitch is there. We're gonna build up your SEO by just writing a bunch of random stuff talking about your place.
I mean, it's that out of the box thinking that sometimes works, though.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely sounds strange, but I can definitely picture that being a way to attempt surfacing your website. The hole in that one is really just the timeline. Why is it only that we're finding it after, right, in 2009? Another thing, and this could just be detaching it from the restaurant in general. This is attempting to respond to that hole in the theory. And some do theorize, yes, it's still a bot, but perhaps someone is testing out an advanced bot or a series of bots, and they're trying to build a bot that can low-key pass the Turing test, right? That is to say, it can speak indistinguishably like a human. And this is just an early iteration of it, and so it's testing itself out. It's trying things. Maybe whoever's writing this is manually adding language into the comments for the bot to learn off of. And then when they were found out, it kind of disappeared, right? We've seen that with random YouTube videos and random YouTube channels that just get thousands of videos slammed onto their page, and all that is to do is to test the algorithm and to test the infrastructure of the website behind the scenes.
Yeah.
In a very similar and odd way, this could be that. It's definitely very prolific.
That just sounds so expansive. Instead of having people come sit down and then having a controlled test to just scatter it to the internet.
Right.
Setting that up and then tracking it. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem efficient for what you're trying to accomplish if that's the route.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting theory, and that's definitely where my mind wants to go. But there's a lot of holes in it that challenge it. Another piece that people started to refer to was in 2016. After the U.S. election, Donald Trump won the election, became the president. A lot of the comments made by the KLP poster referred to that. Now, that isn't to say like a bot can't build in political topics or newsworthy events into their comments. That's very easy to do nowadays, especially in 2016. It's not too long ago. So I don't know if that's necessarily a hole in the theory that it's a bot, but a lot of people are thinking, well, because of this copy-paste nature and this new information being structured in, that someone did that intentionally, that it feels a little bit more human. But it's really hard to say, man. I mean, that's the challenge with this theory, is trying to delineate this very odd language. Is it just someone being a bit of a troll, trying its best?
I'm leaning towards troll. Mm-hmm. Oh man, because the bot just gets so random. Like the sexual stuff, that stuff doesn't make sense to me.
Right. That's a very human thing to keep leaning into.
Yeah.
Unless you taught a bot with a lot of sexual language, you're cybering with this bot maybe on the side to teach it, and then it starts spitting this language out to the world.
Just. Well, falling in love with your your creation, I guess.
It's her. It's this is Joaquin Phoenix's creation here. You know?
Oh, that was a solid movie.
Very solid.
Just fell in love, and then the bot went on its own way to talk about pie and sexually.
He was like, you were commenting on my site. You were commenting about my pies. Now you comment on every site about burgers all at the same time. We had something intimate, something special, and now you talk with every website. And then, spoiler alert, just like in the film 2016, the bot goes away. Bot goes to wherever bots go. The internet, the back end of the internet. I don't know.
Their own secret back end in the interwebs.
Hey, maybe that's it.
To talk about key lime pie, all they want.
Well, the next theory is quite interesting itself. It kind of pulls on one of the threads that we also kind of outlined earlier. Not too distinctly, but a lot of people do believe that whoever the KLP poster is actually not an individual, but rather that of a group of posters. This would make sense because there's a couple of different styles that, again, fit. I'm going to make this very confusing sounding. They tend to fit a macro level style, but then each of those signature names that I referred to kind of focus on different topics and different language, right? So like I said, someone was a bit more sexual and a bit more, I'm replying to the article I'm commenting on. Another one was a bit more copy-paste, very much within the confines of key lime pie and staying within that topic, but all had a very similar writing style. Hope that makes sense.
No, it completely plays in my mind. The thing about that is to get one person to do this and waste so much time, and then to get even more people to do this and waste time. I still don't know what the motive is.
Right.
What are you getting out of it?
That is the question. Exactly.
How do you, again, what's the pitch there?
Right. I mean, the theory attempts to answer that, thankfully. And then a lot of the people that think that it's a cult or a group of people say, okay, this could be as simple as an inside joke. And this is where I want to refer back to Barely Sociable and his content and his research. How a lot of people tried to stitch this together very loosely with things like Lake City Quiet Pills. Now, I'm with him. I don't really see the connection here at all, but there is something familiar to that in that this could be coded communication. This could be a way for a private group to communicate private information in a public space using innocuous language, talking about pies and burgers and restaurants. To us, it looks goofy, but to those in this group, it could mean everything.
There's a previous episode where there was something similar, and I just went, what is the point of that? Why not just post it on a private?
Right.
I mean, was it Lake City Quiet Pills?
I think it was that one, yeah.
Or just like, why go through the trouble? I don't just create your own site, you know what I mean? Or there's a lot of sites that there's a secret access to, another layer of the site that isn't visible to the masses.
Well, I mean, I definitely agree with you, but to play devil's advocate, and I think about, Red Web, our podcast, and other podcasts of this nature. Once you find something like that, though, people tend to really stare, right? We talked about a website that was nothing but a login page. And when people were able to get past that, it was just another login page. But they were able to see that there was terabytes of information on it. And so people just kept paying attention to it. Lake City Quiet Pills, they were talking privately behind the scenes of the website. When people found that, their information was spilled. And they had to like basically shut it down. And so maybe the theory here, despite, yes, standing out and still getting attention, maybe the thesis behind this move was to hide in plain sight, speak with plain language that everyone else would just kind of gloss over.
What year did they disappear?
They stopped speaking somewhere around 2016 is what we kind of theorize. Hard to really pinpoint it. That's kind of where it ebbed and flowed from consistent, what seems to be authentic posts to copycat posts.
I mean, you had AIM, you had TeamSpeak. There were ways to communicate.
Oh my God, TeamSpeak.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There were services where you could communicate.
You're not wrong, man. There's like 1,000 different ways to go about this. And so it's definitely not a bulletproof theory, but
No, for sure.
Again, it's interesting.
It's interesting to think about all the different angles and stuff.
Well, you're definitely right. There's definitely a lot of holes in this theory. I have some more information here that will attempt to respond to some of the holes that we poked.
Okay. I like the sound of that.
But yeah, we'll see what happens. So a lot of the people online that believe this theory or subscribe to this particular theory do rely on the fact that there's a lot of specific phrases and terms that are unique as well that are posted in these posts. And that's kind of what they're leaning on. A lot of the graphic and almost pornographic comments that were made in a lot of these would probably get ignored, is what they feel. And again, this is kind of my thought as well. They're innocuous comments that would otherwise get glossed over. And that's kind of building the case a bit. But then it gets a little bit more tea leaves. It gets a little bit more trying to read into some names like Roger Ramjet, one of the aliases that the KLP posters signed comments with. When looking into where that name comes from, it comes from an old cartoon. In one of the episodes, now this is a bit of a stretch, I admit, but in one of the episodes, there is the character Roger Ramjet who is hiding microfilm inside of pies, basically hiding information, photographs, otherwise, maybe newspaper, inside of pies. Online sleuths believe that this could be a sign that information is hidden in these comments because the comments are the pie, because they're all about pies. And that would answer why the restaurant has nothing to do with pies and why the restaurant really has nothing to do with burgers. It was a seafood thing. And so that would attempt to answer that distinct disconnect, right?
Yeah. Even, if it was that, man, they did a really good job covering it up because no one was able to crack it.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
No one was able to get into this pie.
Exactly. Another piece of interesting trivia here is that Kutchie, Kutchie, the name I've been referring to this whole time, is actually Jamaican slang for a pot that holds marijuana. So there's another possibility here that's kind of hiding in plain sight of an item that hides something else, whether it's illegal or whether it's information, what have you. Just wanted to mention that because that does go hand in hand with this theory. Now, to kind of build on what you were saying, there is a blogger named Yore Sa who claims that these comments in general use steganography. That is to say, certain segments of the comments represent a letter or something else, whatever the message is. For example, different capital letters and periods can represent something else. There's a lot of, when you look at these comments, there's a lot of random capitalization. And so it does seem to track that there could be some hidden message. But again, to your point, show me a solved puzzle then. Show me the decoded phrase or meaning, and I will subscribe to this 100%.
Yeah, I will dive in head first. If the internet's going for it, they didn't crack a single one. There are thousands of these.
Right. And at this point in the theory, this is where Christian and Jillian, our researchers and producers, wrote in the theory that kind of, again, picking up what you were saying, which is there's no real reason why, and this is the biggest wrinkle, why they would communicate with this method when there's a lot of other better ones that exist. Countless methods for sure. Maybe this is a decent one, but there are certainly better, more protected ways for a private group to speak. So to do it this way is agreeably a bit of a stretch. And so for that reason, it is hard to subscribe to this, though not completely outlandish. Maybe it was a bit of an odd group of people and this is how they did it. I don't know. Some people tie their shoes with the bunny ears, man. So that's the theory, that this could be a cult or otherwise just a group of folks maybe behind this. But that leads nicely into our next theory, which is simply that this is just one person, not a bot, not a group of people, but rather one person, perhaps even the owners themselves. And this is based on just the consistent diction style of the comments that were left, the fact that never more than 10 were made in one day. You know, it feels very much that this could be human up until the point that it became very repetitive, copy pasta in nature. Now, to kind of build out this theory, you know, it's based on the idea that obviously that at no point too many comments were left at any given time. And the fact that it was able to get through verifications of email, CAPTCHAs, and replying to themselves, replying to articles in unique ways, that would be difficult for a bot. It seems to stand to reason that this might be rather just a person. And with the very specific knowledge of the restaurant that this entity, this person, I keep saying entity like it's a ghost, like that this person had, that it could be one of the former owners, employees, or just a regular patron, right? They knew Oswald and his wife and his kids. So the theory kind of builds out that this is perhaps Oswald Pelaez Sr., the man who started the restaurant, the father to the other Oswald we were discussing. Because who else would have as much information about Coochie's Key West Cafe?
With just a lot of time on their hands, I guess.
Perhaps, you know, and that's where the theory kind of builds out the idea that maybe this is just a poor attempt at a joke. Maybe this is him trying to start another business, focusing more on the key lime pies side of things, right? Because the restaurant didn't really focus on that. Maybe this was just having fun in retirement and maybe trying to build up the idea, drum up some nostalgia so people could say, oh, I remember that place. And then maybe that would be able to get him a loan so he could start up his business again. There's a lot of like little nuanced reasons that we could come up with for him doing this, but
What a stretch.
very, very stretchy.
No, I mean, in terms of like trying to spark up a business again.
Oh, no, right, yeah.
Oh my goodness, you are really just swinging for the fences wildly.
Absolutely. And I think at this point in time, let me do some quick mental math. He would have been around 80, give or take.
Oh, come on.
Right. So in 2009, he would have been 81-ish.
That makes it this person in their 80s, writing all this, and even then, the extra layer of the theory is for, you know, maybe possibly starting up some buzz, maybe getting another business going. What?
Maybe he just didn't have, you know, he had a different understanding of what the internet could be. Maybe. But to kind of build out this theory more, some Redditors, again, you have to take internet claims with a huge grain of salt, but Redditors who had claimed to have visited Coochie's Key West Cafe said that they recalled Oswald Jr. as being quite an eccentric person. Be eccentric, whether that means Oswald Jr. is the one making these comments. If you take this for face value, it stands to reason that maybe it's an eccentric family, and that's why they were doing something that would otherwise seem a little outlandish to the rest of us.
And they were just like, yeah, maybe they were doing this, and they get together during dinner and they laugh about it and they tell stories about it, and that was their entertainment.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Well, his nickname was Coochie, and so whether it was the father or himself, maybe that's why they were so obsessed with these key lime pies and calling it Coochie's Key West. I don't really know. But anyway, one of the first comments ever written...
But wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
If we're going back and saying that this was to maybe bring nostalgia to the place, they were talking about things that weren't even on the menu.
That's true. That was me firing from the hip, to be fair. I was just saying.
Oh, yeah. No, for
You know.
sure. I'm sure.
But you're not wrong. I skimmed over that.
You know, we're both sitting here firing from the hip and gut checking, and I was like, wait a second.
Ooh. Oh, you remember that Red Lobster? Oh, I remember. I remember the... Hold on a second. They kind of serve a little bit of everything. Let me dig in deep. I remember the... what do they not serve?
Yeah, man, you went with Red Lobster. They serve a lot of stuff.
I know that. Damn it! That
I was
fell
like-
apart. I was trying to drum up some fake Red Lobster nostalgia, but you're right. They're just another American restaurant serving a little bit of everything.
They serve a ton of
They
stuff.
might as well
on
just
it.
be Chili's with a
Man,
different name.
Good luck trying to pull something off their menu that doesn't exist.
Well, anyway, there went that metaphor, but
That was funny.
yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, like they're drumming up nostalgia for something they never served, apparently. I think maybe they were just trying to drum up a new business. Hey, remember that restaurant? Now take that nostalgia and turn it into a new company. Whatever.
Was it? I might have missed it. Was it a chain?
I don't think it was a chain.
Yeah, weird. Like, who else is gonna remember this damn place?
Right. It's North Carolina. It's not like a huge tourist destination. And it's Asheville, which I don't know the population of, but it's not a huge town or city. So it's like, I don't know, man. You're really going after the internet at large to maybe drum something up. This is that's my guesswork there. But like I said, yeah, these comments kind of, especially the first one that was ever left by the KLP poster, goes into the decades-long history of this restaurant. And so who better to know that than someone directly involved with the restaurant itself, especially this family? And that's why a lot of people, regardless of the oddity happening here, regardless of the lack of clear motive as to why they were doing this, that's why a lot of people say, no, for sure it was Oswald Sr. or Jr., and that's all we know. We don't know why, but for sure it was them. That's what a lot of people think. And a lot of people do continue the theory from this point to say that, Oswald Sr. is up there in age when these comments are starting, right? He's around 81. And as they continue up into 2016, the comments are getting stranger in coordination with Oswald Sr.'s health, unfortunately, declining. And so some people do kind of dabble with the idea that maybe there's dementia in play. Dark as it may be, but there, a lot of people do kind of try to connect the dots there because it is a real situation that one might find themselves in. And what's more interesting too, and I'll try to keep this part brief, during that hiatus. Now I'm really happy that we're kind of diving into this because this is where you can really take a candidate for, or whoever you think this is, look at their 2012 and see if it lines up with the fact that they stopped commenting in 2012. Because it seems like in the hiatus year, comments started popping up about Oz'sGold.com instead of Coochie's Key Lime Pies. It's not entirely positive on the Oz Gold's front. Not saying like Oz Gold's amazing. Some of them were a bit neutral or negative in messaging, but it does seem to be interesting that Oswald Peliez's Facebook account was also posting about this website during this time period. The links redirected to Numis, which was a known investment pyramid scheme, essentially.
Ooh.
And it is unknown for sure if the domain belonged to Oswald Sr. or not, but some do believe that it does because of the nickname Oz being in the title, Oz's Gold. But on top of that, a lot of the comments talking about OzGold.com refer to or mention Oswald Peliez, not necessarily specific on Junior or Senior, but flash forward, I'm keeping this all very brief because there's a lot of information within this. Numis was eventually shut down, and at that point in time is when the Jake Carson Facebook account showed up and began posting. Once again, Jake Carson being one of those pseudonyms, one of those signature names that showed up and began posting about the pies. And so that's what's really weird to me, is that within this one distinct year where things changed just for this moment, there were some other corroborating factors that also changed, right? Oz's Gold showing up, their names being attached to it, and Facebook accounts rising and falling and commenting along the way with this. And so, again, it calls into question what the motive is outside of perhaps this pyramid scheme. But the fact that this is like the best piece of information we have. This is the most aligned we can make the stars.
So is it like officially attached to this pyramid scheme? Like in the sense of just like, I don't know, there's some kind of like business write-up or...
It seems like the links from Oz'sGold.com linked directly to a known pyramid scheme called Numis, Numis. And it's only theoretically related, Oz's Gold and the Key Lime Pie thing. They're only theoretically related by way of the 2012 thing, by Oz and Oswald, and by the fact that some comments mention Oswald Peliez, and the timing just happens to work out. It's definitely a stretch.
Yeah.
But, I mean, of all the stretches within this particular topic, with all the oddities happening and non sequitur pieces of fact, this is, I just knew that this kind of year would be the best opportunity to try to compare apples and oranges and say, you went down this year, but this came up that year. And so that's what people are kind of leaning on, is the timeline kind of meshing up here. And maybe, you know, and maybe in 2016, by the fact that they became viral, or whoever was doing these posts became viral, he then went, okay, I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Maybe I can now be attached, if they look back well enough, I can be attached to this pyramid scheme. And so they backed off, you know?
Yeah.
It's definitely a stretch, but it's like, and I'm not fully subscribed to it, but it's, I don't know. It's like, it's the only thing that really tries to lean on the otherwise non sequitur facts at hand. You know what I mean? Like it really tries to line things up.
Man.
But Oswald Sr. passed away, you know, he at 93 in January of 2020. And so, you know, if it was him, if it was his kids, we might not ever know, especially when you have the kids themselves supposedly coming onto Reddit to say they're in no condition to leave these comments. They're definitely not doing it. But then again, you know, my tinfoil hat says, why would you come out of the blue and say it's not us? You know, unless
people might be harassing them.
I mean, that's true. That is very true. I don't know. Some of these internet sleuths might be probing a little bit too deep and bugging them. And for every one person that finds out about this topic, I'm sure a handful of them are reaching out to try to see if they can solve it. But
Yeah, trying to get the scoop.
I don't know. Very strange topic, but a lot of fun and definitely been around the internet for a little bit. So we'd be remiss if we didn't visit this one.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I completely thought you were messing with me. I'll be honest. I was like, what?
It's definitely someone messing with someone.
Thought it was a bait and switch. Man, look. I mean, sure, you know, this is one of those, you know, with every episode, it's like, I wish we had a resolution. It wouldn't be a big internet mystery if it had one, to be honest. But man, this was like something that someone put time and effort into.
Yeah.
For what reason? How far does it go? We'll never know. But
right. What's
it's
the
out
end
there.
goal? Did it end before it could finish, kind of thing? And before we close fully, I want to talk about some of the smaller theories that do come up when you search this topic. As we lightly mentioned before, there's the ARG angle, which again, there's nothing that's been solved and no concrete checkpoints have been discovered along the way. So that it's hard to say, but a lot of people do bring up number stations, which are Cold War era radio broadcast signals that pump out number station. I don't know if you've heard about that from Black Ops, Call of Duty, but
yes.
Very much
we
real.
mentioned it in this podcast before.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Very much real. Very much still broadcasting. A lot of theories there that kind of mesh up with some of the theories attempted here. This could be a situation where, and this actually makes a lot of sense to me, where someone was just trying to put a bunch of information on the internet to cover up some potentially bad publicity. So they were just trying to put out a bunch of misdirects to cover up any sort of search results that might be negative to their establishment. Again, timeline doesn't work out very well for that message, but and then the last kind of smaller theory is that regardless of this being the owner, regardless of whoever this might have been, it could be an unfortunate circumstance of someone who is stricken with a mental illness of some sort. And I say that with all seriousness, right? I don't want to speak of that lightly. This very well could be a situation like that. And if it is certainly not something to joke about. But, you know, it does come up when you search this topic, and I'd be remiss again if I didn't mention it. But whether it would be dementia or otherwise, you know, everybody has access to the internet, and it is an open door. It is a possibility at all times. So those are some of the smaller theories that do crop up that people discuss. But that's Captain Coochie's key lime pies from the seafood restaurant. Bada boom.
Man, this was a real thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. This just goes to show, right? This on this podcast, we love to scratch the surface of mysteries. We're very much the enthusiasts, right? We're very much the storytellers. I wish we had the time to be those investigative journalists that could really dive in and chase down leads, and maybe someday down the road, you know, we can start a Red Web docu-series or something like that and really get out there.
Yeah, this is like our little side passion project on top of you know, our main job.
Right, with Rooster Teeth. But, you know, as I just wanted to say that because I recognize that this particular topic might have felt a little more aimless than other topics, but that's the thing, man. Sometimes mysteries are just about the story, just about the journey, and this one's very much
this is a fun one.
It's very much a fascinating, just goofy one to talk about.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to change the pace on tone, and more lighthearted and more spirited mysteries before we dive back into the true crime and missing persons and monsters and ghosts and whatnot. But anyway, we've been Red Web. Fredo, I am so excited to see you next Monday for yet another mystery, and I will see you then.
Yeah, boy. Goodbye, everybody.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1987, a local Chicago, Illinois broadcast signal was hijacked. Viewers were subjected to a person dressed as a popular TV character of the time, acting and speaking in a strange, erratic manner. Today we look at the bizarre case of the Max Headroom incident. This is Red Web. Welcome back to another weekly episode of Red Web. I'm Trevor Collins. That's Alfredo Diaz. If you're new to the show, we cover a new mystery every week. Fredo, how you feeling about this one?
Yeah, we do. Hey, like a hijacking of like a TV network.
Yeah, TV station.
That's insane. Either inside job, which I'm sure is part of one of the theories, or they have some exposed. All right, look, I just watch a lot of movies. Okay. There's an exposed circuit box somewhere that someone got to.
Yep.
And don't shake your head no. Christian's shaking his head no.
That's not improv. That's not yes and Christian.
It's not yes and. That's yes and what are you talking about?
I'm listening.
You're making me feel subconscious, man.
Yeah. Look, someone hijacked.
Spitting facts. You're giggling away.
There's some kind of circuit box on the outside of a building that someone hijacked and they took over the signal. Weird that, I mean, they're, I guess, impersonating a popular character.
Right.
Boy, I mean, we haven't gotten into it yet, but it isn't. I mean, it could be bad. You know what I mean? Someone hijacking your TV network, it can get really bad.
It's really sketchy. You could do a whole lot of stuff with that. Hold on, I'm going to stretch my legs out, get comfy real quick. We're recording in person again, so you know me. I like to stretch my legs out when I do this show. I like to get real comfy, cozy. We're in the comfort zone right now.
So this is our second week of recording this show.
Why can't you look at me?
In the office.
Describe the man in front of you. What are you seeing?
Mistake number one, before I describe the man in front of me in grave detail. Mistake number one, Christian spilling Trevor's water all over Christian's own laptop.
We did do that immediately.
Erratic behavior, just like Max Headroom.
First thing that happened.
2 weeks in to filming in person, and we're falling apart already. Secondly, this man,
the Adonis ahead of you,
Trevor, doubling down on comfort. That's a fresh pair of Crocs, bro.
Oh, they are freshly broken
and
in.
You're wearing is that the Remy Tim socks?
Yeah, we got some.
So one's like tie-dye orange, one's tie-dye purple.
Yep.
And it's just a black on black pair of Crocs. I mean, at least the man went black on black with it. But What you guys don't know is this man sent me a damn text message, which was a video of him just like, hey man, I just want to check in, see how you're doing. And then in the background is the Croc store. Like, absurd. You know what you're going to do.
You know there's a Croc store in Austin? I didn't know that.
I mean, look, man,
I had to
Crocs
rush
are way
up
bigger
there.
than they deserve to be. In my very little knowledge of the company.
I'll educate you.
Never have worn the shoes. So you're messing up here, Trevor, okay? Because what you're doing is you're setting a standard for the uniforms for this for the task force, okay?
I told Christian it's true.
This is a conversation
We
had.
have this amazing, especially when you look at Sanja's artwork from the Red Web Radio, which I don't know if we've re-uploaded that to the YouTube channel.
We have.
Oh, cool.
It's up there.
So it's there as well now if you want to check it out, youtube.com/redwebpod. It's an amazing aesthetic. It's us buttoned up, white Oxford shirts, rolled up sleeves. Very
we look good.
noir, sophisticated. You got those pleated pants down to the boot. Or no, they're dress shoes, like leather shoes.
Yep.
And I told Christian, I'm like, I'm on the precipice of turning this show into the
retcon it.
cozy zone where it's just a bunch of beanbags in a bedroom and a couple boys hanging out with some loose paper and spilled water.
It's ridiculous.
It's a totally different image than I
Yeah.
had expected.
Yeah, I mean, we got a mystery in front of us, but there's no mystery that you've lost it. This man went to the Croc store.
I am cozy. I am real good.
Hey, I
Listen,
bet
these
you
are.
are.
Let me show you up close. These are
This
fur
is
lined.
ridiculous.
And
Those
they're
are the biggest
mostly
pairs of Crocs I've ever seen.
and they're the biggest pairs of Crocs that they had in stock, dude. Because they
get the fur lining.
turns
on
out
the inside.
I'm not their prime demographic. I had the poor girl working there, scouring the
Yeah.
back room looking for any size 12s.
Yeah,
Because this
'cause
whole
I
I
bet
think
they're
the average size I saw was 7.
mostly selling to kids, I guess.
Wow.
You're like, I'm a big baby.
Apparently, she was telling me they were flush with 12s. She doesn't know what happened with them. So maybe I'm just a little late to the trend, you know?
That's just weird how that company still chooses to design those shoes that way.
They have a wide variety, and this is Crocs. You know, this could be brought to you by,
Well,
but
you
it
went
ain't.
with the classics.
I went with the classics with the fur line, and I'm cozy. I'm cruising. But I want to talk about Max Headroom for a second because this is an incident I have known about for quite some time. And spoiler alert, they haven't found the man, which is very interesting, especially when we'll talk about this later, a couple other TV station hijackings that have happened around that time that set the precedent.
So wait, do we know it's a man?
I'm saying he because of the character being Max Headroom and the body language, the body
Oh, yeah,
physique,
because,
there
was
you
a-
could kind of tell with the voice. There's some
Right.
details that make me that indicated it might be
Yeah, I
a
was
he.
just curious.
But to be fair, we don't know who it is, and it could be anybody.
Oh.
So yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, let's dive into the incident, kind of what happened. That's the information I'm pretty aware of personally, because I've heard about this several times. But the interesting stuff comes kind of in the investigation, because until researching this with the team, hadn't really looked into the investigation itself or any of the theories or suspects. So I'm super excited to be talking about that part of this particular mystery.
Could you imagine just the fear that like the head of the network would have?
Oh my God.
The station getting hijacked.
Mhm.
I mean, God.
It just happens in front of you, and this is maybe the third time
Yeah.
that something like this has happened. By the time that this happened
Mhm.
in '87, so yeah,
I'm
that's
just, look at that point. I would implement some type of big button to push to kind
yeah?
of just kill the or a big power plug, not like a simple one. I wanted like a meaty plug that I can just
like
run over
the one
and
that
just
Spider-Man
yank.
pulls out when
Yeah.
Doc Ock is going to blow the building up.
I know exactly the one you're talking about. Maybe
Mhm.
something a little easier to pull.
Oh, because you don't want to have to be a superhero.
Yeah,
I mean, not all of us can be Tobey Maguire, but we're on our way. So let's talk about that incident and stretch your legs out, folks, and get comfy.
It's just like in my
It's
just-
so bright
he's just
too. They're not
crossing his
how do they
leg.
not get in your
He's
periphery.
crossing his leg as big as boat
Dude,
rocks.
no one can make these look good
No,
except for this guy right here. You're looking at him.
that's
First
not an
time Croc
exception.
owner, proud owner.
This man's not an exception to the rule. I hate to break it to you.
We're talking about John Kroc right here. All right, so this happened on the evening of November 22nd, 1987. During WGN's 9 o'clock news, sports anchor Dan Roan was covering the Chicago Bears' win against the Detroit Lions. But that was abruptly stopped. For 10 seconds, the viewers had nothing but a black screen, which is very odd if you're just watching normal broadcast. But then at about 9:16 p.m., the image on the screen suddenly changed to something completely different. It featured a person wearing a suit and a rubber Max Headroom mask with sunglasses, while a piece of corrugated metal kind of rotated back and forth behind him. Corrugated metal being that kind of ripply metal. Every inch or two, there's another like kind of wave or whatever. Something that you might put on like a shed or an outdoor garage. So clearly at this point, everybody behind the station realizes that the signal's been hijacked. Now, briefly for some background on Max Headroom. It was a popular TV character from around that time, and he was supposedly the first computer-generated TV personality. Now, it was a person in some heavy makeup. I think you might recognize Eminem did a music video in a very similar makeup style.
From the Rap God video.
Rap God, yeah, that's what it was.
Not recalling.
You will recall as soon as you see it.
Yeah, as soon as I see it, I will. But for some reason, I can't get the image of NSYNC as dolls out of my head.
That's it. Looks just like that.
I can't get that image out of my head. I don't know why. Don't ask me.
No, I mean, it ain't wrong. I feel like a kid's show like Spy Kids had a TV villain or a movie villain that was all plasticky.
Yeah. They also had the thumb
people?
The thumb people.
Maybe it wasn't Spy Kids, but Thumb People.
No,
Sit down.
Spy Kids did.
Yeah, that was-
no,
Oh, they did?
Yeah. Oh, okay, so that kind of look.
Yeah.
It's a really weird look.
Super
Especially
90s
with
early.
the hair, too. There's some like kids' TV shows. I think some that are still going or were going like 5 years ago where they just had the hair where it was just like plastic like
Yeah,
that.
what was that piece of cake to bake a pretty cake? That show. Silly Town. What was it called?
It freaked me out.
The search history on this man. I just hear
Yeah,
Christian
don't
traveling
worry.
away on his
The man in the chair. The man in the chair
man in the
with
chair.
the wet laptop.
Look, you guys want answers? I'll get them for
We
you.
need a cozy pin set, and one of them is Christian in a really cozy chair. I need to get you a Lazy Boy recliner.
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
I appreciate
We
the
are
hell
on
out of
our
that.
way. That's 2v1.
Show's Lazy Town, by the way.
Lazy Town,
Oh, okay.
featuring Lazy Boy recliners. You could sponsor this show. But yeah, so it had this TV personality in that kind of plasticky makeup, and it was supposedly in a dystopian world. This was a TV movie kind of character. Now, the background is what I want to focus on for a hot second because it was a CGI moving background, very reminiscent of Tron, that 80s CGI look.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, like wireframes, old school kind of video games. And that's what that piece of corrugated metal on this hijacking signal is supposed to emulate. It's supposed to
Right.
give you, because it undulates back in the actual Max Headroom series.
So the people that hijacked this seem to have some money behind it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this isn't just like someone hijacked it and said, "Hi, I'm standing there in a mask. Hello, welcome." It's like a whole production
Yeah.
that is
especially-
hijacking a production.
100%. And we'll get into it more in detail later, but like
Okay.
the cost of doing something like this, I can't understate.
Yeah.
This is television broadcast in its heyday. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously TV's been around for a while now, but like I'm talking the 80s, the tech behind it is very expensive, cost prohibitive, size prohibitive, and very specialized. So only certain
Ooh.
people would have access to this kind of stuff.
Like a rival TV network.
Ooh, now we're
It's
cooking.
Spicy.
Yeah. So let's get back to the hijacking. The audio for this hijacking here was only static, and the person was leaning their head left to right, kind of like a bobblehead, or they bob their head kind of back and forth. Very eerie looking. And this was for about 28 seconds, this broadcast went on, before the engineers returned Chicago viewers to Roan, who was, again, doing the sports news. And when it returned, he said, "If you're wondering what's happened, so am I." Clearly indicating that the network had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
And that they had been blindly hijacked.
Yeah, which is a smart move because you want to distance yourself from whatever that was.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever liability that was,
Yep.
wasn't us, folks.
Yep. Like immediately you just want to just like, nope, we had nothing to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
Cover yourself. Try to cover yourself legally.
Absolutely. WGN's channel then continued that night without any further interruption. But now we flash forward to 11 p.m., about 2 hours later, Chicago's local PBS station WTTW was showing an episode of Horror of Fang Rock, which is a Doctor Who serial. Not like Crunch Crunch serial, but like a serialized TV show. It was an episode of Doctor Who, I believe, right?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. It was
All
episode.
right.
Maybe it was the episode was titled Horror of the Fang Rock.
Do they call episodes serials? Like, what is
Yeah, it's a serialized show, one leading to the next. It's like a linear storytelling.
series?
Yeah, series. Yeah. Same prefix. But now, this was almost exactly 2 hours after the first hijacking. Now we're at 11:20. In the midst of this episode, it gets interrupted. It gets closed down. And again, this person in this Max Headroom mask and sunglasses and the whole getup shows up. This time there is sound, and they can immediately be heard saying things like, "He's a freaking nerd." Yeah.
This is like
exactly
a
how he says it.
top-tier troll right here.
Yeah. And I'm sure he's talking about Doctor Who, or the Doctor, I should say. But then he goes on to say so many random things. Another thing he said was, "I think I'm better than Chuck Swirsky." Frickin' liberal. Swirsky was a sports news reporter on WGN, the channel that was in the first hijacking. And he's still in sports broadcasting today, which is interesting. But so now we're already laying the groundwork. Maybe this person knows the network he was interrupting. Maybe he knows this Chuck person. But the audio was very distorted, probably to disguise their voice, but also to emulate. This Max Headroom character had a very cliche robotic manner of speaking for the 80s. It was like, what are we doing? And it was like, swinging up and down, a lot of repeated, like, woo, like a lot of that. And so,
radio.
yeah, this hijacking had a voice modulator on it that was very similar to that. It was kind of like an ad hoc way to make their voice sound on the fly, like very robotic. It was like a filter that was just on.
Jesus, the production value of this hijacking is insane.
It is, and that's very much worth saying, because today, we have a system like at home, you and I call it the Go XLR. It's a mixer, but in it has filters. We could just click a button and immediately copy this sound.
Yeah, voice changers, change the pitch, all that kind of stuff.
But instead, he's got this whole set. He's got lights, camera, action, hijacking a signal. His voice is modulated, and he's doing a lot of woo as the voice kind of like has like an almost flange sound to it.
I don't know. It just seems like just getting political.
A little political, yeah. A little personal, for sure. I wonder if, because Chuck Swirsky was another sports anchor on the same channel as Dan Roan, I wonder if he wasn't trying to interrupt Chuck on that first hijacking rather than Dan. That's just conjecture, but it's interesting.
He just wasn't there running that segment during that time.
But he certainly interrupted the sports regardless. But yeah, I mean, he continues to kind of bob and dance around the screen. Not a whole lot happening.
Weird.
Saying a lot of ooh and whatnot. And then at some point, he brings up a can of Pepsi into frame and says, "Catch the wave," and then he fumbles the can out of frame. Then when he picks it back up, apparently, it looked like he had one big, long, like, cartoonish finger. My notes have it, this is the first I've heard about it, is apparently he had some sort of hollowed-out sex toy on his finger. Probably just some sort of shock value tactic.
Yeah. If it's just a singular, like... This is just so random.
Very weird.
This is very... I mean, we've had a lot of random stuff on this show.
Uh-huh.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, not at all. Not one bit.
I'll try to make some sense of this Pepsi piece where he's saying "catch the wave," because Max
slogan.
Headroom, it is kind of a slogan. Max Headroom at the time, the actual character he's imitating or making fun of, was apparently a spokesperson for Coke, or at least New Coke. I don't know if you remember that at the time, or looking back, there was the green label New Coke. I think they were just trying to get people to jump on the literal new wave, the new flavor of Coke. And the catchphrase for that, and the commercials that this Max Headroom character was in, was "catch the wave." So by holding up a Pepsi, it's clear that he's making fun of this character. Very tongue-in-cheek, this whole act. And then after this, he says something about "your love is fading," and then there's more moaning, and then he sings a tune, the theme song to Clutch Cargo, which was a cartoon from 1959, which is another interesting fact, because from that information you can start to build an idea of who maybe is behind this, and if they're aware of a cartoon from 1959.
Yeah, maybe like an age range.
Exactly. That cartoon was almost 30 years prior to this. So now you clearly have somebody who's technically savvy with this equipment. You have somebody who might be knowing about people personally at other stations. You have somebody who's been around since the late 50s at least. So you can start to build a profile, I think.
It's just, I don't know, all of it, it just doesn't, it's just too weird.
It's very avant-garde. And what's more interesting And there's still more to describe. I want to
So,
describe the rest of the scene.
Real
but
quick, so the
Yeah, yeah,
first time that the network was hijacked was for about 28 seconds. This seems
Yeah.
infinitely longer.
This is in total about 90 seconds. I'm breaking down literally everything that's happening.
Yeah.
If you listening at home, Task Force, if you're so inclined, you can absolutely look this up. There's bootleg versions of this hijacking on YouTube still, if you want to check it out. After I finish describing everything, though, I'm going to show Fredo and you'll get his reaction to it. But it's interesting. It's certainly very, very random. And I think the most interesting thing about this, before I continue describing it, is that there's no obvious motive. There's no
Yeah.
what's the purpose kind of thing outside of being just a prank.
It gets slightly political for like a second.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know. This is really weird.
Yeah, but after singing this song for a little bit, he's kind of bopping around. I very much get the feeling that he is filling dead air. That he's just trying to make noise and be present while he has the signal hijacked, because he might not know how long he has this. At one point, he even comments, "I still see the X," and he even says, "I stole CBS," is how some other people take that. If he's saying, "I still see the X," because he points and he's looking above the camera, it's
Right.
indicative of, it probably
Yeah.
shows him, I have the signal, so I'm
Yeah,
going to go
exactly.
do-do-do-do-do
That's-
while I have it.
Yeah.
But then he continues to sing. Eventually, now he says his longest thing here. He's shaking his head and he says, "I just made a giant masterpiece for all the greatest world newspaper nerds." It's worth mentioning that it's a little bit of a different order, but greatest world newspaper probably refers to world's greatest newspaper, which is what WGN stands for, which is the channel he first hijacked.
So this person doesn't have any allegiances anywhere. He's just hijacking all these networks. He call people nerds.
He likes this. He's really leaning into the
what
word
reason?
nerds.
Also, that was a very good point. Like, you really don't know how long you're going to be hijacking the network for. So it's kind of difficult to plan out material for a certain amount of time, because you could be on there for 5 seconds or you could be on there for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, at this point it kind of goes quickly. I have a decent amount of notes here, but the long and short of the very end of this clip is that he puts on a single glove. It looks like a gardening glove or maybe a work glove. He says something about his brother wore the other one, but it was dirty. He takes it off, immediately throws it, and then there's a jump cut. Now we're going to flag this. We're going to come back to it because remember, this is live. We're supposed to be. So you can't really have jump cuts, at least not of the same person, right?
Right.
So suddenly there's a jump cut. Someone's up on a stool. It looks like it's the same entity, the same person, because you see their upper half has that kind of tannish brown jacket that they were wearing, like a sport coat. They're up on and this is why I want to give you discretion if you do want to go watch this. His bare ass is fully out. You're just seeing side cheek, no crack, but you got full moon happening. And a second person on the right of frame with a fly swatter swatting at their butt,
Spanking it.
spanking them.
Do we ever find out what the motive is?
No, there's no motive. That's part of this whole weird thing.
I mean, just a troll back in the day? I have no clue.
Yep.
That's so okay, so
Yeah, he's spanking. I guess the very end of it, he's getting spanked. He's
Okay.
yelling, "They're coming to get me!" And I think he shows the mask on screen with his hand, something taped in the mouth or something. And then the spanking continues. And then it cuts back to Doctor Who. And man, was that the weirdest episode of Doctor Who I've ever seen.
what the hell? Okay, so
still
then-
on air today.
If there is a jump cut, I mean, there had to be more than one person working with this individual then.
The jump cut is indicative of this being either pre-recorded in part or at least in full or in some ways. And my brain is thinking like maybe, and I would do this
I mean,
just in
obviously,
case.
the fly swatter, that's a second person working with them. But
Right.
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, with jump cuts and stuff like that, it could be small team.
Could be a small team, could have been filmed ahead of time and then sent out.
True.
It could be that they had a recording of things happening and then he was live streaming over top of that and then was like, if I ever lose my live stream, it at least cuts to this ongoing broadcasted tape is kind of what I was guessing might be happening.
Weird, man.
I think it might be an amalgamation of live and pre-record.
Just like lighted tape.
Yeah, but a very, very odd sight to behold. A couple other things that help us build a profile perhaps for the theory section. He's talking about a brother. We do see a second person in frame. This is my own conjecture. They seemed, from what little you can see and from as lo-fi as it is, it seemed like it might be a more effeminate body type. We just don't know who this person is
Yeah.
because their face is also obscured.
Or just a man with baby hands. You don't
Man with baby
know.
hands, you know?
You have no idea.
But right now, I think, Fredo, we're going to show you this clip.
This just sounds like it's deep in the YouTube rabbit hole of videos that I just would never want to be in.
Yeah. Catches the wave, and then there's that big finger,
Yeah.
and then he holds it towards the camera.
Yeah.
It's very hard to
Just
see what it is.
seems like he has a loose idea of what he wants to do, and he's just kind of going down the list.
Yeah, see, he says it's
Yeah,
a
so
with the background, but I'm not too worried about Max Headroom coming for copyright. I like
yeah. What in the?
it definitely feels like a child who's like,
Yeah.
I thought only if I could do this, not what I would do with this. And
Yeah,
then
no,
they did it
100%.
and then went doo, 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 doo,
It's
doo,
like,
doo.
I think we could do this, and they're, like I said, they have a kind of just like a rough outline of what they want to do, and they're just kind of doing it and going down the list.
There's a jump cut. He's
Yeah.
got a little that little hot dog thing from his fingers now in his
the
mouth.
side of a butt.
There's that full moon.
Just spanking. It does seem like it's a.
It looks like the
female doing
outfit
it.
with long hair is where
Yeah.
my mind was at, you know? And then it cuts
What?
back to D Who.
Yeah, I mean that seems like a person with a partial plan.
Yeah.
The main part
Like
of the
the
plan.
Joker.
Yeah, right.
Do I look like a person with a plan?
Yes, sir.
Or like, yeah, referencing the Joker, the TV network was the car. They chased it, and they didn't know what to do with it once they got it.
Exactly. It's very odd, and I want to like look for subliminal messaging, whether they're like
Yeah.
trying to say something with vulgarity by having the thing on their hand because they're literally showing their hands, then being spanked. I don't know if that's a commentary on the character or news networks per se. Like they're coming for me. Like I don't know if I don't know. There's a lot of different
Yeah.
ways you could try to interpret it, or it could just be non sequitur nonsense, right?
I think that's it's just complete nonsense. It's
Mm-hmm.
literally someone who when I think I have the ability to hijack a TV station or two, and so I'll just do random stuff on the network, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
I understand the jump cut more now, just because like it's probably something that was it looks pre-recorded, right? You jump cut to someone getting spanked with a fly swatter, and you see more than just the like effeminate hand. You actually kind of see like maybe like 20% of the front of
Mm-hmm.
the person holding the fly swatter's body.
It looks
with the long hair. So I
Yeah.
feel like it's pre-recorded to make sure that they could analyze the footage to make
Right.
sure that you can't see what appears to be a woman and her face.
or even when he's like moving around, that the mask doesn't show his neck at all. I mean, obviously you see their hands at any given time, but yeah, that's smart too. So that way you don't slip up live and expose yourself. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's just someone who hijacked it
Mm-hmm.
and had no idea what to do. Just because the way they're like, he does a thing, and then you can tell it's like, okay, that was bullet point number one, and then
Mm-hmm.
like looks at the ground, and it seems like he has a bunch of stuff laid out, and goes and grabs, bullet point number two, and then just kind of loosely plays with it with no sense of direction with the. Or like specific intention with the object or the way his hands and
Yeah.
body moves. It just seems
Yes.
like a lot of just like, okay, I want to grab this can, so now I'm flailing with
Right.
it, dancing around. It's
It's like he's like, I want to make fun of the fact that he's doing coke, that he's a sellout, or
Yeah.
or that they're owned by the man. So like, I'll do a butt swatting thing and then this Pepsi thing, but like, oh wait, I have the airways for 90 seconds. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So like, what do you do with that?
and the
time?
big takeaway there too was I still see the X in terms of like I'm still on the air, so them not expecting to be on for that long and really not having that much of a plan.
Yeah.
Other than take over.
You made me think of something, the jump cut. Because we're in production, we might know intuitively what that is, but I want to describe, for anybody that hasn't seen or won't see this video clip, a jump cut is essentially just a cut in a video that jumps to a different angle, hence the name. In this particular instance, it goes from him squared up, center frame, looking at the camera. Suddenly, there is a cut, and whoever this person is in a different position, holding the mask towards the frame, and then there's almost as if they teleported there is how this works, this kind of cut. There's somebody else on the right side of frame kind of doing a spanking. And you can't obviously do that live. You'd have to actually kill your feed, maneuver whoever in the scene, and then go live again. But yeah, very interesting. It doesn't really seem nefarious in any way. It just seems playful kind of.
No, when the
Um,
second line was political, I went, oh man, this could like really
Right.
get like weird.
You could say-
less weird and more just like I was expecting insults to follow.
Yeah.
About like either the news anchor or the network.
Yeah.
But it just had no purpose.
A subtle bit of vulgarity, but yeah, I think it's the underlying what could have happened is what really set
Boy,
people
it could
off.
have been way
Yeah.
worse.
This is like one of those white hat hackers that comes through and says, "Hey, I hacked your system,
Yeah.
FBI or whoever,
Yep.
pay me to fix it, or I'm just letting you know it's broken. Please fix it." You know, and then
Right.
they don't do anything that you know of. But let's dive into the investigation because obviously this left a lot of people in the Chicago area upset, very shocked, because this is not something that you would expect, especially
That could have been
in this time frame.
way worse. They
Oh,
could
yeah.
have thrown up, I don't know, to the extremes, like people
Could have
having
shown anything,
sex on
said anything.
cameras,
Yeah.
a murder. Like it could have been really bad. Like
Mm-hmm.
holy hell.
Which I think kind of goes into the profile, right? No
Yeah.
clear motive, a little bit risque, but that's it. Whoever this person was wasn't malicious inherently, maybe.
Yeah, it
but
writes that line where like. Obviously, they're the network and the authorities will spend some time and effort trying to track this person down and kind of crack this case open. But there's a difference between like hijacking the network and doing these goofy things and hijacking the network and possibly like I don't know murdering someone, right?
Right.
And at that point, it becomes a manhunt. So it's like. Kind of rides that line of like I'm just gonna be goofy, but I'm not gonna go any further than that because then they will not rest until I am found. type
Exactly.
Situation, and they will grab every resource possible and spend as much money as they need to find me.
Oh yeah. So it seems that this person was a little self-aware. You know, obviously these folks, the news outlets then started calling these hijackers pirates, which makes a lot of sense. Very similar to like pirate radio stations. Just you're hijacking
Right? The
a signal.
Caribbean, Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, Jack Sparrow, Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones, you know. But both of these stations, as you can imagine, were just getting inundated with calls from their viewers that evening. Just very concerned, but also very angry, some of them. And WGN employees said that during that initial incident, that first hijacking that lasted about 28, 29 seconds, they said they searched their studio to see if the culprit was on site, to say, like, this makes sense. Are they using our equipment to plug right in?
Old.
They didn't
I mean,
find anyone.
Yeah, it's kind of where you start, right? The same thing with like a missing persons case or a murder case. You start with the friends and family, significant others.
And here you focus on where that hardware is.
Exactly. Like, I mean, this is not cheap hardware. This is not common knowledge. So,
Exactly.
man, that would have been bold.
Some
Could
sort
you
of-
imagine, like, they went down to, like, I don't know, the Studio B, and then there was just the mask there with the fly
Right?
swatter. It's just like, oh my God,
they were here.
The ass was here. It
Oh,
was being spanked
that's
right under our
so-
noses the whole time.
That's so possible because as you were
would've
saying
been
that, I had
insane.
I had just a brainwave, a brain blast, as it were. Because of that jump cut we're talking about, is some of this improv? Is some of this pre-recorded? Is all this pre-recorded? What if it was pre-recorded so it didn't need an engineer on site? It was something that could be set up, scheduled, and then done because this happened around 9:20 and then 11:20. More or less. I'm very simplifying that timeline, but maybe it was something that could be programmed so when they went to go look for an engineer or an employee somewhere in their facility, it was actually just a tape plugged in somewhere.
Yeah.
And they could have left the mask there and it would have been really spooky, but then you may have forensics on your tail or something, but
Yeah, which I'm sure they probably like checked the actual tape of the episode or whatnot just to make sure it wasn't someone who edited out
Right.
that piece or edited in that piece for the episode.
man, now I'm thinking of a bunch of different ways that this could have happened, but cutting over to WTTW, who was on the second hijacking, no engineers had been found working at that time during that hijacking, and so the Max Headroom broadcast ended on its own the second time.
Yeah, second time. Yeah.
The first time, they had kind of regained control of their signal to their broadcast. So that's interesting to note as well, that they didn't just maintain the signal as long as they could. They kind of pushed the limits, but like you were saying, they rode that line of what oversteps it, what puts me into hot water versus what just
Yep.
makes this a prank.
Now, obviously, it's someone that watches the news and the network. Because, I mean, even if I was to hijack a television station, it wouldn't be about the news.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I mean, there's knowledge of the anchors and
You
some,
knew-
like, political things and whatnot, and the attachments to each other. It's
100%.
someone that watches the news. And
Absolutely.
follows politics.
It's clear that whoever this was knew which things they interrupted because they referenced the sports broadcast and one of the other people, like Chuck Swirsky, and then also, and this is my inclination, but referenced Doctor Who by saying, "Oh, he's a nerd," because like it's just
Yeah.
during a regular Doctor. So it's clear that this person, like you said, knows the networks, knows what the schedule was, what was coming out. Maybe he had the TV guide. You know, remember that in the 90s, flipping through, finding out what's going to be
yeah.
on that week. You're like,
Yeah.
whoa, this feels like magic. Now you don't need that. But yeah, coming back to the idea that the hijackers shut down their own signal at WTTW, I'm going to quote an employee at the time who was talking to reporters, and they actually said, quote, "By the time our people began to look into what was going on, it was already over." So I don't know what happened on the first network, if they discontinued that broadcast themselves or if the network was just ready to tackle it. But the fact that this second one went for 90 seconds, and by the time they realized it and decided to respond to it,
Right.
they had decided themselves to pull it off. So I'm wondering if they did have a kill switch like you were talking about, or if it was actually difficult to retrieve their signal.
I mean, you gotta think that there's things in place now, right, to prevent
You would hope.
this incident from happening.
Tons of firewalls and
Yeah.
software protections and securities, I imagine.
Yeah. At this point, I would guess that they really beefed up security systems like,
Yeah.
after this.
I mean, I'm trying to think if there's like, you know, there's been like the Super Bowl incidents, right, where then live TV has a baked-in delay now of a few seconds, so that way directors have time to cut things or cut around things. But other than like a couple of these instances, I'm not particularly verbose on this topic, but I can't think of too many other hijackings that have happened
Yeah.
after this incident.
I'd be interested to see if we get into kind of like the area of how this would be possible.
I mean, no more than we already have, if I'm honest. We'll talk a
Yeah.
little bit more about the hardware and stuff.
Yeah.
But the technical know-how, I have to admit, I don't know what it would all mean, so I'd have to simplify it and
Yeah.
dumb it down just for my own understanding. But yeah, I think it's just old broadcast tech that they managed to finagle their way into, and not a whole lot of people had that knowledge or even hardware to do it.
Right.
And we have a couple other broadcast interruptions that I want to talk about that
Jesus.
kind of preceded this by a few months, that
From
kind of set the precedent.
Same person.
Not
it
the same
seems?
person,
Wow.
at least not that we're aware of. But because of this, you know, and like I said, we'll dive into that in just a second, but the FCC was immediately on top of this. They're diving into it. We're going to find those culprits, what have you. Like I mentioned, some other press. So penalties for broadcast hijacking had already been established.
Oh.
They included jail time and fees upwards of $100,000. So it doesn't
Especially
matter.
Back then, that's
Mhm.
pricey.
Absolutely. So it doesn't even matter that you're trying to dance around, you know,
Yeah.
nefarious topics or whatever. Even if you think you're just pranking,
That's the way it should
It's a
be,
crime.
to be honest.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's no argument in court to say like, well, officer, it was just
Yeah,
a prank.
It was just a joke. I wasn't doing anything nefarious, but yeah, no. Yeah, I mean that's the way things should be set. Where it's just like doesn't matter what you did, the line was crossed.
Absolutely. But I guess like this is as in-depth as we're going to get on the how, but basically long story short, whoever was doing this was able to overpower the station's signal. That's how they were able to hijack it. So they had whatever they had was strong enough in power and in signal. Whoever distributes the television, right, receives that signal and broadcasts it out to the world,
Yeah.
was getting their signal stronger. So that in combination with the fact that the broadcast facility, their satellite dishes or whatever broadcast equipment they had, all sat up on the top of very tall buildings in order to really cascade those signals out over the landscape. Basically, all comes back to the same meaning, which is whoever did this had very expensive and very elaborate equipment to make this happen. Some estimate that the cost of such equipment at the time would range anywhere between $10,000 all the way upwards of $100,000. So this is clearly not something that one could just do from home.
Yeah.
You either had access to this information, or this technology, I should say, from broadcasters, from TV stations, or this person just had some FU money and they just
Yeah.
somehow bought this, but then like,
They're like, sure, why not?
but then there's like paper trails. I don't know.
Like, right at this point, if I mean you're hijacking broadcast signal, so the equipment that you'd have is on par, if not better.
Or closer to whatever is receiving the signal.
Yeah.
So either has to be stronger or closer, or basically from all that they can be like, I think there's a location here in Chicago that this is stemming from. That's how they can try to track this down.
So at that point, I mean, I'd lean more towards that this was like a hijacking on site, because there would be some kind of trail, right? Like, you'd probably look to see what kind of purchases were made. I'm sure you can't just go to a Radio Shack, and I have no knowledge at all whatsoever, but I would assume it's not just like a go to a Radio Shack and buy these two things
Right.
and just have the know-how.
Some specialty equipment store is
yeah.
going to be like, yeah, we made a house call to Bob Fisher up in Chicago yesterday.
Exactly.
Caught.
Like, the thought of just hijacking on site is absolutely nuts.
Especially because it was two networks. And that's where I wanted to I fielded this question to Christian earlier. Because to me, another key piece of this was, is there a relationship between WGN and WTTW outside of just being local Chicago broadcasts? And it could be parent companies, could be managers or co-owners or whatever. It could be that the signals stem from the same locations or are received from the same locations. I'm just curious because they hijacked two feeds that had two locations. And so they would have had to be remote via at least one of them.
The thing too is that if it was on site, it'd probably be from one location, because the thought of hijacking on site is absurd. But two sites is insane. And the reason why I say two sites is because the hijackings are 2 hours apart.
Yeah.
So I doubt there'd be like, we hijacked it and then we stuck around and hung out and then did it 2 hours later.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
What if you Google Maps the distance between these two, or MapQuest, sorry, we're talking about the 80s,
right, yeah.
which is not even 80s, but anyway, what if you like Google Maps the distance between these two stations and it was 2 hours, 2 hour drive?
Damn.
That'd be wild.
Wide open.
But yeah, I don't know, Christian, did you end up finding anything to see if there's any relationship at all that we could kind of pull on between these two stations?
I was doing some digging, but no, I couldn't really find anything beyond they're both Chicago, Illinois stations. They're both owned by different companies. They both have different sister stations. The only potential thing is that they both have their transmitter on the top of the Willis Tower.
That's probably it.
That's the only similarity I've found so far.
And I think, as I always do, I jump ahead of myself, but there is a piece in my notes. At the time, it was called the Sears Tower in Chicago, tallest building in the city. And I believe that's the same building.
It is, yeah.
I believe, because I've only ever known it as Sears. But yeah, like, that's pretty much why they were able to say, whoever this was, it was likely at the Sears Tower or maybe the John Hancock Center downtown. But without bearing the lead any further, I'm going to talk about some of the other broadcast interruptions because, we can try to maybe delineate the differences between this and these ones, this current mystery and these other interruptions.
And having no knowledge of how this technology works whatsoever, there's probably no chance that it was hijacked outside of Chicago.
Probably not. Just
Probably not, right?
knowing radio waves, and again, I'm digging into my very limited education in this front. But yeah, like the closer you are, especially for radio waves and stuff of that nature, like the closer you are to the receiver, the transmitter, whatever, the stronger the signal. And in this case, it seems like they needed a stronger signal than the TV was giving in order to take it over. Which also means that they would need hella power to really boost this signal. Hello, everybody. This is Trevor Collins. Hate to surprise you again. It is me, as always, just with some housekeeping notes. Want to talk about some stuff? Hey, if you like our podcast, you know it comes out on Monday at like 2 or 3 a.m. I don't know who stays up that late and why they upload it then, but hey, they're having a good time. If you want to listen to this podcast, though, 24 hours early, you can start to do that as soon as next week. That'll put it on Sunday. All you have to do is go to roosterteeth.com and become a first member. You get a plethora of content that we have available exclusively for first members, but you also get every podcast, every show, everything we do 24 hours early. So yeah, if you want to go become a first member. With that, you also get a discount in our store.roosterteeth.com, where there's plenty of Red Web merch and more on the way. I think we have pins coming sometime. I'm just going to make up a date and I'll materialize it into the world. Sometime in October, I think. We have a cryptid pin set. You can mark your calendars, put it out there. Christian's right next to me, giving me some weird eyes. But I talked to the ecom team, and we'll make it happen. But yeah, stay tuned to our Twitter page for more official announcements and whatnot on when things come out. With that said, let's talk about some of our fantastic sponsors. Red Web is sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show, a podcast you should definitely check out since you're clearly a fan of high-quality, fascinating podcasts hosted by interesting people. The show covers a wide range of fascinating topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. I recommend our listeners, that's you, Task Force, check out Jordan's conversations with a YouTuber who exposes guru scammers, and a different episode on a researcher who studies what turns ordinary people like you and I into conspiracy theorists. There's an episode for everybody. There's all topics under the sun out there for you on Jordan Harbinger's show. So no matter what you're into, there's an episode for you. This show covers stories like how a professional art forger made millions of dollars while being chased by the feds and the mafia. We really enjoy this show, and we think you will as well. So check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations, or simply search The Jordan Harbinger Show wherever you listen to podcasts. That's HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER. Again, that's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you prefer to listen to podcasts. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by HelloFresh. Who doesn't get bored eating the same dinner over and over again? But coming up with something new, running to the store, getting it, frantically finding it, making it, cooking it, getting all the ingredients is extraordinarily exhausting. But that's what's great about HelloFresh. They send fresh, pre-measured ingredients straight to your door along with mouth-watering recipes. They make it all super easy. And like I said, it comes right to you. So you can discover new things, new recipes, new food that you like, and you can try it without all the hassle. HelloFresh gives you tons of variety with more than 50 weekly recipes in all kinds of flavors, cuisines, and ingredients. Plus, HelloFresh is 28% cheaper than the grocery store anyway. So you can have the quality, the healthy food, the save all that money, come right to your door without needing to actually go anywhere. I always talk about this meal from HelloFresh because it's one of my favorites, but the firecracker meatballs are some of my favorites, super easy to make, and I just love it. They have this really spicy sauce that comes with it. I don't even know exactly what it's made with, but it's good. I really enjoy HelloFresh because it makes me feel like I'm a chef. I'm able to get my stuff right to my door, and boom, I already know what my dinners are for that week. How much more simple can it get? And also, it makes it super easy to know what I'm going to eat every single day after work, so I don't have to think about it. And it's also super tasty, and I look professional. I look like a chef. I'm not a chef, but they make me look like one. So go to HelloFresh.com/RedWeb14. That's the number 14 at the end there, and use code RedWeb14 for up to 14 free meals plus free shipping. That's up to 14 free meals plus free shipping. What's better than that? Go to HelloFresh.com/RedWeb14, code RedWeb14. Get those meals, let them know we sent you, and hey, Task Force, eat up. But with that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. Let's talk about the first incident of this kind of nature. It happened in 1986, only one short year prior to this incident. It happened on HBO, and it was by a hacker or hijacker by the name of Captain Midnight. And all this hijacking was text overlaying some color bars, basically that kind of test signal. And the text on the screen at the time said, "Good evening, HBO, from Captain Midnight. $12.95 per month? No way. Showtime/movie channel beware." And that's all it said. This stayed on the TV for about 4.5 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah, quite some time. And the FCC eventually identified 580 satellite uplink companies that had the capability to overpower this signal. And so this is, I'm diving into these because it gives you scope on how the fact that
pinpoint that.
So they have 580 satellite links that they were like, okay, these have the capacity to do this. And from that, they were able to narrow down a list by users of the text generator that was used to create the on-screen message. So they said, okay, what was used to make this asset, this visual asset?
Right, yep.
I mean, it's not like they used, there's 1,000 different ways you could do it today. But I guess at the time, it was done via a certain software or equipment. And so combining those 580 satellite systems with the text generator usage, they were able to identify a satellite uplink employee, John McDougal, who was interviewed and eventually confessed to hijacking the HBO signal.
Whoa.
And so the reason I wanted to outline some of these is to show just how, okay, I'm simplifying it, but just how quickly, because of the fact that signals can be traced and the fact that it's very nuanced in this time and age, that the FCC was able to delineate who and where and when very quickly. So the fact that Max Headroom to this day has yet to be found is pretty wild.
I mean, that person was doing it on site with tech, like with a piece of tech that was very nuanced.
Mm-hmm. They were at one of these 580 satellite uplink companies that had the capacity to pull off something like this. And then this person was an employee at one such station.
Yeah.
But I guess it helps that he confessed after being interviewed. I'm confess he probably, maybe, could have gotten away with it, but I'm sure that he was just frightened of the repercussions. And he had told the investigators that he was simply protesting the price of HBO Max at the time, which was about $13 per month in 1986. And if you convert that to today's dollars, that's $30.61 in 2020 at least.
Meaty.
It is meaty. So, I mean, I don't know what HBO Max's price now is, but certainly not that. So maybe John McDougal did some good stuff. But hey, I don't know.
Doubt it.
But Captain Midnight over here, set the precedent for this kind of behavior. This had not been done before. And so this led to the creation of a new law because technically he was broadcasting with a license. And so was this a crime? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this new law made signal hijacking a felony. And I want to talk about another instance, much more brief. It happened 2 months prior to the Max Headroom incident. There was another text-based signal intrusion on the Playboy channel, which displays some Bible verses. So based on the technology used in this situation and the content of the message, basically I'm just simplifying. It was very similar to the last one. Based on all things in play, the FCC was led to the Christian Broadcasting Network. And again, they found another broadcasting employee there to be the hijacker. That was Thomas Haney. So now it makes more sense that Max Headroom would be an inside job, that it would be someone at a company that was employed and had access to this software, or excuse me, hardware to make this happen. But what's different here is that this wasn't text-based, this was visual. They had a costume, an outfit, they had audio, they were speaking to the viewer. They didn't seem to have any motive, unlike these folks. One was putting Christian messages on a Playboy channel, the other one protesting the price range of a channel. And another piece here, and this again is simplifying the technical side of things, but Max Headroom left essentially 0 clues behind, unlike the other two.
Right. One used, the other two, they used the text software or machinery. Mm-hmm. And now it's traceable, but this was just like an interspliced piece of footage?
Pretty much, yeah. And obviously whoever they knew what they were doing in the sense of hiding their identity, modulating their voice, which also kind of played into the character that they were emulating. And then that piece of metal behind them just prevents you from knowing wherever. That could be a garage, it could be a studio, it could be the middle of the street. You just wouldn't know.
Yeah,
So there's nothing to go off of.
This is just like my own personal knowledge, but back before I did like on-camera stuff, during E3 at IGN, I would run all the different cut to footage. So we would watch a game conference, and if there was anything of interest or of importance, I would timestamp it, and then very quickly just grab ins and outs of gameplay footage, and then during the live stream just cut to that and splice it right in while they were talking about certain things. So who's to say it wasn't just I just had this CD and I just popped it in, hit play, and then just pulled it right out, and you'll never know.
Yeah, man. God, that makes me think, what if it was some sort of, what if there was a movie of this now, and the lead actor is like, I'm gonna catch whoever this is, but then at the end you find out it was them. I was Max Headroom all along, because I'm just picturing whoever was running the station at the time could have very easily done this and then been like, yes, officers, we need to get to the bottom of this. Let me help you find them. And it turns out, like you're saying, maybe they just slipped a tape in the thing, played it for a little bit, and then put it back in their bag. And then they said, where could this have been from? It could have been as simple as that.
That actually, yeah, it's true.
Just a VCR
and
player.
And then off of just a random bet from,
right,
one bored rich person to another.
But now I'm just thinking behind the scenes in traditional broadcast at that time. These are evening programs. They're probably planned and scheduled and whatnot. I don't know how many people are working behind the scenes. And so this might be the golden hour to slip in, slip out, or maybe be the only person in there and be like, well, it wasn't me. I was clearly running Doctor Who tapes, and then this happened.
That makes sense. And I had that as a thought earlier because when it was hijacked the first time, it was 28 seconds or so, and it was around the early evening.
Yeah.
And then
a little after 9.
Right, yeah, okay, so a little after 9, but then around 11 o'clock, they were able to hijack a different station for much longer.
And have the audio come through.
Yeah.
And close it off themselves.
Yeah. And you got to think it's more of a skeleton crew during that time, and they just kind of have a playlist or something like that.
Yeah.
Switching out tapes to see. what goes next on the schedule.
Right. So in that case, maybe it isn't. Maybe we're giving them too much credit on the technical side. Maybe it was just someone who could easily slip something
access,
into
yeah.
a Doctor Who recording or slip something into the broadcast as it was going out. And then that was obviously pre-recorded because of that
Yeah.
jump cut. I don't know.
I mean, interesting that, or at least right now, it appears to be that it wasn't someone that just interspliced like that into Doctor Who, right? It was its own separate entity of a thing.
Right. It was its own signal.
Right. They didn't
So-
look at the tape of Doctor Who and went, someone edited this.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot that piece.
Yeah,
So it's
so-
definitely a signal hijack.
Yeah. I know, it's all very interesting though.
But coming back to the investigation at hand, I want to quote Al Skierkiewicz. I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, who was a broadcast engineer at WTTW at the time. And what's interesting, because when you combine this with some of the information we have prior, it seems very interesting. They claim, quote, if you were to draw a line between both of our studio facilities, that line would end up somewhere between the Sears Tower and John Hancock downtown. Now, what's interesting about that is that both WGN and WTTW, as Christian mentioned, share a transmitter, or at least location of a transmitter, at the Willis Tower, aka the Sears Tower. And so the fact that that line kind of correlates with that spot and that that's where both of their transmitters are, it makes sense that whoever that person was might have been in that building to hijack the signal, to be close to it, or in that area in some way. And using that information, obviously the FCC went forward to try to search that area, see if there were any clues left behind. I mean, it was probably a very minimal footprint, whatever they got going on.
Yeah.
Piece of metal, camera. Ultimately, though, like I said, they never found them. They never found where this hijacking took place or where they filmed it. But, trying to offer some more conjecture on the motive behind this, as we kind of mentioned earlier, it's possible, and this is what the officials were kind of thinking as well, that there was some sort of dislike for WGN or Chuck Swirsky in particular, but that becomes a little less obvious or less apparent because they also broadcasted on WTTW, and there's no real mention
Yes.
there except
Yep.
for maybe this idea of nerds being applied to Doctor Who, but then they also refer to the newspaper Nerds, which would then again be WGN. So that's where the investigation kind of putters away. We have some vague ideas of what the motive
Yeah.
could be, vague ideas of where this could have been done.
I'm leaning towards this was pre-recorded regardless of I don't know, it wasn't really edited aside from the hard cut.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Again, this kind of lends to my whole idea that they just didn't know what to do once they got the actual station hijacked.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking they play the VHS recorder and they go, all right, let's pre-record our segment. What are you doing? I don't know what I'm going to do.
Pretty much. And then
then
from there, they didn't care to edit it or
right,
clean
then
it
they
up.
rapped and they went, excellent, ship it.
Yeah.
Hack the signals with this. I don't know. Maybe the bar was just very low for them. I don't know.
I mean, I think it was more.
I'm thinking as a content creator, I'd be like, that's not good enough.
Yeah, for me, it still leans towards they just did it because they could.
I think 100%.
Again, right? It's because the whole just dancing around for a minute or so before the jump cut. So there was a jump cut, so they know how to edit. And obviously, if you're doing this, you probably know how to edit, on a tape. But there was no cleaning up the first good chunk of it. There was a lot of just awkward moments. I don't know, as a content, yeah, right. As a content creator, you just go, oh, this doesn't have the jump cuts needed to kind of have it be polished or punchy at all. It was just awkward reaching for things and shaking things and putting it down, looking down. It's very just all right, let's just shoot it and ship it.
Right, and it almost seems to cut in and then cut away kind of randomly. And so because of the fact that it seems to jump in randomly and then jump out randomly, the first thing he says is, he's a freaking nerd. He could technically be responding to the content he's interrupting, but also then it cuts out in the midst of the spanking thing. Maybe what was going on was that they had hours, or at least several minutes of pre-recorded footage that was all jump cut, just mashed together, and then they were forcibly sending that signal out until they could hijack a single channel.
I didn't even think about that.
Maybe that's what
The timing must have been very spot on for the second hijacking.
for sure.
Because the way it's it jumps cut to the spanking and then it ends and then it goes back to Doctor Who. So they must have been sending out that whole entire signal for however long the duration was, and it just so happened to catch it right at the tail end.
Yeah, I don't know. The investigation is interesting. I hadn't known about those other interruptions, and that kind of really makes this even more interesting because they were able to find the culprits behind these previous 2 hijackings, but not this one, and that's so interesting to me. And what's even more interesting is the theories, and I guess we have one person in particular and then 2 groups of individuals that, like, again, I just never really looked into there being suspects for this, and so
Right.
I'm really excited to dive
You just
into
knew that it
these.
happened.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the first theory I want to talk about is a specific person. And the theory purports that this Eric Fournier, who was an artist, was actually the person behind this Max Headroom incident. So Fournier was a musician and the creator of the character that you might have seen in YouTube videos from the early 2000s. This character was named Shay St. John. This person was a model who wears an odd-looking mask after being injured in a car accident, and these videos were uploaded between 2006 and 2007, but they were removed by YouTube. I think some people might have archived them and saved them and re-uploaded them themselves, but I don't know anything about this character, so proceed with caution if you want to look that up. Now, fans of Fournier believe that the style of Max Headroom and the incident therein strongly resembles that of Shay St. John and those videos. There are masks, unsettling shock humor, very similar body mannerisms. Not a lot to go off of, but enough for some people.
Yeah.
He also lived relatively close to Chicago in Bloomington, Indiana. Shout out to Indiana University, IU down there, Crimson and whatever they got. Spoiler up. No, the Crimson and Cream. That, you know, it's relatively close to Chicago. I mean, it's probably like a 5 to 6 hour drive, if I were to guess.
Yeah, so very
you-
much doable in a day.
Yeah, so accessible if you were to drive up on the weekend or whatever, hijack a TV station in the evening. And so it's theorized that in order to bring some attention to his band, the Blood Farmers, which, hey, here's some attention for you, pal. He wanted to hijack a TV station and show one of his band's music videos, which I think is really rad. If you wanted to, like, you know, what's one up from television? If you could take your music video and push it out to the world, I feel like that'd be such a cool stunt, despite it being a felony.
I was about to say, that's like, boy, oh boy, not worth it.
I don't know, like the risks of being caught, the fees therein, the jail time.
Yeah, like,
Good luck with your band future, I guess, if you're
right.
arrested.
Yeah, such a huge, just like, I don't even say gamble, you're just throwing it away at that point.
100%. And so a lot of people said, okay, well, maybe to avoid this risk, they continued with their plans, but instead did some sort of sketch or skit to kind of obscure their face, put on this character, have fun with it. But then I'm like, but then the purpose is gone.
Does
Like,
that tie to the band?
Right.
It's like, I
Right.
mean,
so they're saying, okay, no, it started because they were gonna get their music video out there, man. They're gonna get their band out there. And then they said, you know what? Let's not risk it. Let's still do the illegal thing, but not put our band on it. Then I'm like, okay, hold on, what?
yeah, it's just very weird. I don't know. Like, obviously, you wouldn't want to do it and then tie it to yourself because then you get hit with the felony.
Sure. I would just say, I don't know, maybe it was a fan, you know?
It just completely derails the entire motive behind it.
100%. I think if they're not wanting to take the risk of jail time and the fees and all of that, then they probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Rather than still do it, just obscure who you are.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, of course, I'm just guessing, but to build on this theory, supposedly they had even borrowed some TV equipment to film their music video, and they're saying, the theorizers of this particular theory, thesis, whatever, are saying that they use that same TV equipment dual purpose, not only to make the music video, but then to hijack the airways.
Got it. So then at that point, man, because then you could that I mean, if it's used for music videos, who knows how many music videos during that time was made with said same equipment,
Mm-hmm.
and then you'd really, I mean, did the FCC look into them?
I don't know if there's enough here to really go off of for the feds to come through.
Yeah, I mean, they have the equipment.
I mean, apparently they borrowed that. And I do want to clarify, just for the sake of our non-U.S. listeners, the FCC, you might have heard of them before. They're the Federal Communications Commission. They regulate basically anything that goes out broadcast-wise, TV, radio, all that good stuff. If you watch South Park and you hear the bleeps, that's them. Just wanted to clarify that. But Yeah, I don't know. And so I guess whether the FCC investigated or not, it's worth mentioning that friends of Fournier to this day deny this theory, claiming that he didn't have the technical know-how to accomplish something like this. He wouldn't
Yeah.
know how to do it. Even his bandmates denied that it was him, which I would say if you're a bandmate, you might be part of this, so of course you're going to deny. But the fact that close friends of Fournier are like, he wouldn't know how to do this, I would tend to believe it because it's very niche knowledge at the time.
Yeah, I mean, the person that did this, I would say, either has like a career in broadcasting or
Oh, yeah.
just the career, I guess, in the, like the technical know-how. You know,
Yeah.
like the engineering aspect of it.
Yeah,
Not
this
just
ain't
like
no layman's
the
thing.
right? Not like, oh, a musician figured this out.
Right.
Or at that point, it's a stretch to be like, well, it was a musician who, in their spare time, like had a broadcasting degree, like,
Like some sort of weird science dude. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I make magazines come to life and I hijack airways. Yeah, I don't know. And what kind of sucks about this particular one, as we've seen it in other mysteries and conspiracies before, is that Fournier unfortunately passed away in 2010. So there really isn't any way to definitively prove or disprove this theory. Though I don't find there to be a lot of strength in this one, a lot of weight
Yeah,
in this
I
one.
don't follow it.
But it is interesting because, again, I hadn't up until this research really known about any particular suspect or what have you, let alone someone with a specific name. So this was interesting to at least look into. This next theory is interesting and kind of brings us back to our bread and butter, the internet. This next theory kind of stems from a 2010 posting from Reddit user BPoag, B-P-O-A-G, who wrote in an AMA post, which is an Ask Me Anything post on Reddit. They said, quote, "I believe I know who's behind the Max Headroom incident that occurred on Chicago TV in 1987, end quote. This user, turns out their name is Bowie J. Pogue. We'll refer to them as B. Pogue from here forward. But they wrote that whoever this person was, they were involved in the Chicago's hacking and freaking scene as a young teenager, despite most members of that group in that community being older. So freaking stems from the amalgamation of the words phone, free, and freak. Basically, people that, without knowing the technical blatherings of it, hijacking phone signals, basically spoofing phone signals to make free calls. We take for granted minutes and phone calls now, but at
Yeah.
the time, telephoning and phoning a friend or whatever was actually a pretty costly service at the
Yeah.
time. So this was just
Expensive.
a group of people that were interested in hacking electronics, phone, communications, networks, things of that nature.
Yep.
And so B. Pogue is coming forward saying, I know that there's a young teenager in this group of otherwise older folk that is probably doing this. These users mainly communicated with each other at the time on D-Dial and BBS online chat servers, which we talked about very lightly, I believe,
Right.
in the Merovingian parallax. What is it called?
Oh, the Markovian parallax
yeah.
disintegrate.
The Markovian parallax disintegrate. That's what it was. So Pogue is sitting there saying that he believes the person behind the Max Headroom incident were two brothers, and he referred to them as K and J, just the letters, not their names or anything, but just K and J,
Interesting.
as well as K's girlfriend. And all of those folks were apparently involved in this community. So it would make sense. So Kay and his girlfriend lived in an apartment filled with computers and technology. Pogue described Kay as very reserved, and Jay was described as having a disturbing sense of humor, quoting Pogue to say, quote, sort of disturbing, sort of sexually deviant in nature, end quote. So
It lines up, but who's to say they're not just trying to make it line up?
exactly. So Pogue continues to build on this story, saying that he heard a rumor that Jay was interested in newspapers, WGN being a newspaper. Pogue also wrote that Jay often changed the subject in conversation, similar to the style of humor in this incident, how they kind of jump around
Yeah.
ad hoc to all these different bits that they had planned. Like you said, it looked like they're reading off a sheet of paper on the floor and kind of going, okay, I'll do the Pepsi bit, then I'll do the
Yep.
this or whatever.
Just bullet points.
And so this Bowie Pogue is saying, this feels very much like K and J, these folks that I know. And Jay was extremely knowledgeable on many different things and had even hacked a police radio before. So, and again, like you said, this is just a story from somebody. And so you have to take it at face
That's the
value.
crazy thing where it's like it's all lining up and you're creating the suspect, but you can't go off of just someone on the internet.
Right. Especially an anonymous person talking about other anonymous people with
Yep.
nothing but he said, she said to go off of. But to add to this otherwise seemingly perfect story, Pogue is saying that Clutch Cargo, that song that this person was singing at some point, He added that Clutch Cargo would have been a TV show that Jay was watching as a kid, because it puts Jay in that age range. The evidence is all very circumstantial, but Pogue told Motherboard, quote, "I look at the guy in the mask and I see Jay." He also believed that the person spanking Max at the end of the video was Kay's girlfriend. And to further round out this story, Pogue says that while they were at a party hosted by the hacking community in 1987, they overheard that Jay was planning something big over the weekend. And when Pogue asked what was going on, Kay told him, quote, "Just watch Channel 11 tonight." Channel 11 being WTTW's channel. And tonight being, obviously, when that went down at 11 o'clock or so. So later that night during Doctor Who, Pogue witnessed the Max Headroom hijacking, but didn't think anything of it until later that the person on screen might have been Jay. Now, this is where I pause and I sit there and I go, this is the excuse you have when you're making up a story.
Yeah.
Your friend told you to watch this channel tonight.
And you're part of a hacking group. That's 1-to-1 right there.
Yeah.
That's
And you go, I didn't put it together.
what?
I'm like, your friend, you were
How do
there
you not
because
put
your
that
friend told
together?
you to be. Like, yeah, exactly.
That story completely falls apart for me right then and there.
That is the perfect liar's, storyteller's excuse to have at the end, oh, I just didn't realize it at the time.
That's why I didn't
it's
come
also perfect.
forward sooner and talk about it. What the hell? Like, you're a part of this hacking community. And then someone literally tells you to watch the news during that time, and this was a big thing. There's no watching it and going, I don't know what they were talking about. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
I was
piece-
watching the channel, and then it went crazy, and this man started speaking away, spanking
but
himself.
I have no idea what could have been like the thing to look out for. It doesn't make any sense.
And then weeks later, it dawned on me. Oh my God, is that K and J? Like, yeah.
Come on, man. I mean, a beautiful tale that would have, fit nicely into this narrative to package together, but I can't.
Part of me wants, I so want.
You want to, right? But also, because also at the same time, you sit there and you go, well, this person's being anonymous, talking about people anonymously. How are they going to get caught or found out?
Right.
It's difficult.
It's interesting, and like when researching this,
Like, why not risk it?
Right.
Why not do it, but
I wanted to suspend disbelief. I wanted to believe that this, because it feels poetic, right? I mean, but obviously it's using hindsight to retroactively create a story. Perhaps.
it doesn't give me like just the one piece of information, just like anything, just like a little nugget where
Like,
you
how would they
go,
have known that?
Just like, how would they know that without being a part of it? There's nothing there.
Right.
All of it is just like
These
they
are people
could
that
have
could have been made up
pulled it out of the
or
air.
not, you know? And I think that thinking in you and me is probably going to be exacerbated by this next piece of information. At least one other person from this hacking group named, at least on Reddit, they were named Anonymosity, confirmed this story. They claimed that many in the community thought that it might have also been K and J. Now, that's just another anonymous person coming forward to say like, hey, I think it's correct. I definitely think. But what's interesting is going back to that Motherboard article, the writer of that article, Chris Niddle, asked Pogue to reach out to the brothers. But after many attempts, it was clear that they were not going to respond, or at least that's what it seemed like. So it's worth noting that the identity of the hijacker may still be a member of this community. I think the community there in Chicago is very interesting, but I think that this could be just a very nice tale. And the fact that they just weren't able to get a response for the sake of the author could be maybe because those people don't exist. But again, part of me wants to, like 10% of me wants to go, maybe, but I don't know.
Right. I mean, because also if they got away with it, why even risk anything at all?
Sure.
You did it. You got away with it. Why even step into it?
Yeah, because I think there's something fun about knowing you did something and got away with it. It is worth mentioning, though, because this question kind of kept coming through my head as we were researching this. The statute of limitations on this particular felony is 15 years.
Ooh.
So it would have been up in 1992. The fact that we're talking about this Reddit thread from 2010, the fact that this next theory doesn't come out until 2015, just goes to say that we're way past it. And so unless the
Yeah.
person has passed away due to age, remember they were singing a song from the late 50s, or maybe
could have just like, it's
very
You know
true.
what I'm saying? Like, if I'm to do something,
I sing Different Strokes theme song all the time. I sing Cheers' theme song all the time. And I watched those as a kid, but like I wasn't really around
if I was
for
to
'em.
do something that was a big felony like that, I would look at every single detail and make it not me.
Mhm.
Right? Characters that I don't care about, jingles that I don't know. I'd research random stuff.
Right.
Like, I would not have
Like
any
just-
of it traced into anything that I like whatsoever.
Right, chugging full-on gallons of Florida orange juice. Just being like, this man must love orange juice.
Love
Like,
orange juice.
today I do.
Yeah. Today's the day that I do. I love pulp.
The only piece of my character that I couldn't hide
It's
is
ridiculous. This
is the
man's just
comfort.
stretching out the crocks right
is the
now.
comfort. I just
I
couldn't
just-
hide.
I took
I'd have
you
to film from
seriously
the
for
ankles
half
up.
A second.
I'd
For
have to
half
film
a
from the
second.
ankles up.
I thought you had something real for half a second.
I'm just looking at the ceiling, full stretched out, almost laying down. But let's talk about the last theory here. This seems to be the most common theory for the identity of Max Headroom, that it was a broadcasting employee. I think both of us, all of us listening have probably been like, yeah, no crap. But that's the most popular theory, just based on a lot of different things.
Yeah, but what do we got to support it?
What do we have to support it? Let's dive
That's
in.
the interesting part.
Yeah, let's dive into what we have. So in 1987, the equipment to broadcast a signal was very uncommon and very expensive. We covered that. Other signal hijackings from the time period were also done by broadcasting employees with their employer's equipment. Again, we covered that. But then it comes into the more conjecture territory, right? For example, like when the hijacker was talking about the WGN nerds and complaining about their sportscaster, Chuck Swirsky. You know, as you and I were kind of thinking out loud, you know, maybe there's a personal vendetta here, either against this person or against this network. Maybe they were a disgruntled former employee
Yeah.
of this location, or someone who had originally wanted Swirsky's position. Who knows? But what's interesting too, and this kind of combines these theories, as I like to do, just because you're a broadcast employee doesn't mean that you aren't in the hijacker, freaker,
Yeah,
hacker
it's a hobby
community.
on the side on the weekends after hours.
And so kind of combining that with what Bowie Pogue was describing, I want to talk about him for a second. In 2015 now, 5 years after his original post, Pogue is obsessed with this person, this community, and this incident. Pogue describes his new theory in a text post on the Unsolved Mysteries subreddit.
Why is this person just coming back with another theory? I thought
Keep it running.
I just thought
Keep
you
it
had
running.
it nailed down already, right? Like, it kind of just seems like if that was a true story, what other theory?
Yup.
Like that's the theory,
Exactly.
right?
You don't say, I heard this at a party and everybody in the city knows it's
Yeah.
K&J.
Like, I
and then
wouldn't-
be like, I got another theory for you.
Right.
I'm starting to think it's you, Mr.
Right?
Pogue.
I wouldn't sit here and think that like, oh, I have a theory that Matrix is real, and then just go, all right, I got a side theory. Maybe it's the Lord of the Rings that's real. It's just no, like, what are you talking about? You're in
Yes.
one camp or the other. What is this? Okay, what is this other theory?
Yeah, so let's dive into this one. Now, I just want to pause because I had the same reaction as you did as we were going through this.
Hell?
Pogue, my man, if you're still out there tippity-tapping away anonymously, I think it's you. I think you are reveling in the fact that nobody knows that was you, and you're just like, let me give them another mystery theory, and they're gonna dance around this one, and I'm gonna chuckle as they think it's
'Cause
someone
it's
else.
me
Like,
the whole time.
right? Maybe he's like, I don't want to fall into obscurity. Remember Max
True.
Headroom? It was me. I mean,
Yeah.
I have another theory about it. Yeah. So he has another text post here in the subreddit for Unsolved Mysteries, a really fascinating community that I'm a lurker in. And I like to read some of those posts that crop up periodically. But Pogue linked up with Rick Klein, who was the curator for the Museum of Classic Chicago Television. And from this, they were able to gather some information. Pogue then went forward and interviewed broadcasters from the time that the broadcast intrusion occurred.
This anonymous person?
I think so. Unless it was, or was it Rick Klein that did the interviews, Christian?
From my understanding, it was Rick Klein that did the
Oh,
interviews.
okay.
Yeah.
I just misread. I misread. Okay.
I was about to say that's crazy. This anonymous person is
Yeah.
reaching out to people anonymously, and they're taking this anonymous person seriously. And then there's this partially anonymous interview.
Well, I guess his name, we know his name, so he's not anonymous anymore.
Right.
But yeah,
It was either that Klein did the interviews or he worked with Klein and they both
To
did the
get those
interviews together.
names.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Klein helped lend the credibility.
yes, that makes sense. Because otherwise, I was with you,
Yeah.
Fredo. Like, this man is putting himself at the center of this storm, and I don't know why, unless it's him. Okay, so regardless, these interviews went down with broadcasters that were around during that
Yeah.
time window, during the hijacking. They're basically saying it's extremely unlikely that someone would have this equipment at all to overpower a whole station. But, I mean, that there is a slim chance that it is out there. But basically, they concluded that it's most likely that whoever this person was or whoever these individuals were, that they were an employee or employees, or at least had access to a station.
Yeah.
And so that really hones us in on, obviously, employees at the time.
God, who's to say you didn't get it from like an auction or something?
Right. I don't know if there's any
Right,
ghost
like,
stations out there or
the-
facilities left unlocked and unmanned. Like,
that, or like
knows?
it was a previous model that got lost or broken and wasn't in use and no longer tracked down, and someone grabbed it from an auction or some kind of electronic junkyard or something. Like,
yeah, man, I'm really trying to think. Like now I'm picturing some sort of Back to the Future situation. You got Doc Brown MacGyvering in a bunch of like car batteries together, sparks flying, and he's like, "We only have enough juice for 90 seconds of broadcast. Hit it!" And then he's like, "Woo!
Do your thing, go!"
And he's like, "Oh my God, this is what we're broadcasting. Cut the signal. Our batteries are dead." And then it goes back to Doctor Who. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this is so fascinating. It was.
I definitely think it's someone that has know-how.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
With the broadcast background, I don't think it could have been anyone.
I think someone that did this was certainly talked to about it, and they kind of just slipped by. They say, "Yeah, that's weird. I don't know."
Yeah.
Just some employee that went. Who
Yeah.
knows how that
And
happened?
Most likely someone that was interviewed too. That's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah, for sure. But, I meant to say this at the top of the show, but I'm really happy that we covered this one because this was, like many of the episodes we covered, this was highly suggested by you all in the task force listening. So thank you so much for putting this on our radar. I love catching these ones that are, for me, personally very nostalgic, and then I get to share that with you, Fredo.
Yeah, I had no idea this happened.
Yeah. And the fact that you can like look it up on YouTube, and be mindful again, some side cheek action, but like
Right.
that you look this up on YouTube and see it. It's so fascinating because I like this one because it's not. It could have been nefarious, but it
Could've been
wasn't.
so bad.
Right.
It
It
could've been
was-
absolutely terrifying.
You know,
also
it was,
surprising that it
okay.
wasn't like the first time it happened.
It was definitely on the cutting edge of whatever it was.
Yeah. Oh man, what a waste of time.
I guess so.
Hijack.
A waste of brilliance.
Yeah, exactly.
This
That's what
man
it
could have
is.
been Steve Jobs, though. He could have gone
It's
on
just-
to make iPhone and Mac computers, wearing his New
Yeah,
Balance.
if you weren't
being
on
comfy.
site and you had the money and the know-how to do this, what a waste of a mind.
I guess.
But then
man.
again, just for the hell of it, that's what I'm thinking. They just did it for the hell of it.
I think they seemed like they were having the time of their lives. They you know what that felt like to me, despite the fact that they were singing a song from the late 50s. It felt like to me a bunch of kids in high school, giddy, late night, doing something that they
Yeah.
shouldn't have been doing,
Yep.
but wasn't super evil. It was
Nope.
just like it was
It's
pushing
like,
the boundaries.
Oh, it worked.
Yeah.
Okay,
And they're like, and they're cackling away,
That's
after
that's how it felt like.
spank me,
Well,
I don't know.
In the mind of the person that was in front of the camera, just like
Right.
spank me.
Spank me. Well, it's high
Oh, yeah.
school.
Oh, yeah.
Spank me.
Oh yeah. Look, there wasn't just like a show ass and the spanking happened. There was a go ahead.
It was premeditated for
Yeah.
sure. Where they got that fly swatter? Like they had to.
Spanking.
Hold on.
Weird.
Can we track
dude.
that fly swatter? Was it bought from a
Yeah,
local dollar store or something, like a Dollar General?
Hold on. How many
Pull
fly
some-
swatters
pull
were
some seats.
purchased? Yeah, it's someone with the knowledge and know-how. I'm leaning more towards it was done at a station as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to like someone had the equipment and then just hijacked the signal.
Right.
There hasn't been any incidents. I mean, I know there was like one or two after that.
I'm
but-
sure there was two before, and I'm sure there was a trickling. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, because also it's just like the Chicago news station. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how far is that going to carry in terms of like worldwide news?
Are you asking if there were more on those specific stations or just more?
No, just like in general.
More TV station
or have, like
hijackings.
stations like really been able to lock down their signals.
There have been a few over the years. Just looking at a quick list of incidents, the most recent occurred on a radio station in the UK in 2017, in 2012, 2009, 07. So yeah, it's happened every now and then, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's not super common.
That's so weird that it isn't more common. I guess that just goes to show the infrastructure is pretty sound.
Yeah.
But nowadays, why bother? You can go on
Why
Twitch
would
or
you-
YouTube or whatever and put whatever you want out there. Spank whoever you want, whenever you want.
Get paid for it. Yeah, because it's just kind of like why? Why? I mean, that's big jail time.
We gotta get a
and-
red web fly swatter.
Just slide away those mysteries.
No, it's for the ghosts and the monsters under the bed. Get away, monster.
Is there a conspiracy that you're not that you don't really subscribe to? Swat it away.
Swat it away. Swat it out of your mind.
Don't like that theory? Just go ahead and swat that too.
Yeah, and while you're there, swat that like button. Oh man, I don't know. It's nice every now and then, as we've talked in the past, just dive into some of these mysteries that are not so spooky, you know, that they don't undermine your faith in humanity or the world. I mean, there's plenty of that, but
this is one. Just watching that video, it's a pretty cringe video.
It's so cringe.
I rarely use that word, but it's pretty cringe.
Yeah,
the audio is like creepy.
The audio is very creepy, but the whole time it just felt like in the person's head they were going, this, and this, the lights still on, this, and all that. It's just, that's what it felt like.
Fredo and I have taken improv courses together, Christian, and it's the improv in us that look at that and go, oh.
yeah, pretty much we go, oh no, oh no.
Anything, just find a thing and stick to it. Go back to the.
You're jumping.
Just go back to the sausage finger. I don't know what you were doing.
Just latch on to something, please.
But yeah, that has been the Max Headroom incident. It's a nice little refreshing dive back into the past too, as technology was kind of on the cusp of modern digital, internet and CD and whatnot. But, we are looking to get back into those internet-centric mysteries. That is our bread and butter, but honestly, there aren't a huge amount. So if you ever find, as you peruse the internet in your day-to-day, and you find yourself in a strange corner of the web, you can let us know via redweb@roosterteeth.com. You can hit us up at roosterteeth there in the comments section. We have youtube.com/redwebpod, comments section there. The reviews you guys have been suggesting in the reviews on Apple. All of that good stuff. But yeah, thank you for those 5-star reviews, man. I looked at the average the other day, and you guys are kicking it out there.
Thank
So
God.
thank you.
I was too terrified to look at the review. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, I don't have the mental fortitude to look every now. I look periodically.
We appreciate that.
But man, you guys are keeping us floating way up there. So thank you so much, and thanks for sharing the podcast as always. But with that said,
thanks to just not taking us seriously and kind of just understanding we're just scratching the surface of this stuff, and it's a more of an enthusiastic podcast rather than we're going to crack the case or spend 3 hours, going over every little piece of detail.
Right.
So.
If we had the time to get into every nook and cranny, that'd be really cool. But I like scratching the surface and living that top of the iceberg life, where things aren't too sinister and we can go home laughing and chuckling. I also hope you've appreciated, audience, or task force, us being in person. I feel like personally it's brought a huge energy to the show. Christian's on that perma hot mic, so we can get him giggling anytime now.
Yeah, every now and then.
See this
He doesn't know how to feel about it.
How many times has this man disapproved of my thoughts and theories, and I just didn't know?
Exactly.
I had no clue. But now I can see you, Christian.
Disapproved is a strong word.
All right. I'm gonna
So
take it.
hateful.
reacting.
So
Yes.
hateful.
Oh my
thinking.
God. I think he left the room at one point when I started talking.
I heard him
He was
stomp out and slam the door.
ridiculous.
I did,
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's been rejuvenating to say the least. So we've been at home recording at distance through quarantine the whole year. To now finally be in person, I think it brings a whole new dynamic, and it lets us shine our personalities a little bit more, which I've been wanting to do with this show.
Yeah.
We have that infotainment kind of feel. We get a little bit of the mystery, a little bit of the comedy, and we appreciate you guys kind of rolling with it.
I swear to God, if the task force starts putting in Crocs as
You want to sell some
as a
Crocs,
part of
dude?
the uniform.
Now that
My
is an
God,
idea.
I will. You know what I mean?
Hey,
'Cause
John Crocs,
Task
hit us
Force
up.
looks so cool. There has been a handful of people who have dressed up as a Task Force member. Come on, man. Don't throw Crocs into that. Please. I know it's funny, but don't. Oh, God, don't let it. No. Because
We gotta have a cozy corner.
Eventually, we might be doing the, RTX again, live in person. Well, I mean, eventually we will. Who knows how long the pandemic will go on for? But
5 more years. 5 more years.
no. But eventually, Red Web panels in person and whatnot, and I just don't want to look out and see everyone in
Crocked up.
raincoats and
Raincoats and
just
Crocs.
like
Socked
detective
up and
coats
crocked up,
and
baby.
socked up in Crocs, bro. Come
Pull
on.
those socks up to
What
your kneecaps,
are
baby.
we?
Oh, high-rise sockages and floppages.
It's too much. It's too
Yeah,
much.
I don't know. I think here's what we can go ahead and put the lore down. We'll make this canon. You get comfy when it's time to research. You get comfy when it's time to kick it.
Right, so
But when
every-
you are investigating, when you're out in the field, it's time to be straight-laced, okay? Tighten that bow tie and let's go. You know what I mean?
So does every desk at that point have a pair of Crocs to slide
Yeah,
into?
you slip in and out. You just like Mr. Rogers. I come singing away into the door.
We just-
I hang up all my peripheral
We're
clothing.
always slightly late to
put
get
on-
on site
Yep.
because we're lacing up.
Yep. Well, you know what? Sometimes mysteries need to wait. then they need to like marinate a little bit. I put on my sweater vest. I sit down. I sing to the camera that isn't there, and I strap on my Crocs, flops, and Birkenstocks, and we're ready to cruise, dude.
This man's gone too far.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna tweet,
In
by the
person
way.
was a mistake.
Yeah,
Let's be
it
real.
was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
Let's
another
go
photo of
back
these
to
Crocs and socks, but I've already tweeted, I think last week's photo with the socks and flops. Now that was just a dire situation. I had to leave the house. So I slipped in and I was going for
This man
speed.
knew how desperate that
a
looked.
dire situation.
All right, let's get this look on. We're gonna do the photo in the podcast. Thank you all for listening. Photo happening in 3, 2, 1. You can hear the disappointment now. Thank you all so much, by the way. We'll see you next Monday for another Mystery Fredo. Right back here for another comfy, cozy episode.
I would be here.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In Indiana stands a public library that is over 130 years old. For decades, there have been rumors swirling of a ghost that inhabits the building. Others still say that there is more than one. The story has gained so much traction that the library now boasts several 24/7 live stream feeds for anyone to monitor. Today we discuss the haunting of Willard Library. This is Red Web. Hello and welcome back, Task Force. It's Monday, so you know what that means. It's time to discuss another unsolved, spooky mystery. We're going back into ghosts, Alfredo. I'm your host, Trevor Collins. With me, like I mentioned, Alfredo Diaz.
Who?
Oh,
Yeah, gotcha.
got me.
So you're telling me,
Uh-huh.
I mean, you get, yeah, right, ghosts, few and far between, right?
Many.
I could walk outside, get struck by lightning, pass away.
Sure.
Good chance I'm not going to become a ghost.
Or is there a high likelihood that you're a ghost
Oh,
and you just don't cross this
ghost
plane?
world. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'd like to think that there's a low probability. And with that thought, makes me go, why would you want to haunt a library?
That's a good question. And actually, I'm going to jump the gun on this one. The theories section, as we always have, to address whatever mysteries are going on, is particular in this one because it's been a while since we've talked about ghosts, but we're going to talk about the story, the history of the library, the stories of the sightings. And then the theories are very brief. It's really to attempt to solve who the ghost is, if we can. There are some rumors out there as to who this ghost might be, but it's really
Book
interesting. this one.
nerd, that's who it is.
Definitely, right? That
Not
or
going to the
eventually
library for VHS tapes.
Listen, I don't know if I would ever want to be a ghost. I just don't know if I can handle or even fathom infinite time. Just ever present.
It would get boring over it, right?
Right.
You could go anywhere you want, do whatever you want at almost Well, kind of. Like, as long as it's within the ghost plane, but, like, it'd be boring.
I feel like it would, unless it's like a Ghost Story, Casey Affleck style, where you're wearing a bed sheet and you just stand there and you play some eerie music and you just watch a woman eat a pie for 5 minutes in a scene.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened. And then time kind of jumps,
Yeah.
right, as they feel
Yeah.
static. And so they just witness time ramp up into the future. That would be interesting.
That would be cool.
Like a time lapse
Or
ghost.
if it was like I had a group of people, like Ghost Gang.
Oh, yeah.
What are we laughing?
Hey, no.
I'm just
serious.
I'm
business.
sorry. I don't want to be alone when I'm a ghost. You know what I mean? Ghost Gang. You
Yeah.
go around. Like,
I said boo.
I said, boo, yo.
All right, well, let's talk about Willard Library. I'm from Indiana, so this is a really interesting one for me.
Have you been to this library?
I haven't been to this library, but I also I never really frequented Evansville. It's right down in the little corner of Indiana. It's almost fallen off the state, but
Oh.
yeah, so let's talk about it. So Willard Library is a private donation library that was incorporated back in 1881 in order to serve the city of Evansville, Indiana, as well as to carry out the terms of a private trust. We'll talk about how this trust came to be in just a second, but this library is known for its Victorian Goth style. It has a lot of historical significance to the town. It also boasts a large genealogy department. There are a lot of resources under this kind of subject. And there's also, of course, the paranormal activity of which we're going to be discussing.
How big is this place?
Well, that's a good question, actually. Christian, I don't have that answer. Do you know how big
In
this
terms
place is?
of like square
Like-
footage.
Yeah, I mean,
How
like
many
square
floors?
footage, how many floors, their basement.
How many beds, baths?
I'm just, let me know. Exactly.
Multiple kitchens, mother-in-law suite.
Like, what's the
What are we
real
working
estate
with?
value of this place?
You'd think that info would be very easy to find, and it's not.
Every time they try to get the
Expansive.
place scoped out,
Yeah.
they
Just like,
they get too.
You
No,
come
I
in.
can't go in there. I saw
no
something.
measuring.
It's a pretty specific rule they have. No measuring tapes, and anytime they
No
show up to
rulers.
measure it with their ruler,
Yeah.
like a foot-long ruler,
No.
takes a lot of time. Then they see a ghost and they forget where they were.
Oh, damn, it's pretty big.
Oh.
I don't have measurements, but I have a picture. You can see it from across the
Oh,
room.
it looks like
It's
two
decent
floors.
size.
Not
Yeah.
sure if there's
Yeah.
okay, wait. You live in Indiana.
Yeah,
Do there basements in Indiana?
definitely.
I'm gonna assume there's a basement in this place. So it looks like 2 floors, possible basement, and then maybe some attics. Seems like it's kind of like towers.
It definitely looked like there was a tower with a third
Yeah.
floor. Now
Like
that's where you find
the,
ghosts.
the place looks like if you walked in with a sorting hat and a wand that you'd be welcome.
There is indeed a basement.
Bam.
Talking about
Contains
Narnia?
a children's room.
Yes.
apparently.
Oh, wait,
the basement?
The basement is the children's room?
It's not entirely the children's room, but it has the children's room.
Problem. Red flag.
That's
Interesting decisions.
Well, you
Now I
know
know why
what?
it's
The more
called
red
that.
flags I see, the more likely we are to show up at that location. So,
No.
yeah. Anyway, Willard Carpenter was the man who kind of kicked this off, and he was known as Evansville's pioneer of public charity, which is why he built and endowed this library in the first place. In fact, he established a trust fund in 1876 in which he wrote, quote, "I have concluded to establish and endow a public library to be located in a public park on land owned by me, situated in the city of Evansville. I'm induced to do this in well-grounded hope that such an institution may become useful toward the improvement of the morale and intellectual culture of the inhabitants of Evansville, and also toward the enlargement and diffusion of a taste for the fine arts." So, this man seems to be after something nice and selfless.
Yeah.
I feel like
awesome.
a disposition that, feels rare these days. But yeah, he's just like, you know what? I want to help brighten the environment here. The arts, they're
Very
intellectual.
generous. That place looks huge.
Yeah, and it's beautiful too. Now, I want to read the notes as I have them.
Okay.
It says Willard was 1/12 children.
What?
He was 1/12 a child at all times.
Just
Look, it's in the outline. It's fact.
If it's in the outline, it's real.
12 children.
No, Willard was one of 12 children, and he actually made a fortune in real estate and was a member of the city council. So this guy's
wow.
obviously very, he's got a big family, but he also earned wealth, which he is now turning around to kind of help build this town. But in addition to that, he also built one of the town's first railroads. He was also a very strong and loud abolitionist, so this seems like a pretty swell guy. As for his family history, it was a pretty well-known fact that he had a strained relationship with his 3 children, Luis, Marcia, and Albert.
Estranged or estranged?
Strained. A strained relationship. Yeah. So some tension between him and his kids. Now, a lot of people think it's unclear as to why they had this rough dynamic prior to the funding of the library. But after the funding of the library, it becomes a little bit more clear, perhaps, because Carpenter had written that Luis, her husband, and her siblings would receive nothing in his will and left most of his established wealth to his businesses, such as the Willard Library. So maybe this
Damn.
could be why they
What
had a
do they
strained
do?
relationship.
Like,
I don't know. You know, it could be kind of like that Bill Gates sort of situation where they're like, listen, I'm a billionaire. I'm going to give you like a couple mil,
Right.
and the rest is going to charity.
Jesus Christ. A
Right.
couple mil?
Just enough to set you up for life. Nothing big.
Nothing,
You know?
nothing big at all. Look, I'll just enough to set you up for life, but not your children.
Right. This is generation.
That's right. This
It
is
could
a
be,
generational
you know?
charity. I mean, now it kind of makes sense as to why the children section was in the basement.
Oh, maybe he just, you know, being 1/12 children, you'd think that he would put that up top, right? With the
True.
room with the view.
Yeah.
But instead, I think, you know,
It's like, no.
maybe
He shuns that part of
he
it.
shuns that part. He shuns that. He's like, listen, I'm 11/12 adult. I'm putting the kids in the basement. Okay?
But
Daddy worked for this money. He's getting the roof.
yeah.
He's getting the views.
Well, like, I mean, man, there's got to be some kind of falling out. would
I
think.
imagine, right? Because it sounds like it was
Granted, there is-
strained prior to the funding
It-
part.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it doesn't. The whole like strain on the relationship with the kids doesn't make it seem like it's like, hey, go out and make your own money, do your own thing,
Yeah.
right? Like I get that. You know, Gordon Ramsay does that. Chef Ramsay.
And he makes food.
And he
So,
makes-
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
dang.
But he's like, go make your own wealth. You know.
Yeah. I mean, that's totally valid. It's just, I guess, whether it was personal affairs or otherwise,
It seems
it's
like
not broadly known as to
there's
why that relationship
issues.
was like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, now we have some more substantial reasoning with the finances and whatnot. Hey, daughter's husband, siblings of my daughter, for some reason, you're not getting a lick of this,
No.
which is interesting.
No.
Now, with regards to the building of the library, that began in 1876 at the intersections, or roughly, of First Avenue and Pennsylvania Street in Carpentersfield. Now, the struggling economy at the time called for a pause in the construction around 1877, so it only began construction for about a year. And then they left the foundation of the library untouched for about 5 years.
Holy.
That's enough time to really kind of screw with what you built. But yeah, 5 years it kind of just sat.
I mean, not that they were gonna make money off of this, but to just leave it sitting there for 5 years, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to build a library. Maybe you want to build a spaceship or something.
Well, then you just keep the foundation as is and start launching off.
That's true.
Yeah. But the building resumed in 1882, and Carpenter devoted the rest of his life to the supervision of this building, leaving his children to wander the parks and fields and no,
Look at what they can't have.
that was just some filler as I turned the page. No, but I mean, he was very passionate about this project and all the other affairs that he was working with, as far as like not only just building this library, but the other, like the railroad and everything else. So he wanted to work very directly with the architects. He hired the workmen himself. Again, he was very hands-on, and he oversaw what materials were being used to ensure only the best was being put towards this library.
Damn, this place sounds awesome.
It sounds awesome,
Except
right?
for the basement.
Except for the basement, or i.e. the children's ward,
True.
where they go to kind of play in their windowless pit. Sorry, it really is a beautiful facility.
No, but you're not wrong.
Um,
There's no windows down there in the basement.
Right. But kind of flashing forward now, Carpenter passed away at the age of 80 in November 6 of 1883. Now, this was before the library was properly finished, and his death actually jeopardized the funding of the library. So instead of leaving his fortune to his children, as I mentioned, he left it to the estate, which was then kind of relegated to the library in order for them to continue construction. And of course, the children, at this time, not really children, but young adults, hated them for it.
He never got to see it be finished.
I never got to see it.
That's unfortunate.
It really is, especially with how, I mean, it seemed like this was his passion project,
Yeah.
right? Like, it seems like he, you know, for better or worse, grew away from his family and grew towards these, what's the word?
Phalanges.
Yeah, phalanges. more philanthropic efforts. That actually helped.
That actually helped.
That actually helped me. Did you just make that up?
Yeah.
Leave that all in. That was amazing. No, philanthropy. But anyway, a formal opening of the library was held on March 28th of 1885. So around, a year and a half after he passed. And in August of 1896, his youngest daughter, Louise Carpenter, sued to have access to the inheritance using the claim.
Come on.
Yeah. Well, guess what her claim was? This is very HBO's Succession-esque. So
Okay,
let me draw
yeah.
this out of you. What do you think her claim was as to, listen, I'm trying to get back at that inheritance, 10 years on, 11 years on. Shouldn't belong to the library. I'm getting it back. What's her reasoning?
Rightful ownership, less inheritance and more ownership of the.
It was a claim
facility?
around her father. She claimed that her father, you're close. She claimed that her father was in a poor state of mind at the time when he was writing his will, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to happen every now and then when you have some upset feelings and someone's writing their will towards the end of life. It leaves open that kind of nefarious argument to say, well, maybe you just weren't of right mind. And then that draws into question the entirety, the sanctity of a will, right? But suffice to say, she lost.
It's not like it was a Bugatti or anything like that. Like, this thing is a damn public library and a really nice one too.
Right.
And it's just like, no, I want it.
I want it.
It's mine. I mean, you might as well have walked up to the damn building and go, kick it.
Real Poseidon rage right there.
Yeah. Kick the side of the building. Like,
take
what a-
that crown
what a
molding.
child.
Bang. Yeah, I kind of get it, but I also don't. So, ultimately, though, as you can imagine, she lost, and the library continued to grow, right? Because the library had these funds not only to just finish construction, but to continue investing in itself and to grow. Carpenter was an agent, actually, for the Underground Railroad before the Civil War. So it was one of his missions and actually requirements for the library. Was actually, and I'll quote him here, was to, quote, be maintained for the free use of all persons who may desire to consult it. Now, this makes sense to us, right? A public library being free to use for the town, for citizens of an area, but the definition of a, quote, public library was rare. I mean, almost unheard of at this time. I think I looked it up before the episode, and the oldest library in the United States goes back to the 1830s, so a few decades prior to this. But regardless, it wasn't really commonplace. So this kind of definition for a library where it feels entirely selfless and for the benefit of all humans was...
Carpenter sounds awesome.
He sounds awesome, right?
Sounds like a
Minus his
great
familial
person.
stuff, but he sounds awesome.
Yeah,
And
but his kids could be a little,
sure, maybe there was something we don't know about.
Christian almost had to go right Gotcha.
But because of this, many people consider this a risky endeavor, right? Because otherwise, you're thinking entrepreneurship, got to make a dime out of this thing.
Yeah.
But also given the social climate of the 19th century, there's a lot of accepted risk in this play. But otherwise, I think this is a very modern initiative, right? I think it's very worth it. But Carpenter's idea for Willard Library actually was that of a college, a place of education. But instead, he chose to make it a library. And I'll kind of go in very briefly into the kind of origin of that. Now, while he was living in Troy, New York, another place I actually lived, Carpenter admired Emma Willard School. Originally, it was called Troy Female Seminary, but the Emma Willard School was the first women's higher education institution in the United States and was founded by women's rights advocate Emma Willard back in 1814. It's just kind of serendipitous that his first name and her last name are Willard, but because of that, he named the library Willard Library, not only because of his first name, but because of her last name, rather than naming it after his last name, which was commonplace.
What hasn't Carpenter done wrong?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to dig, though. I'm terrified.
I mean, probably done something.
That's what has social media's trained me to think. There's always something under the surface.
Something. You must have kicked a dog or something crossing the street.
Yeah, that's a mystery I don't want to uncover right now.
You know?
Oh,
It's like, stop! Come on.
Fido. But yeah, that is the kind of origin, just kind of give you the playing field for what this library is about, where it's at, how it came to pass, how it came to be. But now let's go into the hauntings, some of the sightings, because this is one of those places that has a named ghost, not like Doris or something like a name like that, but it has a ghost that has been seen many times that is referred to often as the Lady in Gray or the Gray Lady. Now, this is a very common name.
It's not a male.
No.
I was thinking maybe my first thought was Carpenter
Oh, like himself.
himself.
That's not a bad idea
Hunting
or a bad
around,
guess.
admiring his work.
Right. Because he never saw it come to
Yeah.
fruition.
Makes sense to me.
Stands to reason.
Not.
Maybe there's room in this for Willard, though.
Oh,
Stand by. Now, I do want to address, I'm sure everybody listening in the task force is like, oh, I've heard of the Lady in Gray. Now, it is a common reference for when you don't know, the identity of the ghost, if you don't know who they were in life, it's common to refer to them as Lady in Gray. In fact, where this is a small plug and a sidebar, there is a show we did at our parent company, Rooster Teeth, called Haunter. And that's available on roosterteeth.com if you want to check it out, or the Rooster Teeth app. And when I did a few of those episodes, one was at Michelin Priory over in England. And one of the things I got to do was hang out on the moat all by myself, this ancient place, and tried to taunt the Lady in Gray. That was one of the things that we would do to spur up some activity. And I'll tell you what,
you're sick.
it gotta be Braveheart, but I was experiencing some things. It was spooky times. And they also, another thing they did to initiate me into the Haunter show was tie me to the bed in the Priory for an hour as they left. They left.
Hell no.
So I'm in this eerie, creaky place, and I was witnessing and hearing all sorts of things I was not into. But that
Spilling the beans.
that experience, man, okay, that gave me some
I'm bartering at that point. Like, look, you could take my soul, but there's 30 juicy souls outside this building. I'll help you get.
right. You can leave me be, and I'll help
Yeah.
you out.
Right.
Yeah,
You can.
some 13 Ghosts style or something.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. But anyway, I digress. But that ghost was also referred to as the Gray Lady. She would walk the grounds, and supposedly her son had been unfortunately hanged by accident, and so I had to antagonize a woman and her child in the afterlife.
Damn.
Anyway, go check that out. By the way, Rooster Teeth app. It was.
should build a library to make up for that.
You know what? I will. It's gonna be a baby library for baby hands.
You're really tiny.
It's gonna be a library for ants, but it'll be done.
Doorknob so tiny we can't even open it.
Ghosts can't get in. Now, as I mentioned, the library opened in 1885. The first reported sighting of the Gray Lady ghost wasn't until 1937. This initial sighting was actually by the custodian at the time. And since then, there have been many reports of unexplained events by visitors to the library, many of whom knew nothing about the established reports of the Gray Lady, right? Because that's one of the things that happens with hauntings is that people come in with a preconceived notion. They go, you start to look for things to happen, and so you attribute those to whatever ghost stories are out there. But many of these early stories were coming from people that had no idea that there had been other sightings. And so that to me is check in the column of, okay, something's going on here.
Yeah, instead of we see that a lot with different things, whether it be murders or sightings, etc. But it starts to gain traction, and people want to get involved in it.
Yeah,
right?
they want to have a story.
Yeah, they want to have their story, but no, I like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things I subconsciously look for.
It brings more, I don't know, weight and truth to it for me.
Yeah, for
Almost
sure.
A ton of people that this hasn't even blown up yet, haven't even talked to each other. I've seen some stuff.
Right. Because the thing is, I'm not superstitious, but I am a
Right.
little stitious, right? In the daylight, I'm brave as hell. But then when I go, you and I did that haunt for the Halloween special last year, and we went to a place, we walked around. That's how we did our special
Yeah,
episode
and you guys
that
wanted
year.
to throw our backs against the dark hallway that led into a church. So the whole time I was like, hell no.
But that's
I'm just going to look back at it.
Yeah, you just stared backwards the whole time, and I needed that. I needed some eyes on. That's my personal
what I'm saying?
phobia is like lassophobia, but with
I'm not going to...
big open dark hallways. I don't like it.
Exactly. I'm not going to rely on someone behind the camera just being like, oh.
Right.
Peeking off to the side.
I don't want my warning sign to be the camera drop or the camera's hovering in the air as somebody Looney Tunes out the building and the camera's just
Exactly.
spinning there. But when it comes to being on location though, and the sun goes down, man, my beliefs start to wane a little bit, start to increase. I start to start hearing things and seeing
Yeah.
things, and I go, oh, I don't know what I don't know, you know?
When the world starts to quiet down and,
Oh, man.
and you're not supposed to hear noises, you start hearing things.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to this initial sighting. So, as the story goes, the janitor was making his nightly rounds throughout the library around 3 a.m., known as the witching hour.
Oh.
Now, he was following his normal path when he strolled down to the basement stairs. So, yes, there's a basement for sure. He strolled down the basement stairs, down a small corridor, and began to head towards the furnace. At that moment, a veiled woman wearing gray appeared before him.
There it is.
Now, remember, this is the first sighting, and this guy has probably been working there for quite some time. This library's been open up for almost 50 years
Oh, man,
by this
why
point.
now?
Right. And so he's walking down the corridor. He sees this, and out of fear, he drops the flashlight. He bolts. Now, when he picked it back up again
Smart.
to check the hallway, when he comes back, he picks it up. He goes,
hell
okay,
no.
no. What did I see? The woman had disappeared, right?
Back tomorrow.
Well, he didn't come back tomorrow. In fact, he fled, and as soon as he got out and came back to the library the next day, he quit. Like, that was it. He was donezo. He left his post. And I don't blame him.
Man, you gotta.
What would you do?
I wouldn't even have that job in the first place.
But there's no haunt. This is just a library, dude. I mean, you can
Cleaning
kick the
a
lights off.
damn library with a basement in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but like,
no, bro.
okay, well, you know, like you get a little torch going on. I mean,
Dude, it could be a ghost.
I mean,
cryptid.
electricity just kicked on around this time, so you're like, you know, pop on some lights,
I
dude.
don't care. There's dark spots everywhere. Also,
Flashlight,
who's
that's what this man has.
to say there isn't just, I don't know, ghosts and stuff that, right? That will attack you in the light.
See, I wanted to come after you for that, but here's the thing. I just substantiated your claim of like, who's to say there isn't a ghost in the waits, right? Because, yeah, this ghost slept around for like, okay, I didn't mean slept around in that way. I just, excuse me here. I just mean like this ghost was sleeping on the snooze button for like nearly 50 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if she wants to sleep around a little bit, that's her prerogative. I don't, I don't,
Ectoplasm.
listen, might need a sample. I don't know. We got to get out in the field and investigate.
We gotta
in
get out
various
there.
ways, you know.
We just gotta figure it all
If
out.
they're unwilling, we got to be
Look,
willing.
I'm just saying, if we're investigating an area, where it be a cryptid or a ghost or whatever, if there's goop, we gotta analyze it.
Absolutely.
We don't
do.
know what kind of
Taste
goop it
buds
could be.
first.
Well,
That's a ghost. Right there. Aerate it. Cover all 9,000
task
taste buds.
force-
That's a
Task
ghost.
Force Taste Division.
It's just an empty room. We don't go in there. But anyway, yeah. So he came back and he quit, and I don't blame him
No,
because
not at all.
50 years
Hell,
of like
someone's
just
smart.
quiet, polite library activity,
Damn.
and one night it
I
goes
can't
south.
imagine like doing that.
Yeah.
Doing that all by yourself.
Now, again, I reference Mothman because that was one of like the cases where we really dove into the idea of shared sightings, right? And so after he quit, this could be a spurring of from this story, or it could be just the initiation of a haunt, of a ghost being established in this area. But either way, Margaret Meyer, who was a children's librarian, and Helen Cam, who was a library assistant, and many other employees, too long of a list that I won't name, they also began encountering the Lady in Grey as well. So, without going into all those various stories, it is generally said that she would roam the halls with books. She would linger on the stairways and sometimes even appear in the elevator, where if she appeared with you in the elevator, there would be no escape until you reached the appropriate
Yeah.
floor.
Dude, can you imagine how terrifying that is? Granted, this is like any amount of time with a ghost would be terrifying.
Sure.
In a confined space like that. But like, at least this is like 3 floors. You know what I mean?
Right. You're not
It's
in there
not
for
like 80 floors. You're just
Right.
staring at the thing.
You're like, hello?
I don't know. Like, what would you actually do?
Dude, I don't
say
know,
it was
man.
80 floors. Would you at that point, if it just stood there, would your mind just settle a
Dude,
bit?
I don't know.
Or,
Because I've had that shock scare before. When you like, okay, so now I'll just walk you through what I'm picturing. And this is an old school elevator, so you have the thing, like that
Right.
shutter gate, kind of. Right, and then you hop in. You're like, I'm alone. I'm going to the children's ward. Let's go down. And so you hit the button. Right, la-di-da-di-da. There's no elevator music. Got to make it yourself. And then you turn to your left and you catch a glimpse of something. You're like, but you know in your heart of hearts that you are in an empty little elevator. So
Yeah.
you look full on. You see something there.
Dude.
Immediately, I can feel, because I've had this jump, the tingles cover my body.
and you just freeze and you stare at the thing and you back up because you can't go anywhere.
No.
You were trapped with this entity, peaceful or otherwise. I hate this thought experiment you put me in, by the way.
Is it more terrifying
Uh-huh.
if the ghost was staring at you or not staring at you?
Or third option, staring at you and just licking her lips, just.
You like higher education?
You go into the children's library? Dude, I think all of it's bad. But dude, if she's staring at me, I'm out. I'm done. I'm passing out. my safety mechanism kicks in, and then my consciousness goes eject, and I pass out there, then and there. I'm telling you, that's what would happen. I hate this.
It's
to be confined.
right. You're locked
Nah.
in. Like, what do you like? That take the L, right? No matter what you do, it's over.
But what's the L, dude? Like, you are trapped. There
could
is
be
no fight or
anything.
flight.
It could be taken over. It could gut you like a fish. I don't know. Whatever they want to do.
Wake up
Smack
and
you
you're a
around with
ghost.
Some books. Yeah, you could wake up as a ghost.
Dude. Well, hello there, Task Force. It's that time again where I get to update you on what's going on with Red Web. 2 updates. First of all, thank you all so much for coming out in droves to support the Slangin' and Bangin' gym shirt that we released at store.roosterteeth.com. That became the #1 selling item in our store across the whole company, thanks to you, Task Force. So thank you very much. I believe that one's print on demand, so that means we shouldn't run out of inventory like we normally sell out very quickly. This one should keep flying off the shelves as long as you want it, unless you break the system, which is entirely possible. I don't put it past you. The other update is that we actually have a TikTok now. So if you're TikTok inclined and you want bite-sized mysteries, that's the place that we're going to revisit some of the popular favorite episodes that we did, but in a much more truncated form. It also gives us the opportunity to talk about mysteries that are just much too short to fit in this kind of format. So if you want more mysteries, even the ones that are just bite-sized, head to our TikTok. It is our handle is different for this. It is at The Red Web. So check us out there. It's different than our Instagram or our Twitter, but it is there, and we just launched the first one. With that said, let's talk about some of our fantastic sponsors. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Upstart. Upstart can help you pay off your existing debt quickly and easily with a personal loan so you can start living your life. Whether it's paying off credit cards, consolidating high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, Upstart can help you get a fixed monthly payment with a clear payoff date. Upstart's model considers other factors beyond your credit score like your income, employment, and other information to find you a smarter rate for your loan. Check your rate in just 5 minutes for loans from $1,000 to $50,000. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/redweb. That's upstart.com/redweb. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know that we sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Again, go to upstart.com/redweb. And as always, when it comes to finances, be sure to do your due diligence. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Babbel. For most of us, learning a second language in high school or college wasn't exactly a high point in our academic careers. Now, thanks to Babbel, the language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions, there's an easy way to learn a new language. I like the fact that they gamify learning a language because I remember going to high school and having to memorize flashcards. It made it very boring, very transactional. And the fact that we are in Texas means that Spanish is a very, very useful language. So I like the fact that I can kind of gamify my learning of Spanish to be a little bit more conversational when it comes to using the language. But Babbel's 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Other language learning apps use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel, their lessons were created by over 100 language experts. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective, so you know you're going to learn and have a good time while you do it. Right now, you can save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/redweb. That's babbel.com/redweb for up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. And the last sponsor I want to talk about today is actually ourselves in a way. It is RTX. It's an event that we hold every single year here in Austin, and actually due to quarantine and everything like that, this is the first one we're going to do in person in several years. I'm so excited about it. If you're listening to this point in the podcast, I know for a fact that you really like podcasts, so you should know at RTX, if you love podcasts, they have a podcast festival that you can attend. Red Web is going to be there, so we're going to be able to see you all. If you want to come out, we're going to have some panels, we're going to do meet and greets, everything like that. We have so much to offer. at our convention. It's here in Austin, Texas, where we record this podcast, and it's going to happen this summer from July 1st through 3rd. It's going to be a long 3-day weekend filled with all sorts of fun live recordings, meet and greets, like I said, panels. We have the show floor filled with awesome stuff. It's going to be a good time. And like I said, Fredo and I, Christian, everybody's going to be there, so come hang out. RTX Austin takes the best in podcasting, gaming, and animation and brings it all to Austin, Texas for one unforgettable weekend. You can step into the exhibit hall and be transported into another world filled with cosplayers, live gaming, indie artists, and much more. Of course, health and safety is our /1 priority. Masks will be required during the event, and we will follow the city guidelines as they are at the time of the event. If you want more information, head over to bit.ly/RTX Austin 2022. That's the year number. Don't spell it out like a goofball. Also, RTX Austin, I believe, is all lowercase. If you want to type that out, it is case sensitive. So that link will take you to the website where you can learn about the badge information, everything else that's going on at RTX. But again, that's bit.ly/RTX Austin 2022 to get your badge today. Hopefully, Task Force, we're going to see you there July 1st through 3rd this summer here in Austin, Texas. With that said, let's dive right back into this weird, haunted library. But anyway, I mentioned the elevator, not because I'm just making up where people have had encounters. No, there was specifically a story from a visitor.
It's messed up.
Just a library visitor who had no idea that this place was haunted. They hop into the elevator and they encounter the Gray Lady. I can't imagine that moment. But there was also some high profile or relatively high profile stories as well. Like the local weathercaster actually also reported an encounter with one of the spirits here. So this was starting to become pretty well known. So this is where I start to go, okay, was this, one sighting spurred others and it kind of became this big thing that kind of spurred off of this one sighting? Or did we witness the origin of a haunt? Because this is a rare moment in ghost story kind of storytelling, right? In that you don't normally see the start of a haunt. You always just know of a place that's haunted, right?
Yeah, true.
So it's really interesting, and that will kind of play into the idea of the theories as to who this person might be.
Is this
and why.
place still?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the big, still is it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll get into like their kind of modern stuff.
We
but-
travel there,
Okay.
and we have Trevor ride the elevator up and down the hall.
Okay. There's a soft spot for this place. I'll tell you why in just a little bit. But yeah, still active, this place. But coming back to some of the stories and some of the general kind of through threads that a lot of people had, the shared experiences. Now, a lot of people that encountered this spirit said that her presence was often accompanied by a very heavy scent of perfume. Specifically,
pleasant.
It does sound pleasant. Specifically, and we'll go into some of these things, but like lilac or lavender, a very floral perfume.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah, and I'd actually wonder if that was a very common scent. I mean, it is now, but I'd be curious, if that was
Back then?
a very popular ladies' scent of a perfume in the early 1900s. Sometimes now the lady in gray would play tricks, little goofster over here, on library visitors by turning on faucets and then turning them back off, making lights flicker, sometimes throwing books off their shelves.
Oh.
So, maybe she didn't really like books so much. Can't go throwing books. You're going to mess up the spine, dude. The binding.
That don't like this place.
You're going to uncrisp the pages.
Don't mess around with me.
Don't mess around with literature.
This messed up.
You step into the room, they're like, finally, I got someone else to mess with that aren't books.
I would be gone. I wonder what the ghost would do that showed up. Just like,
Oh, you were ready to
arms
attack?
at the waist. You're like, oh, people saying I was hoping. Here you are. I got you
You
for
anoint your hands with some holy water. You're like,
kiss the cross.
I got holy knuckles,
I got
baby.
you for 2 whole floors.
2 whole floors.
Can you imagine ghosts be like, what the?
God, okay.
Bye.
Just the ghost just goes makes that meme of that young girl with the kind of buck teeth going, and then just fades away. Just fades. That's interesting. But here, let's jump to kind of modern history about this place. Psychics visited the library in 2007, and they said they were able to verify that a ghost had been there. And many paranormal investigators actually brought their equipment in that was designed to detect ghosts. You know, EMF readers, heat thermometers, and heat cameras, and infrared, and all that good stuff. And though there are mixed results from varying teams, many of them at least had minor encounters. There's also a group of lecturers from the University of Southern Indiana that visited the library as well, and they said that they saw a ghost peering into the water, which is interesting. And a really
And it seems like
pensive
anything
ghost.
is the cool thing about this place that's being haunted. It seems like anything is free game.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like, oh, just in the attic or
Right.
these set of children blocks. It's like, no, anything
That's a
and
very good
everything.
point.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good
Kinda
point.
cool.
Yeah, because a lot of places you go, they say, oh, well, so-and-so is known to walk.
chair.
Yeah, or like this specific room, or
Yeah.
or they want to play with the ball as we experienced. But this one seems very dynamic.
Anything.
Reactive.
Mess with water,
Mhm.
the books.
Like as
Right.
this place expanded, they would react, and like in fact, I think I'm jumping.
Oh,
the
they would
gun.
go into new expanded places of the library?
Yeah, so like as they would remodel, it seemed that activity would spike, as almost as if to say,
Whoa.
like I don't know if it was good or bad, if it was reactionary or whatever, but yeah, there was some of the activity would kind of ebb and flow with the kind of remodeling or expansion of the library. It's interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because usually it's like they're haunted in an abandoned place or like a house or something like that. You never hear about like a place that's actively being haunted and then expanded upon.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so I did jump here in my notes, but just to build on that fact, there are two ghosts. I told you, I jumped the gun here just real quick, but there are two ghosts
Whoa.
that have been spotted, and both of them have been seen at all times of the day. But specifically, the Gray Lady is the one that seems to get more active during periods of renovation or otherwise large changes. Just a reorganization of the way the library is laid out. But coming back a little bit, just backpedaling, to give you more context for the two ghosts. Now, policemen during a certain time window. I believe, was this policeman activity in the early 2000s as well, Christian?
That's
They don't have a
good
specific date.
question.
I would imagine it would be modern history at least. So while he looks that up, policemen were responding to a security alarm at the library. And when they got there, and again, responding to the alarm, they themselves spotted two ghosts in an upstairs window of the library. This is the first mention historically of a second ghost. This second ghost has since been seen around, but is often described as a shadow person or otherwise a dark mass. So not nearly as common, but but it could also be that both ghosts maybe got conflated, thinking they were the same ghost. But now that we've seen both of them together,
This seems like such an active place, and now we're seeing two
Two.
separate.
yeah,
What? Dang.
it really
Because
is.
you usually hear about like maybe there's a couple ghosts, but we're really, like you mentioned before, seeing the evolution of,
Right.
of
These are some
this
origin stories,
Yeah, of this location.
Yeah.
And just more than ever, I'm just so curious as to how a ghost pops up after 50 years, and then eventually a second one pops up. Because so far you haven't told me about like these books of murdered people or
Right.
or
Like I was on the
someone-
elevator, I saw the ghost, and then I wasn't a person anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Like I
They're
passed out and became a ghost.
It's like, or just people passing away somewhere and then winding up here. Like, it's just so wild. It doesn't
Really?
seem like there's been any deaths on the actual site itself.
100%. It really draws into question like why one becomes a ghost, or how even, and then also why certain locations, right, over others. But that could be a whole other episode that would be very conversational, because like there's so like few hard-hitting pieces of concrete evidence.
I bet they're
something like
few
that.
and far between.
if any, really.
And jumping in real quick,
Yeah,
I couldn't
yeah.
find an exact year, but the policeman story was sometime in the 80s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, especially if there's like, some alarms going off and stuff. But let's jump forward to the last reported sighting. Now, this is why I thought you might find it interesting to go, because this is the last reported sighting that we know of. And it occurred back on August 10th of 2010. So it's been relatively
Oh,
quiet,
Okay.
for about 12 years
I
now.
was bracing myself.
Yeah.
Very well. could have been
Yesterday.
like- yeah, exactly.
So this last reported sighting occurred in the basement hallway by the assistant children's librarian. She just saw wandering in the hallway the Gray Lady, right? But ultimately, with regards to the ghost herself, the reasoning for her hiatus or disappearance even is unknown. This is a really, really interesting case because this is one of the first cases that I personally know about where
Yeah.
we see a ghost start to haunt a place and potentially end. That's not very common at all with haunted locations. But of course, we don't know why it started nor why it ended. But unless you have any other thoughts, I'm going to wrap up with just a couple of other odds and ends that people have kind of shared with their experiences over the time.
It just seems like a pleasant place, even with the hauntings. It's
Yeah.
just like nice ghosts.
Yeah, I think it would definitely like shock you, especially if you're in the elevator, no matter how.
A ghost.
Right.
Whoa.
Right. But yeah, I mean, otherwise it seems pretty. It's not very overall scary or negative,
right? People aren't getting slaughtered by the ghosts. Or they're not like chasing
or
people out.
tormented. Right. It's not like a
exactly.
poltergeist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, kind of some of the commonalities in a lot of the stories from employees and visitors alike: getting goosebumps, smelling that lilac or lavender perfume, things getting moved around overnight, not being in their normal spots. That cold feeling that you get from a paranormal presence. Many people hear strange noises across the library. Books and furniture also being moved around randomly. The feeling of something touching your hair and earrings is a commonality. Yeah. And also, now this one's interesting, Christian. I would love to dive in if you have any other information, but like odd items being found in the library. Now I'm wondering, Christian, is that kind of like timepieces, almost like I just found this very out of date
Right.
coin
'Cause
or artifact?
That would be insane.
That'd be sick.
Ooh, that is a good question. Let me try to find something.
Or could it just be like, this feels out of place, but it's like, here, I found this stuffed
Or
teddy
just
bear,
Ghosts pickpocketing.
pickpocketing and
Just leaving stuff
giving
around.
from the rich and or taking from the rich and giving to the needy by like, hey, give me that teddy bear, little one. That one's for the adults
you
now,
got- yeah.
and leave that somewhere in the.
You know, because them adults, they need them teddy bears.
You know, we need to be cozied up too sometimes, snuggled in for bed.
You know.
So there was someone in a room on the second floor. There was an empty chair that they sat in during a meeting of some kind. And then afterward, they left the room and then they came back and to show the library director the chair for some reason, and the chair was gone. And then when she described the appearance of the chair, the guy said that there was never any chair like that in the building.
Oh. So that's
just
even
one
more
example.
interesting. Yeah, it's a good example though, because like that is something like I was thinking a piece out of time or like a
Okay.
random tchotchke or something, but a whole piece of furniture popping and blipping out of time and space, like
would've been
that's,
like, how you
that's
do that?
wild.
Right? Like, you gotta be like the Ghost Supreme or something like that to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Well, okay, let's come to these photos now because, as I mentioned kind of in the hook, bringing you now into the modern history of this facility, yes, it is said that the last reported sighting was in 2010.
Okay.
But because of the popularity of this destination, in the early 2000s, they set up webcams across their entire campus.
Ooh, smart.
Yeah, they put up what they called these ghost cams throughout the library to give people all over the world the opportunity to take a look and search for the Lady in Gray. You could do
like
this
they
task.
streamed it?
Yeah, they're streaming it 24/7.
Whoa, that man, this is so different than
It's so
any
different.
other haunt.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
But here's the thing: like, this is finally another one of those mysteries, those stories that the task force can get their hands dirty with. Now, as always, if you're gonna go out and you're gonna, hit up these websites to look at the streams, always be respectful with you when you engage with the
Yeah.
broad world. They don't know that we're talking about them, so be respectful
You're
out there.
representing the task force
Right.
badge.
When you wear the badge, you represent,
Exactly.
and you gotta show that respect.
You also punch ghosts in the face.
Absolutely. So, the 6 cameras that we have are located in a couple of hot spots: the children's room, the basement hall, the research room, the main stairway, the children's story room, and then it's called this, I don't know what it means, but adult services on the first floor. But also, task force, if you happen to be in the area, every October, the Willard Library offers free Gray Lady Ghost haunted tours for all ages.
Oh, that's fun.
And then during the tour, you're going to hear some more stories like the ones we covered, but from other guides and other examples of the Gray Lady.
in the exact location. They'll take you to those locations where those were sighted. So, for example, they'll take you to the basement hallway where the janitor first saw the sighting, dropped the flashlight, and ran for his life. But I have 3 stills from these cameras. One stands out to me from August 8th of 2003. It was at 3:41 p.m., 13 seconds. And of the day, and these are 3 popular screenshots because people think that they are capturing evidence here. Now I'm going to show you because they creep me the heck out.
Oh my god. I see a well-lit room, dude. Just like door to like another room that's not lit at all.
The other 2 are a little bit more interpretive, but pay close attention to that second image. And again, Task Force, if you're watching on youtube.com/RedWebPod, or if you go to our Twitter page at RedWebPod, that's where you're going to find any sort of images that we
The
reference.
first one I don't really see her.
That one is, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is a little interpretive. Christian
Maybe
might have to help
top
point it
right.
out, but just go straight to that second image.
Oh, I'm gonna do the second one.
Oh, you're doing
last.
this? Okay, so the third one is a
The
dark
third one's
view
a-
bend in a
Yeah,
stairwell.
it is. This is the wide staircase. Wow.
Now, I believe it's said that she is walking down the stairs.
It
on the
looks
left
like
side.
it looks
Like
like
in like the
someone-
upper left corner of the frame on the third picture, and she's at the top of the stairs.
of the stairs.
Oh, the third
The
picture.
stairs, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean I see that. It looks like
Yeah.
someone in an outfit just walking down the stairs.
Hopefully not new.
And then let me.
And then in the first picture, if you look, the 3 bookshelves in the picture, look in front of the one on the left. That figure in front of the bookshelf on the left.
It just looks like a kid in a hoodie who took out the face.
It does look like a shadow figure
Yeah.
at one of the tables.
I mean, it looks like a straight up shadow figure.
all 3 of these do, yeah.
And then this one is like sitting down.
Dude, that one freaks me out the most. I kind of can't look at it. I'm not joking. Like, it freaks me out. It looks like either a child-sized ghost, or it's hard to tell scale here, or an adult-sized ghost sat on the floor, maybe cross-legged, or kind of, or with their knees up and their arms.
I
on
mean,
their knees.
it just looks like a dark figure.
But this one, you can tell by the way it's positioned that they're facing the camera, and the fact that you can't see any discerning details. You can't see the face. I see Kat and Christian both have their photos up, so they're looking at it too. But like, it's deeply unsettling. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's funny because I've always said, like, oh man, why can't we get pictures? Why can't we get like tangible evidence? Like, we're in
Right.
the future now. Now I look at it and I go, this looks set up as hell.
Yeah. Well, now you're just trying to debunk it.
It's
damned
like
if you do, damned
it's
if you
so
don't.
clear, which is what I wanted, but
But-
it's so weird.
but it's like, yeah, it is. It's paranormal.
It just looks like
it's
that's-
beyond normal.
Like the staircase is like there's someone.
I'm sure if you looked up
It looks
weird,
like
it's
someone in a
not
damn
normal.
costume. It looks like someone in a costume just walking down the stairs.
Or in like
it
a
does.
gown or something.
Yeah.
It ain't no bananas in pajamas.
And the first one, I'm like, that's someone in a hoodie,
yeah.
and they
And how about that one? That
found
one's
a way to cover their face, so there's you
That,
can't
that
see
second
anything.
one is somebody
The
in one of those
second one is
skin suits, one
Yeah.
of those morph
Sitting
suits,
down.
just in a black morph suit, sitting down.
See, to me, it looks like in the second one, like they're crawling toward the camera.
Oh God!
That's what
ooh,
I see.
Ooh, don't.
Yeah.
mm.
It looks like they're
mid
yeah.
crawl.
Yeah. Don't give him
Yeah, they're crawling through.
that. I don't. I'm putting that away. He does. It looks like someone sat, like they are going from cross-legged to like starting to enter a crawl,
Yep.
leaning to.
Like one of those, like, oh, I noticed you watching me, and then you come to the camera.
Yeah, I see the little red light blinking. Let me come
So
to
that
the
was
camera
during the day?
to you. Yeah, that was. Yeah, you see the timestamp in the photo too. That's,
Yeah.
These are all during the day.
And then I guess so. I mean, it's being streamed, so were people just like freaking out?
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, like this is where it entered the realm of the internet, right? It's streaming online, and people are kind of camping on the cameras and waiting for things to
Yeah.
happen. But hey, what gives me solace is that they have been relatively inactive, or at least no stories or sightings for about 12 years.
Yeah, 12 years.
We can go spur those up. Send you in there. All right. So let's talk about the theories section. Not a whole lot of information here, but the theories aren't necessarily, I should say, who done it, as
Right.
they tend to be for our podcast, but
Like, who is
rather
it?
who is it? Yeah.
Mhm.
So let's discuss that. Again, it's a ghost, so there's not a whole lot of information to go off of, but rather stories and anecdotes, right? So the most commonly believed theory regarding the identity of the Lady in Gray is that it is the ghost of Willard's still furious daughter,
Luis, that she haunts the halls as a punishment to her father for funding the library instead of his children. Now, Luis died on February 8th of 1908 at the age of 64, and the first haunting wasn't reported until 1937. So I don't know if she was like collecting her energy, figuring out how to haunt, for the next 29 years or what have you, but there is a difference in time. So again, I don't know if people become ghosts right away, but there is something to be said about the time difference.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's a big time jump. But the thing is, though, is like the daughter was so vengeful. It just seems like this ghost is so playful.
That's a very good point. The gut check comes in. I think he's got a sixth sense. So here's the thing. Many people do object, not most, but a lot of people do object to the idea of Luis being the ghost for that exact reason.
Yeah.
That they think the Gray Lady would have the opposite personality if it was Luis and she was being vengeful.
Oh, yes.
Because, the ghost as we see it, as the stories stand, it seems to be that of a timid, shy, gentle, harmless, and perhaps confused ghost. And Luis would have been otherwise very angry, perhaps vengeful towards the library. But that could answer to the throwing of the books and moving of the furniture, and wanting to antagonize visitors in resentment towards the father too. If there's no visitors, then there's no library.
A terrible job.
And maybe that's why she retired in 2010. She's like, listen, I've been dead for 102 years. I need to bounce.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, you can make an argument for it, but no.
Yeah, there's no really commonalities between the last sighting being on August 10th of 2010, or February was when she passed away in 1908. So there's no, I'm trying to figure out if there's any sort of month or anniversary kind of things that I can draw lines between, but there's not really anything.
For me,
there.
the strongest tie would have been the dates, but as soon as they were so far apart, I'm like, I don't know.
Right.
Not that I'm a ghost expert or anything like that, but I just don't see it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the second and kind of more vague theory for who this ghost is not really much of an answer at all. It's that this is the kind of ghost of a woman perhaps who just loved books, maybe lived in the area and liked books so much in her past life that she couldn't stand to be away from them. And so this being such a popular and well-established old facility with a plethora of books could be a place that a ghost might navigate towards, especially, like I mentioned, having such a wealth of resources for genealogy.
You've really got to love books to not pass into the afterlife.
That's true.
And just stay around in a library.
Yeah, I mean, years.
Yeah.
If the ghost doesn't pick up activity again, that would be 73 years of activity. That is a lifetime's worth.
Yep.
And you know what? You know what, though? If somebody liked books enough and made that wish of you know what? I wish I could live a lifetime in a library just learning, absorbing everything I could. And then she's just going hey, I'm just using the elevator like the next person would. Don't be scared.
I mean, I would assume you're just hanging out and you're confined to a library, because I just think that ghosts would be confined to an area.
Right.
You would do
there's some
stuff.
sort of energy to feed
you
off
do
of there.
stuff. You'd be like, I'm gonna take the elevator like I was a regular human.
Right.
Why not? I'm sure I could float through this, but
Right. What if you passed away and ended up getting stuck on the highway? I haunt this stretch of highway, or I haunt this porta potty.
People do that, bridges and stuff like that.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Where you see them only as you just approach them,
Dude,
but only on a misty night.
Can you imagine? I would swerve out the way.
Yeah,
thinking
and then
I'm
you become
gonna
one of
hit
them.
Someone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it activates my mutant genome.
Well, no.
Damn.
Please don't do that. So here's the thing. We can talk about the Lady in Gray, but I don't want to lose sight of this shadowy figure.
Who's the second figure?
Now, who is that? That's the question.
Yeah.
And did this shadowy figure that only seemed to show up and have sightings starting around the 80s, this other potentially more sinister ghost have anything to do with the sightings discontinuing? Maybe this is the Grim Reaper showing up and being like, baby, you got to go to the afterlife and beyond.
Time's up.
Yeah.
Get out.
Time to get out. But that is the Willard Library, the story of the ghost of Willard Library.
It's a unique one.
Very unique. I'm really happy we covered this.
You were like, this ghost hunts the library. And I went, okay.
Yeah, very vanilla, but let's continue.
All right.
It is what it is. But yeah.
Sounds very straightforward, but
But we always have those those little twists and
live
turns.
stream,
There's a reason we cover everything we do.
But live stream ghosts seems like a pleasant haunting.
Right.
The person that created what is it? Starts with a W? No, Carpenter.
Willard Carpenter.
Willard
yeah.
Carpenter seemed like a pleasant person.
Seems like a pleasant person.
That was a nice haunting.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, Jesus Christ. Someone fighting a ghost out in the hallway. That scared the
Someone
crap out
like
of me.
kicked the trash can outside. Scared the hell out of me.
Someone's out there banging and slanging weights around.
Yeah.
Like it's
Just
like
come
they're
on.
a buff scientist looking for some beakers.
I get it. You gotta create different gadgets for the task force, but like,
Come on. Settle down.
we're the top dogs here.
I know the shirt's available now, and just because you put it on doesn't mean you need to bang and slang. You
fitness
can.
through chemistry.
Yeah. Store.roosterteeth.com if you want to represent. Thank you all so much for those of you who have
Whether you're
already. But
buff physically or buff in mind.
yeah, we got those buff brains out there in the task force. But here's the thing. I want to actually, I was going to say, maybe before I got scared by whatever that was, maybe the ghost transcended to the internet. We got haunted web pages now. That would be cool if, there's haunted websites out there.
Yeah, who's to say? I mean, we discussed this, I think, a long time ago, but right? They've got to evolve at some point.
Well, isn't that kind of the premise
haunting
of the ring?
Technology, yeah. Sure.
Well, before we leave, I want to end on kind of like a little fun note. Gracie put a little fun fact here at the end of the outline, and the Willard Library, as this fact goes, is home to the world record of overdue books. Not in number, but in length, right? And they have this book on display now. So this book was initially checked out on March 29th of 1937. And would you know it, this book wasn't returned until February 29th of 1992. So you know what?
Oh.
Maybe this was the unfinished business of the
Could you
ghost.
imagine?
So yeah, maybe they predicted that this book would be checked out and not returned.
Now I'm free.
And then once
The
it's
book
stayed
is
stable
returned.
and they put it in the display, they're like, I'm gonna go now.
I mean, honestly, who's to say, man?
Right.
It totally could have been something like that. We'll never know, right?
Yeah.
You like to think it's some complex story. It could have just been as simple as someone really loved that book, had a tie to it, became a ghost, and then it was returned. So they were like, I can go home now.
Could you imagine checking out a book and being like, my grandkid will take this one back? You know?
And then you're just stuck in a library.
No, not like ignoring the ghost part, but just
Oh.
being like, in 1937, you're like, I'm checking out this book. And then if somebody were to tap you on the shoulder and be like, hey, you don't have kids yet, but your grandchild is going to be the one that returns that book. Wouldn't that be wild?
I'd be like, damn, did I turn into a hoarder?
You're right.
I
Like,
would have thrown that
to me?
away immediately.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that is the story of Willard Library. The ghost, the identity, yet to be determined. We got the shadowy figure, all very unknown. But Task Force, as we mentioned, if you want to check it out, you want to get your hands
Pull
dirty,
it up.
pull it up. It's streamed 24/7. You can check out the library, and maybe someday you can see Red Web through those very lenses. If we get our hands wet a little bit, we get out there and start investigating again. This is something we've been kicking around a lot. Task
I'm gonna
Force.
slither around the floor.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, all goopy.
That's my ectoplasmic snake.
This is my.
That's my partner in crime. The library is like, excuse me, can I help you? Don't bother him. He's an expert in his field.
I'm gonna get you, ghost. Follow my slime trail.
His methods might seem unorthodox, but damn it, does he get results?
Yes, results. The ghosts just stick to him.
He's just slithering around on a hoverboard, greasing up the place. Anyway, thanks for listening. Fredo, I'll see you right back here next Monday for another mystery.
Well, unless it's scary, I won't show up.
We'll see you then. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland. Bitcoin. At this point, you probably know what Bitcoin is. Created in 2009, this cryptocurrency took the internet by storm, making some people millionaires overnight. But for all that we know about the premier cryptocurrency, there are questions that still puzzle the internet to this day. Who created it, what happened to them, and what might they intend to do with their untouched stash of Bitcoin worth $9 billion? This is the Red Web. Welcome back to another episode of The Red Web. I'm your resident mystery enthusiast, Trevor Collins, and with me as always is Alfredo Diaz.
Hello, hello. I am the one that is easily frightened, and I'll be asking all the questions.
Dude, so since you're like my gut check on these things, I would love to hear your first impression